there's no new things that teams can figure out. But somehow throughout these 2 years, they've kept managing to figure out, and we're about to see it right now. The best 4 teams from each region will come together to race for $300,000. After a 6-week season, this is where everything comes together. Every map counts, every poll counts. These teams are going to have to push their abilities to the limit.
Now is going to continue with the running it down mid strat. That is a 4 Sarid pack snap into the immediate binding shot to not let anything leap out. This is not an easy strategy, yet somehow they pull it off perfectly.
He is just kiting the 4 awakened mobs, and the rest of the group is just dealing with Harlan's tweet.
Oh, and the whole team goes down.
Deplete from Beyond keeps doing it again and again.
They have done the impossible.
This might be the best set of teams we've ever had at the finals. Every team looks so strong. That was the craziest moment in MDI history.
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International's second day of our global finals. And today we're going to be saying goodbye to 4 teams as well, as there's going to be tons of elimination rounds coming up and to see who will survive and make it towards Championship Sunday. Hello everyone, I'm Jack and joined right now by Dratnos, Zyronic, and Nagura. And Nagura, let's start with you. We've had some ridiculous games yesterday, especially with just teams having early failures and being able to make comebacks, reverse sweeps, left, right, and center.
Yeah, there were some really close games yesterday, and I mean, that last game between Perplex and Complexity Limit, I just couldn't believe what I was watching. And just some upsets here and there, and lots of, like, the ethical, I forgot, I think it was Deplete from Beyond who they played against?
Yes.
Exactly, so they were far behind at the start, and then they managed to get a huge comeback, and it's just insane how these teams are playing against each other. It's so interesting to watch.
That's right. We did see Wunderbar, Ethical, Golden Guardians, and Complexity Limit advance to the upper round yesterday, while Goosey Bad, Deplete from Beyond, The Boys, and Perplexed, here's ironic, are going to be facing elimination. So three of the NA teams did go on into the upper bracket. Were you expected to see this?
I don't think really anyone was expecting to see that, especially with what Ethical was playing in their matches. I feel like they, in particular, got thrown a bone. And to be honest, Complexity Limit also got thrown a bone too. Perplexed played probably the worst I think we've ever seen that team playing just in general. So yeah, it's cool to see North America kind of push into the upper bracket, but you know, they've got some tough matchups here in the semifinals to get through.
That's right, and you know, especially you're going to be looking at how Ethical in our first series is going to be able to perform. They've got a very tall task ahead of them, fighting Wunderbar, which has tons of experiences and is our defending world champion. So they will start off our day, followed by Golden Guardians versus Complexity Limit, a great NA versus NA matchup to see there, followed by Goosey Bad and Deplete from Beyond, then the Boys versus Perplexed, followed by 2 more elimination rounds to wrap up the rest of our day. So Dranos, looking at this schedule that we have so far, what are your top two matchups that you want to be seeing today? What are you really looking forward to?
I think it's going to be, for me, the Golden Guardians Complexity Limit game, and then I'll take
Dranos?
TBD versus TBD. That one's one I'm really hyped for.
If he may or may not be.
I think you're muted. At least we
He
can.
might be.
Yes, I muted myself in the. They could hear me, but you guys couldn't. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I gave a really interesting answer, and it was extremely informative, though. So.
I loved it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Loved every second of it.
Basically,
Not gonna repeat yourself?
I'm looking forward to Golden Guardians Complexity Limit, and then one of the TBD games likely to end up being the second best. Those are going to be really high stakes.
All right. We're looking forward to it. And like you said, the high stakes are going to be here as each team is going to be fighting for their share of the $300,000 prize pool. First place, $150,000. And Zyro, every single win today just earns those teams more bucks.
I mean, the teams that won yesterday doubled their prize pool already, right?
Yep.
Every win in that upper bracket just jumps you up. The winners of our semifinal matches today are guaranteed at least, I believe, 3rd place. So one of those upper bracket matches brings you from 12K instantly to 30K if you win. So there's a lot of money on the line.
Yeah. And not only that, it's going to be the bragging rights is who is going to be our world champion, especially just before Shadowlands is going to be coming out as well, Nagura, wrapping up BFA.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be very important for those teams, especially some of those teams who really are just there to win it, right? We see some of the teams like Wunderbar and GG that just really want to get that first place, and they've been playing against each other for so long, and it's just really going to matter so much to them to get this first place here to wrap up BFA, as you mentioned. And that's why the first 2 games are just going to be so important for them, because if they win this first game, then they are just done for today and they can practice for tomorrow. Just staying in this upper bracket is going to be really, really important for those teams.
Yeah, that's right. And as we start looking at the first matchup that we got going on so far, Wunderbar and Ethical, we saw that Ethical yesterday, Drados, just really wasn't able to pull off their Song of Chi-Ji tech yesterday. Siege is back in the map pool. Do you think it's going to be something that Wunderbar is going to be keeping an eye on and looking to ban potentially?
Yeah, I would have expected Wunderbar to come out with a ban in Siege. I actually don't know what they banned yet. I'm sure we'll find out at some point soonish, but that to me seems like Ethical's best potential map. Their Song of Chi-Ji strat is, I think, the fastest potential of any strategy in Siege. It didn't quite work out for them yesterday, but it's still, I think, the place if I was Wunderbar that I would be most worried about. But looks like Wunderbar has disagreed with me on that one. They're going to take out Toldegor, and we will be seeing the Siege of Borealis, and we'll get to see Ethical try that strategy there, but we're going to start off instead with Shrine of the Storm.
I don't know about you here, Zaro, but I really love Ethical banning Freehold. This is just one dungeon that Wunderbar never loses on.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a ridiculous win rate. And we probably have a graphic for it somewhere, but I don't think they've ever lost on Freehold. And
I don't think
they've
so
always
either.
been so clean with all of their strategies. It's just really hard for anyone to have a chance of taking them out. Strong ban from Ethical here. The other thing is, Motherlode's still in the pool, and you'd have to hope that Ethical has kind of gotten over the issues they had yesterday in that dungeon.
I think that they would as well. I mean, as we saw Ethical yesterday, Nagura, they had a tremendous wipe at the start, but they did a great job making sure that they could stay in the game and stay in the running, and they capitalized over their opponents in a big way to take that win.
Yeah, so, I mean, you gotta give it to them that they managed to recover from this huge mistake at the start in their meta load, and in the Siege as well that they lost. But if you play against a team like Wunderbar, if they don't make any mistakes on their side, then a mistake like this is definitely going to cost them the game, right? So I do think Ethical has a chance to win against Wunderbar, but they cannot make those mistakes they made yesterday, I think, against this team.
Yeah, and speaking of mistakes, as we start up Shrine of the Storm, Volzith the Whisperer, even on Fortified, Zyro has just so many lives claimed. On average, it kills 2 members. What?
And almost a 50-50 completion rate too on Volzith. I mean,
yeah,
the boss itself isn't that hard, but with the awakened affix being factored in, usually teams are pulling 2, maybe sometimes 3 awakened obelisks with the boss. You have to deal with those awakened mechanics while you're dealing with the intermission phase on Volzith. And that's just so many things to deal with at the same time. Something's almost always bound to go wrong unless you're playing absolutely perfectly. So seeing a high wipe rate like that makes perfect sense.
Without question, the game's getting ready to go as Wunderbar and Ethical are stepping up and getting ready to face off in Shrine.
All right, so we see very interesting comps already by both of the teams running the double DK here for Shrine. While Wunderbar is playing a Hunter, Ethical chose to play the Demon Hunter as their third DPS to buff the damage of the Unholy DKs, which are doing mostly magic damage, so you benefit off the magic increase that the Demon Hunter provides. Nice Sanguine management here by Wunderbar. Ethical, on the other hand, already done with their pull though, so Ethical definitely was faster with cleaning this up.
And I'm actually curious to check out what Arrow's running here as well, because there's been a popular build that people have been playing on live servers where they run this Blood Barrage setup, so they run Blood of the Enemy, Fell Barrage, and then they also use the Merathis Fang Trinket from Temple of Sethralus. And it gives them probably some of the best burst AoE damage in the game outside of maybe Unholy DKs. So they definitely bursted that pack down way faster than Wunderbar did, and being able to burst down these Sanguine packs is going to be pretty useful in this dungeon.
But Wunderbar just skipped right past the obelisk, which is very interesting to see because this obelisk is Void Weaver, and playing Void Weaver with the last boss is very difficult just because of the way the boss works with the intermission phase, where you need to interrupt the denizens, otherwise they're not only going to do a huge AoE, but they're also going to heal to full HP if you don't interrupt. So they're probably planning on nuking down Void Weaver in the last boss before the intermission phase starts, but that's going to require a huge amount of damage. And now we see them pull a bunch of trash on top of Aquaseer here. The Sanguine management is going to be really important for them.
And the thing about their comp is it's really great for dealing with that particular thing. Double Unholy DK can do a lot of single target damage to one focused target, and because it's fortified, they don't actually necessarily need to get the boss that low in the first phase in order to be able to one phase it later on. So if like maybe 2 sets of eels onto that final boss and just focus fire down Void Weaver Malthier without having to use too many interrupts, they should be totally fine for the intermission phase. So once again, Wunderbar, as we know them, they're going for the more difficult strategy, but almost, you know, as is usual, if they're able to pull it off, they should have a faster time here, but let's keep an eye on this. They're already in the intermission phase on Aquaseer, whereas Ethical has just now started pulling this.
Yeah, so Ethical also pulling a lot of trash on top of Aquaseer here. You saw they managed to Sanguine pretty nicely on their side as well. It's really important to deal with the Sanguine, not only so the mobs don't heal, but also so you position it properly so the intermission ads don't heal, because on 50% he splits into 3 Aqualings, and those ones stand on Sanguine, and it's going to be a huge time loss. And both of the teams also used their Bloodlust here for that boss. They saved it until here. They should have the same amount of Bloodlust for both sides in the dungeon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, you can see the difference here as well. Now Ethical did pull a slight bit extra trash compared to Wunderbar as well. They have 5% extra trash on the board. They also did have the Awaken mod. But you know, unfortunate for them here. Yeah, a little bit of unfortunate issues for Ethical there. Gonna cost them a little bit more time. Wunderbar actually going back to, are they about to snap some trash here? Oh, that looks like they are.
Looks like it. Oh, okay.
That's a new spot. Wow, I don't think I've seen that one before.
As well.
Have we seen that
Oh,
one?
do you think
the living current in there.
Oh,
that might be a line of sight spot.
Yeah,
they might get knocked up. Yeah, you're right.
Huh, okay, so this is a really cool
Oh,
strat by Wunderbar. Yeah. Basically, they are snapping a lot of mobs here with a living current on top of one spot, and this rising tide, the one that knocks you into the air, it actually just is line of sightable. So everyone was running line of sight when the ability happened, so only now got knocked, while everyone else was not getting hit by that ability. And yeah, just some extra trash percentage they're doing here. They're up to 37% now.
Yeah, I mean, that caught them back up and put them very squarely in the lead now. I mean, they still do have the extra Awakened mob and Void Weaver Malthier to deal with, but I'd imagine that shouldn't be an issue for them if they're comfortable enough in practice to just do that with the final boss. So they'll have to keep an eye on what they plan on doing. They might even go for just other Awakened mobs as well, since they have the Unholy DK AoE burst.
Yeah, maybe. So they're dealing with some trash here in this hallway. This can be a dangerous spot in the dungeon if you have Sanguine, just because the hallway is so narrow, so if you drop a Sanguine there, there's no way for the mobs to walk around it. It's basically just filling up the whole hallway, one Sanguine pool. And that's why we've seen teams before just hide it all the way up to outside of the room, basically, where Helldis is. But that's going to cost you time because you're basically backtracking. So it looks like Wunderbar is not doing any of that backtracking. You just kill it right there where it is and then move on. Some of these mobs are also running away as they're low the initiates. So you want to be sure you're saving your AoE stuns and your binding shots to when they run away, so you don't have the Sanguine pools all over the place.
Oh man, well, back to a full health Aquaseer it is for Ethical.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to chunk through the entire boss's HP. I mean, it is unfortified, but it's still a lot of HP to chunk through on 21, so that's gonna cost them probably a solid 2 or 3 minutes here. Man, that's really unfortunate to see from them. And I mean, this is just kind of the same thing that was happening yesterday. They were having these unfortunate mistakes at the start of the dungeon here, but they got bailed out by the other team making even more egregious mistakes later on in the dungeon. I don't think that's gonna happen to Wunderbar, though.
Is he gonna do a second intermission phase? No, right?
I don't think so. I'd be very surprised if that's how it worked.
But that would be, yeah, that would be very unfortunate if they actually would have to go through a second one. We will see once the boss reaches. Oh no, Shape actually going down to the Surging Rush here. They do have a Battle Rush available, but yeah, it's still just another mistake here. by Ethical, unfortunately. While Wunderbar, on the other hand, they already moved on. They are on 56% trash, dealing with one of the obelisks. Looks like... Okay, so it looks like they're using the obelisk to skip the initiates, which makes sense because it's Sanguine, but there's actually a spot where you can snap those mobs to where Sanguine doesn't heal them. So maybe not. Okay, it looks like they're pulling the initiates
looks like he's
after all.
pulling them up, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They're gonna let the DK stack their
Oh yeah, yeah.
bursting stacks on them and then just pop them all on the boss, and then they've got to ring a piece if they really want to knock them away. But I mean, they all instantly died anyways, so it doesn't even really matter. The only thing that's really going to be an issue are these two attendants that are on top of the boss. Looks like they saved the ring a piece for that, and there they go right now.
Yeah, so doing a pretty good job dealing with Sanguine here. I think Brother Arnhal was standing in the Sanguine for a little while there, but didn't cost them too much time, so they should be able to finish it off now. Looks like they're now also moving to the side, so they can basically ignore the tornadoes. This spot basically just means that you can attack from the top, and the tornadoes don't reach you, so it's very convenient for these teams. Not only is it safer to play it this way, at least for everyone except the tank, but you also don't lose any DPS on your melees from having to dodge the tornadoes.
Just a pretty typical strategy that we've seen. I believe we saw that first in the second half of last season, so this is just something that people have adapted to doing and making sure they can dodge those tornadoes and let's see evenly cleave them down, like you mentioned, just free, efficient DPS. And because they dealt with the trash the way they did, they're not going for the burn down Gale Caller and then cleave trash on top of Brother Ironhole afterwards strategy that we sometimes see other teams employ. So just going to be cleaving these two down and then probably moving on to the rest of the dungeon. Now, the interesting thing is, since they dealt with the Awakened Obelisk already, they're going to have to do some sort of Shadow Meld skip to get through this this next gauntlet section of the dungeon before they get to the bridge, and that can be kind of a pain to deal with.
Yeah, so they definitely don't have to do that much trash anymore, because they're already 62% and they need approximately 80%, a little bit more than 80, before they go to the last boss, so not that much left for them to do here. We see 2 deaths come in by Ethical though, unfortunately. They were doing a pretty huge pull on their side. I think they pulled all of the room inside, except the mini-boss, on top of Hell this year. And we saw Skylight just all snap it onto one of those lanterns. So that was a pretty huge pull that they did, but unfortunately they had those 2 deaths. Not really sure if they managed to finish off the rest of the trash, but it looks like Chompy's actually going into the Nihilotha realm to do some sort of skip on the other side. Well, Wunderbar is looking like doing a pretty huge Enforcer pull on this side, so after this Enforcer pull, I think they can skip the whole bridge. I'm
trying to do the quick math in my head.
Teaming.
I think they need.
It is teaming.
I think they need a little bit more trash. I think they might have to do 2 of the bridge packs in order to get to the trash percentage they want to get to. Although they do still have 3 awakened mobs at the final boss, and
Yeah.
I mean this is going to be a lot of percentage right here. They still do have that ritualist as well. They'll need some of the trash on the bridge.
Yeah, I forgot
probably
it's
all
teaming.
of
You
it
have to do
actually
a
on
lot.
teaming.
Yeah, true.
Probably all of
Shrine
it.
on teaming is like, you basically have to play the whole dungeon.
Yeah, pretty much.
It can be really annoying, and that's probably also why we saw them do this like living current pull that we have never seen before, just because you really need so much percentage on teaming. But now it looks like they're doing a Shadow Meld skip. That's why they all basically just ran through the mobs, because once you just all Shadow Meld, you're going to be getting rid of all that aggro. And now let's see how big of a pull they're doing on this bridge, or if they're just skipping. I think we see this skip where they only deal with the cultists, or we've seen that, we see some teams do this skip, but Fragments seems to be... Oh no, yeah, exactly. Okay, so basically they're doing the skip where they skip the tentacles, but they deal with the cultists, so they get a little bit of extra percentage here.
Well, also, when you skip the tentacles pack as well, you don't have any potential for Sanguine to be dropped on top of the tentacles,
Yeah,
which can be,
exactly.
if that happens, you just have to sit there and wait for the Sanguine to go away because you're not going to be DPSing through it. Unfortunately for Ethical, more issues on their side as Skylark goes down, and it looks like it's going to be multiple people going down for them, and they're just not having a good time at the start of the Shrine of the Storm.
Yeah, it's really not looking good for them, while Wunderbar, on the other hand, did a pretty nice job dealing with the Sanguine. One other good thing about DKs, except their huge amount of AoE damage that they have, is also the fact that they have this single target grip, which can be really helpful for Sanguine. Sally dropping incredibly low, as you got a lot of lash cast there on him. And wow, the amount of damage coming out of these dwellers, almost one-shotting Sally. I did manage to recover though, and now they're moving on to Lord Stormsong. They do have the Bloodlust available, but it's very likely they are saving it for the last boss because they have 3 obelisks they have to deal with here.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, they don't really have that many stops for those tentacles, right?
Yeah.
They can get like one wave of all of them with a shockwave and a leg sweep, and then that's it. They only have like the intimidation from Genji and like maybe the single target interrupts or single target stuns from the DKs. That's it. So once that first initial wave gets stunned, they're just getting hit by everything. You saw like 30 stacks going on top of the entire group, so that could have been very dangerous there if one person got focus fired down, but able to heal through it. Zaylia, of course, one of the best healers in the game right now, able to make sure nobody goes down. And yeah, just difficult scenarios just being dealt with cleanly by Wunderbar. You know, it's just how they do it.
Yeah, they're also on 0 deaths so far, so incredibly clean run here by Wunderbar. And now we also saw an immunity coming out, Turtle plus 2 AMS by the DKs to immune that mind control, the mind bender. The only person that does not have an immunity for it is Zaylia, and thankfully they didn't get the mind bender on him, so they were able to completely just skip that ability. And this time they weren't able to skip it, but it was on Zaylia, so the one target that is doing the least amount of damage in their team, and therefore another lucky pick here on the Wunderbar side.
Yeah, on this key setting, it can be kind of dangerous for your healer to get picked, but fortunately they have a good enough comp where even if, you know, one of the DPS gets hit by both rip mines in a row, that they can easily just heal themselves through it. You know, the DKs can death strike if they need to. The hunter can use his exhilaration to heal himself and top himself off, so not that big of an issue for the healer to get chosen. And like you said, probably better in most scenarios since they can just keep DPSing the boss while the healer goes and dips in the pool. So good luck so far for Wunderbar here, and they're on a kind of a blazing fast run here. 0 deaths, 13 minutes swimming to the final platform here. I mean, could we be seeing like a sub maybe 17-minute run? I'm interested to see how much of an issue these awakened mobs are going to be for them though.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen lots of wipes on this last boss just because not only does this boss take a long time, but teams make it really difficult on themselves by trying to fight as many mobs as possible while fighting the boss, because this boss applies a debuff to the healer, which not only decreases the healer's max HP, but it also increases damage the healer does. And therefore you just want to make sure you fight as many trash packs as possible while the healer has this damage increase. So that's why a lot of teams just make it hard on themselves. That's why they pull a lot of eel packs on top of this boss as well. And now you see all of the awakened mobs swarming in. They have to make sure they finish off Void Weaver here, because they cannot interrupt the boss in the intermission phase. They have to save their interrupts for the denizens. And there we go, Void Weaver going down before the intermission phase. So well done here.
Now, the interesting thing about this phase that you'll have to keep an eye on here is because they're in separate phases, it's going to be kind of weird to deal with Urgoth, Breaker of Heroes. Genji could technically still pet taunt the Spirit Breaker, but it'd be a big damage loss for this phase. So, got to keep an eye on Now here. He's kind of the main thing keeping us all together while he's kiting around both of those awakened mobs, as well as the Sunken Denizen down there as well.
Yeah, and Zaylia is going to be the one who needs to kill the Sunken Denizen so they can get out of that intermission phase and move on. It looks like they only dealt with there we go. Yeah, it looks like they dealt with the denizens, and now they're gonna play it safe and finish off the Blood and the Corruptor as well. Maybe they only finish off the Tank Buster and then move on, but it looks like they are playing it safe, are not engaging this middle pack, finishing off the Awakened mob first before they move on, which is just a safe play. So theoretically, you could play the middle pack while still having the Blood, but they probably know that they're pretty far ahead at this point, so that there's no reason for them to risk anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, typically speaking, you deal with the awakened mobs down there before you even deal with the second Forgotten Denizen, you just off interrupt it. So because once you have only one left, interrupting it is pretty easy while you're dealing with the final couple of awakened mobs. So yeah, we see them clearly do that, and kind of they're waiting for Now to pull extra trash here on top of these denizens. Are they going to go straight into the boss with this though? That thing seems like it'd be pretty dangerous on Sanguine. Okay, no, they're not. Just gonna go ahead and cleave these three down. Oh, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Going for
okay,
it.
So yeah, they're going for it. So they have all of the mobs on top of each other here. You have the eels, the denizens, and Volsith. So that's why this can be dangerous, because they're about to die and Sanguine is gonna spawn. But it looks like Volsith didn't heal. So good job on them of being able to get Volsith out of those Sanguine pools that the denizens spawn. The eels do not drop Sanguine, but the denizens do. So that's what that's what made this kind of a close call. But they managed to get the Volsith out. And it looks like they might be able to one phase here if none of
for
the.
sure.
Yeah, so they're getting closer and closer, and yeah, one facing this boss in a +21 while also dealing with trash and eels at the same time. This is incredibly fast, but it's filling up the energy. There we go. They're missing a little bit of
There it is.
percentage.
This Sunken
It's a
Denizen is still
Denizen.
alive.
Yeah,
There you
it's a
go.
Denizen.
Once the Denizen going down, man.
Oh, wow, that was so fast.
What in the world?
Less than
Wunderbar!
17 minutes.
Yeah, it was crazy. Wunderbar taking the win, and when it comes to those kind of finesse dungeons as well, they have been absolutely ridiculously good at them. So, huge congratulations for that victory on that one, and that puts them up in the series 1-0 there, Dranos.
Yeah, this is completely wild. Like, at the start of the MDI Cups, we were excited about getting under 20 minutes in Shrine of the Storm. And now Wunderbar is under 17 minutes with Teaming and Fortified active together. And that is
a higher
that's
keystone.
a slow combination. Yeah, the higher keystone, they do have a little bit more gear, so maybe those roughly cancel out or even are slightly in their favor. But still, that was blazing fast from them. And those pulls that they were doing looked so optimized, and it looks like they spent so much time just trying all kinds of different stuff in there, coming up with all those different pulls that we haven't seen other teams do before to make up all those extra minutes.
That's always one of the things I love to see as well. And there it is. They do set a new record. Their fastest previously was 1940, like you mentioned. Wow. That, and I love seeing these kind of strategies out of Wunderbar as well, Nagura, because they just go into some of these dungeons that have a lot more finesse, that have a lot that are just dungeons you have to constantly grind out and work through all those other pulls, and they just make it their home a lot of times. They just say, all right, sure, come play us on Shrine. We'll beat you.
Yeah, I think the one thing that impressed me the most about their strategies is that they really don't sit on a strategy that they had previously. It seems like from week to week in the Cups and now in the Global Final, they really just refine their strategies and even start doing completely different pulls they've never done before, like this Living Current pull that we have never seen before, and they just implement it into their strategies. They don't shy away of trying something completely new that no one else has ever done before, and they really just make it their own. And they really just have these kind of perfect strategies and perfect play, and it makes it look so easy when they do it.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how that 2 weeks of practice has made such an insane difference as well, Zyro. Just knowing that, hey, there's a couple dungeons you can really start setting aside that you're going to force everybody else to ban because there's no way that you'll be able to beat them. It's almost like, you know, where do they win? They already banned Freehold, which is one of the dungeons Wunderbar's perfected. Now they're showing ridiculous speeds in Shrine. Like, what do you do?
Well, it's funny because we were talking about how crazy good they were in Freehold, but I think they were also the first team that we saw actually one phase Volsith earlier this year. So I feel like with Wunderbar, they're a team where you can't really ban them out. You might ban the map that they're perfect on, but you're leaving a map up that they have like a 95% good strategy on, so you're not really leaving yourself any holes at all. It's kind of crazy how good they are.
Indeed. And what were some of the parts that stood out the most to you throughout that run, Dranos? That we, you know, not only was there that Living Current, but what else did you have?
Man, actually, the thing that most got me was watching Aquasur go from 6% health to 100% health on on Ethical's side.
Aww.
That was a tragedy that just resonated deeply with me. We've all been there, you know, saying with that moment where you're like, oh no. And then you're just like, you see it happening. You see Aquasur charging. You're like, that's not going to get to the Sanguine, right? And then it gets in the Sanguine. You're just like, you're just so sad. So it was an emotional time. But you know, Ethical's gotten through it. They're into the next match, and that's what's important. Is you know, game 2, they can still win, right?
Well, that's the thing is that not only can they still win, but we saw some great strategies as well out of them, Zyro. They just need to work on that execution with having the super sleep setup.
Yeah, so I was actually talking to one of my monk friends who used to play the game, Zealot. It's actually his birthday today, by the way. So
happy birthday
to Zealot. But yeah, no, he was pretty interested by the strategy, and I'm interested to see if, you know, it'll actually work out for them here. We saw that Song of Chiji setup, and it just didn't go well for them last time. Chompy got hit by one of those bananas from the Banana Rampage, and it kind of scuffed the whole pull for them. They tried to save it. You know, Song of Chiji's a 30-second cooldown, so they could maybe reset it up with a second binding shot as well, go back into the Song of Chiji, but it just looks like it's so difficult to set up. And maybe if they're able to pull it off, they can take a win here against Wunderbar, but they literally can't make any mistakes, because if they do, Wunderbar's going to pounce on them and take this series.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we've seen Ethical trying to get to that level where they could be the first team, the top team in North America. Now they're at the global finals, more time to practice and everything like that, Nagura. And this is their time to show. We've been looking at a number of times at how they've grown and developed, and at this point, they got to be able to perform.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the fact that they made a mistake yesterday maybe even helped them for today for the siege strategy, because maybe maybe it was a thing that didn't happen in practice. You know how it is, right? You practice something a million times in practice, and then on the tournament, just a completely new thing that happens that you've never seen before, and then you wipe because of it. So maybe they can fix their mistake for today and have this incredible strat that they're trying to pull off in that siege work out for them. Now, the one thing I would be worried about if I was them is that Wunderbar didn't actually ban siege, even though they know exactly what kind of strategy they have.
Yeah,
so
that's
that
always
either
a
means
worrying
Wunderbar
thought.
hopes they're making another mistake, or Wunderbar has an even better strat. So we'll see.
Yeah, from our perspective, that's insanely exciting, but you got to think as well from Ethical, they're like, oh no. Well, we'll see what they have as we're getting ourselves started. I believe both teams are Alliance for this one, so let's see what they got as Siege of Borealis gets going.
All right, so we are in Siege. We see both of the teams indeed playing Alliance. Siege is the only dungeon where you actually have not a different starting point depending on if you play Horde or Alliance, and you also have some different mobs. But both of them playing Alliance, so people will have the mirror match basically, as we see different strategies come in from both of the teams. Wunderbar straight walk to that obelisk, while Ethical immediately walk to the boss and pulls all the trash together.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Ethical did yesterday here. They go straight to this first boss room and initially pull this first trash pack, dealing with as little trash as possible because they're going for that massive AoE pull with Song of Chi-Ji. And we'll see if it works out for them here. Method is dealing with the Breaker of Heroes here, so they'll have to deal with that. And we'll see. I mean, this dungeon is really going to come down to whether or not Ethical is able to pull off that Song of Chi-Ji pull in my mind. Unless, hold on, let's check the MDI ear app. Is Zalia running Song of Chi-Ji? Nope, they're not going for it. He's got Ring of Peace. So
okay.
they, Wunderbar didn't do the thing that they're very well known for doing, and they did this last year, they've done it this year. They see a strategy they like and like, you know what? I'm gonna steal that, and we're gonna do it better than you. They're not doing it here. One day is pretty difficult to actually kind of copy that strategy.
Yeah, so it looks like both of them are fighting the first boss here at the same percentage. Wunderbar actually pulled everything on top of the boss immediately, while Ethical was fighting the trash first for a little while and then pulled the boss afterwards. So they are slightly ahead in boss percentage, but not that much if you think about the fact that Wunderbar dealt with one obelisk already. So yeah, I mean, not a big advantage here for Ethical, considering that they will definitely have to deal with one obelisk at some point later on, because there's no way they can play all 4 obelisks with the last boss. It's incredibly difficult to deal with the Awaken mobs just because of the fact how demolishing terrors work. You just have no way of moving away from them, otherwise they start AoEing your group. And that's why playing multiple obelisks on the last boss is incredibly difficult. And that's why Wunderbar already dealt with the tank faster.
Well, I mean, Wunderbar saved a bunch of time just by pulling trash on top of the boss.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just look at the damage meters here. The amount of free damage they got off of that and not having to split the pull up into 2 different pulls is pretty crazy. And that is an incredibly dangerous pull. You've got 2 powder shots in there that are just dealing damage to individual players. There's so much random damage going out on the group, and the fact that Wunderbar were able to pull that off by pulling it with the boss and have no issues whatsoever, and even kill the boss at roughly the exact same time as Ethical is incredibly impressive. I'd say this is exactly what Wunderbar needs to do to outright win the map, even if Ethical is able to pull off their pull.
Yeah, and now we see an even crazier pull here, it seems like, by Wunderbar, as they pulled this whole obelisk area here with the Marauders and the Patrol and the Commanders. Just pulled everything around the corner here, around the house. Pretty dangerous pull by them on their side, while Ethical did do this pull in 2. They managed to deal with the Marauders first, and then they engaged the rest of the mobs. But yeah, just a little bit slower compared to Wunderbar, as they're now moving on. Looks like they're not dealing with the obelisk here, while Ethical seems to be dealing with it. So Ethical definitely going inside. As far as I remember, Ethical is finishing off Void Weaver and then engaging the boss to get out of that Nyalotha realm. So just 2 different strategies here. Wunderbar dealing with the tank faster while Ethical just chooses to do Void Weaver instead.
Yeah, and this is kind of weird because we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Void Weaver is one of the more easy awakened mobs to deal with in this dungeon because of how far to the left it spawns. It really only attacks your tank for the first 20 or so seconds of the fight, and usually at that point you're done with dealing with the first gripping terror, so you can more easily cleave it down at that point. Now, of course, you have triple hunters, so NRS might be an issue if you don't focus it, but yeah, I don't know. It's probably just because of the position in the dungeon, right? Because that's where that awakened obelisk is, they kind of just need to pull it, but, you know, I still feel like it's a weird choice.
Yeah, they could theoretically just, because you can still do the skip, the boss skip, by going into the Nyalotha realm. You just activate the obelisk, then you walk to the boss, engage the boss, and then everyone is getting pulled out of the Nyalotha realm, right, without having to deal with the spider. So they could do the same skip that they're doing without having to finish off Void Weaver. But yeah, they choose to finish it off. And they're now engaging Dread Captain Lockwood, while Wunderbar also just now engaged Lockwood. What? They are ahead in trash. They're 38% trash, while Ethical is only 26. But again, if Ethical manages to pull off their spotter strategy that we've seen them fail yesterday, then they can definitely make up the trash percentage really quickly.
I mean, all of the things that we've talked about this Wunderbar team is they just have everything nailed down to a T. Yeah, they have some of the best damage players in the world. I mean, yeah, they're some of the most accomplished MDI players in the world, but the things that make them so good are the minute details. Like, they're so good at just general movement throughout the dungeon. Sometimes you'll see teams kind of sit around preparing a pull. You almost never see that from Wunderbar. They're almost always moving towards the next pull and saving the most amount of time possible. So even in a situation like this where Ethical has some, Gosu strat that's going to potentially win them the dungeon, I'm not so certain about it against Wunderbar, right? They're just so good at dealing with the dungeon. It's all going to come down to these spotter pulls. Wunderbar probably has some way of dealing with a similar style of pull without the Song of Chi-Ji.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the times we see those like really crazy pulls, but as you mentioned, just because of the amount of setup time that it takes, it might not actually be something that is overall worth it if you could just do it without having this whole setup. That's why we sometimes see Wunderbar doing a dungeon really quickly without having anything that was like incredibly flashy. Right afterwards, when we analyze the dungeon, we are not like, oh my god, this one pull that was so incredibly crazy. We usually just run through the dungeon really quickly, as you mentioned, and even though they don't do anything incredibly flashy, they just do everything so fast without having any sort of downtime, without backtracking, without doing anything that is inefficient, and that just makes up so much time. And now we see Ethical and Wunderbar finishing off Dread Captain Lockwood, and they're so close to each other in dungeon speed if you do not consider the trash percentage.
It looks like neither of the teams were successful in one-phasing the boss. You have to get some pretty good timing with the avatars from your warriors in order to one-phase. It does end up costing you about 20 seconds overall, but since neither team was able to pull it off, it's not really that important anymore. Both teams going for a similar strategy are going into the Nyalotha realm with Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos. They're going to be dealing with this mob, probably dropping it down behind that spotter, if I had to imagine, or likely they'll just go into the third boss with it and then set up their pulls backwards from that point. Both teams are going to be going for that big AoE on top of that Haddle Dark Fathom. So, I mean, that's definitely a big breaking point in the dungeon as well. There's a lot that can go wrong with that pull with two commanders charging around, especially with triple hunter comps. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But no, I'm wrong. Wunderbar? Okay, no, they're just going to have one person run ahead and pull a boss for them while everyone stays in the realm. This is a time loss for Ethical, though, not killing Samrak right away. And you can see, I mean, what we were talking about on Dread Captain Lockwood. Wunderbar, they're so refined in their strategies, right? They're just ready to go. And you can see it right here. It didn't matter that they killed it. They just set it up with Jinji.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a small difference again, right? You have one team pulling the mob, the Awaken mob, all the way, while Wunderbar just kills it as soon as they can. They have Jinji leave the Nyalotha realm, and Jinji resets the boss and gets everyone out of the realm. So it's just like a slight difference in strategy, but it saves you a couple of seconds. It really matters. This is a huge pull coming in by Wunderbar. As they pulled a lot of this area, we see the binding shot come out, and it looks like they're dealing with this with the spotters without any sort of CC. They're just using the binding shots and now getting in the spotter artillery.
And this is incredibly dangerous here. There's so many things to deal with. Those viscous slobbers can do a lot of frontal damage, and any of the Banana Rampage going off could stun anyone. But it looks like they have just this perfect execution here, and they don't even need the Song of Gigi. They're just that good. They just cleave everything down. And Ethical, they just pulled off your strategy without the talent that you were relying on to make it work.
Wow, that looks so easy, right? It looked like, oh, the whole trash is coming in, there's a binding shot, and now it's dead. They're up to 80% trash now with this one pull that they did, and they still have the trash left inside this Hadal room. They finished off the spotter. It looks like they just want to deal with this trash without even the friendly fire from the spotter. I think they just finished off the spotter, making sure they get out of combat, and now they're just dealing with this trash without the friendly fire. They're just gonna passively cleave it down with Hadal. So no spotter shenanigans at all, because it's just passive cleave that will kill it, right? Wow.
The thing that blows my mind is Wunderbar is so good that they don't even care about killing Hadal Darkfathom first in order to set up that respawn point. So that if there are any issues or one of the hunters goes down during that massive AoE pull, they could just easily release and run back. They're so confident that they're like, nah, we don't need to do that. We're good. We got this. And they pull it off here. A little bit of a scary moment here for now. Those necrotic stacks are going up to about 30 stacks, and Zalia is going down here. Two of the hunters have their exhilaration available, so they're not necessarily in the most dangerous position, but they have to get that res off soon. You see it being cast by Fragments off in the corner there. Turtles pop to make sure he stays alive. And with Zalia alive, they should be fine. It just needs to top everyone else off before this next Frost Blast from the boss. And looks like they're going to be just barely fine here. But that's a scary moment there, having your healer going down whenever you have these two commanders out and charging.
Yeah, that definitely looks scary, and this is why this is such a dangerous pull, because the mobs were alive for quite a long time, and you see now had necrotic stacks on him. He's not playing dwarf, so there's no way of him to get rid of that necrotic stack unless he just kites it out, and the commanders can't be CC'd. So he was just running around, leaping and intervening to keep on making sure he drops the necrotic stack, while Zalia went down. So that was a very scary moment, and good on them for being able to salvage this, because we've seen deaths on this boss where teams weren't able to get the engineering battle rest off, right? So good on them for having that turtle on fragments and getting the rest off to salvage this whole pool. Ethical, on the other hand, hit down Hadal, but now they have to set up this spotter pool. So let's see if they can pull it off just as Wunderbar did.
I mean, I kind of want to see them pull it off, but I feel like now that I've seen Wunderbar pull it off, I don't really care anymore. As long as GG is cool and all, but like, if you don't need it to pull the pull off, the magic is lost on me here, I feel like. An air going down, it was... What did he die to?
I don't know.
That was weird, but here we go. Pole's being set up. Binding shot needs to come out from one of the hunters here whenever those trash start coming up the platform, and see Chompy set up for that Song of GG pull here.
Alright, so let's see how Chompy deals with, we see the binding shot come out there, RCC'd. He needs to wait until, there we go, Song of GG is coming out, did manage to sleep most of them, but not all. Okay, it looks like most of them are in, there we go. Chompy is going in with this friendly fire. Some of the mobs are still in the freezing trap, so you see the snipers. I'm not sure if they need the percentage of the snipers that are in the freezing trap there, but if they need it, they need to make sure they break it to get the friendly fire up there. But it looks really cool, right? I mean, I really like this strategy, and it looks so nice when they do it. But as you mentioned, Wunderbar doing this without the Song of GD, they have way less setup time, right? You don't need any of those freezing traps. You don't need to have all of the other shenanigans. You just hold it all, binding shot, and you just run in. So
Wunderbar's like, hey, that was a cool pull, but hey, we're pulling the final boss already over here. While you guys are still dealing with the Crushers. Already almost done with the first Gripping Terror, and since they only have 2 Awakened mobs left to deal with, this is going to be an incredibly easy pull for them. They don't have to deal with that Urgroth Breaker of Heroes that we saw Ethical just skipping right away early on. So yeah, I mean, Wunderbar, with that first Gripping Terror dead, they should be pretty much free to deal with these 2 Awakened mobs and home free afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if they play it safe. At most teams we've seen so far, they made sure to finish off the Awakened mobs before they were shooting the cannon. Because if you don't shoot the cannon, the second platform doesn't actually get triggered. And therefore you just have all the time in the world to finish off Void Weaver and the Blood here. And it looks like Maris is staying behind though. Yeah, Maris is definitely staying behind a little bit further so he can shoot the cannon. There we go! they engage the cannon without actually finishing off those 2 awaken mobs. So they want to make it even harder on themselves. So they have to deal with the demolition terror now while also dealing with Void Reaver and the blood. And you see how little space there is, right? That's why Nurse jumped into the water. But that's why they're standing so far away to make sure that they don't put the pools all over the platform.
Yeah, cleaving the awakened mobs on top of the demolishing terror is it's a pretty safe choice, right? The important thing is when you engage the gripping terror. Now, if they pulled both of those awakened mobs on top of the second gripping terror, then I would have been impressed like crazy. Okay, they're just pulling the blood on top of it. Never mind, these guys just throwing caution to the wind here. They are insane. I mean, they're just that confident. They know they have the damage to push before the third demolishing terror spawns. It's crazy how good they are.
Yeah, and they waited for the blood to be a little bit lower, but then they immediately pulled it on top. Again, these are things that will save... I mean, this is definitely risky to do, but it will save you a couple of seconds, and that means they'll do it, right? They are just super confident in their abilities to handle this kind of stuff, and they will just pull it off, even though they know they're ahead, right? They don't need to do this right now, because they know that they engaged the last boss a lot faster than Ethical did, so theoretically they wouldn't have to risk this. But they want to pull it off anyway because this is the strategy they have practiced and they're so confident in what they're doing that they're just going to pull it off even if they are ahead in the dungeon. And now they're moving on to the last platform, engaging that last gripping terror, which they're just going to nuke down. And once they have this gripping terror done, they're going to be 2-0ing Ethical, and in what a clean manner as well. I
mean, you got to hand it to Ethical too. They were able to put together a clean run, but Wunderbar just on another level, it seems, here in this tournament. And I guess they really don't want to see a repeat of that spring finals that we had last year against former Method and A in that grudge matchup between EU and NA and making that series 3-0. They really don't want to see that one happen again. Gripping Terror goes down for Wunderbar here, and all we'll take is that final cannon shot to take this series 2-0 and guarantee them a top 3 finish here at our MDI Global Finals.
That's right, boss goes down, and Wunderbar absolutely putting on an incredible show to take that Siege of Morales win. And it was like we were talking about as well, Drados. We're like, wait a minute, they saw what Ethical was capable of, and then still didn't ban it anyway, and they had just an amazing strategy that really wasn't even that gimmicky or showing overly large amounts of finesse. It was just straight up, we're going to CC it, and then we're going to kill it.
I don't know. I think there was a lot of precision involved in what they did.
Oh, there was. I'm just saying it wasn't as like reliant on.
They didn't need any Song of Chi-Ji. They didn't need any of that nonsense. They just decided to run with the same usual balance and just make it work. And I don't know. It sounds easy when you say it that way, but I don't know of any teams other than Wunderbar in the world that I would rely upon to be able to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's what has been really consistently separating Wunderbar from really the rest of the pack throughout the MDI has just been their ability to put these large strategies together. And, we even saw, I believe it was last season as well, Nagura, some double spotter strats started coming around. And Wunderbar was the team that just never really needed to have any crazy fancy things. They just stuck to the road, kept pressing W, and then moved on through without an issue.
Yeah, it really seems like, I mean, obviously they're great players, right? We know that they're mechanically great, they know exactly how to play their classes, but they're also just so smart. And that is what's so scary about that team, in my opinion, just because they don't need other teams to come up with strategies that they do afterwards. They come up with their own strategies, and usually they are the best. Sometimes there's a thing or two they'll copy from someone else, but most of the time they just come up with the fastest strat and they know exactly how to move. They know exactly how to waste the least amount of time and to be as efficient as possible. And on top of that, just being so confident in their player skill, they can pull off all of these like really difficult strategies, like pulling off the spotter without needing the hearts to see. It's just incredible.
That's right, and that's why they are our defending champions as well. And showing that, Zyro, you mentioned it as well, they don't want to have a repeat of last year's, Summer LAN where they fell short in the grand finals to their NA opponents.
I think that in like the 2 years that I've been casting the MDI now, that was the only time I've ever seen that particular team of 5 players in Wunderbar look like vulnerable. Like they just weren't on that day. And I don't think I've ever seen them play that way ever again since then. These guys It's really hard to say what it is and why they're the best team, but I think it's just an individual player skill thing, as well as just having people understand what their role is in any given strat that they come up with. And that's, I don't know if it's something you can say for every other team. These guys just seem to be on another level. It's crazy.
Yeah, their level of, maybe is the conscientiousness of saying, okay, everybody's doing every single thing possible in terms of building routes, building strategies. What do you think that X factor is really for them, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 great players who play great together, right? Like it's 5 impressive individual parts, but summed up, they have this synergy together, and they have this ability to they have ideas, they have great ideas, and they have the ability to iterate and execute on them well and dismiss the bad ideas quickly in order to then get to the good ideas and spend, better time and more time than all the other teams on all these things is really impressive.
Yeah, that's always been one of the things I was kind of curious about as well. And, maybe you could talk about that somewhat, Zyro, from your experiences of participating in MDI back in Legion, of when do you find a point where you just need to keep on iterating on strategies for dungeons? And when do you say, okay, we just need to grind through and just need to execute?
It's a difficult question because it really comes down to what you think is good enough to beat the other teams, right? Mm-hmm. So when I played back then, the competition wasn't nearly as good as it is now. But for us, it was just about looking at the route we were running, thinking about how comfortable we were with running the route, and if there was ever something that was too difficult to pull off, or if it brought your success chances to pull from your 100% that you're comfortable with down to below 90, you just didn't do it because you would rather have a safe, clean strategy rather than a more crazy strat that can sometimes go wrong. But with Wunderbar, it looks like they can just kind of pull off those crazy strategies every single time.
The best of both. Yep, they've been absolutely dominant throughout, and they also get some time to just take a little bit of a breather, as our next round coming up is going to be Golden Guardians versus Complexity Limit, an NA versus NA matchup. So don't go anywhere, guys. The Mythic Dungeon International will return after a short break. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as we're getting ready for round 2 of the day between the Golden Guardians and Complexity Limit. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joined on the desk right now by Zyronic, Dratnos, and Tettles. And Tettles, the big question I think we got to ask ourselves for this matchup is, which complexity limit are we going to be seeing today? We were talking about how we wanted to see that improvement and how polarizing a lot of their performances were. And yesterday we saw exactly what we were seeing out of the regular season.
Yes, we did see the complexity limit that we saw from the regular season, very much so the either hit or miss style, where we had some statistics for the season, and they had a few players that were very, very high on the death count total, meaning that that team probably wipes a significant amount, but they also got third seed, which means that their strategies, whenever they were looking good and their best times for dungeons were strong, but whenever they go awry, they have a large amount of deaths that they can accumulate. And like you said, we saw that in the Ataldazar. So are we going to get the complexity limit that has the sick, clean run with a very fast strategy, or are we going to get the complexity limit that does a 3-pack in Ataldazar and wipes a couple times? So it's very hit or miss, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and at this point, we also have Ataldazar back in the map pool for their matchup with the Golden Guardians. So there's also going to be a lot of really quick dungeons throughout this pool, Dratnos. Take a look at this.
Well, I'm not sure. Ataldazar has a pretty long time the last time we were in there.
True. I mean, it should be.
Dratnos, you were throwing shade, friend.
Golden Guardians banned in Workshop and Complexity Limit banned in Junkyard, looking like the regular season here, Dratnos.
Yeah. Those bans, the 2 Mechagon dungeons, there's good reasons for teams to want to avoid them. We didn't have any of the possible reaping dungeons in this map pool either, so neither team felt obligated to use a ban on something like that. And yeah, we're going to see King's Rest, Motherload, and then a Tall if we get to a game 3. That may not be in the cards here. Golden Guardians, I think, are heavy favorites in this matchup.
I think so as well, and they've constantly been that team as well, Zyro, that even when they didn't have, Wunderbar in the same region as them, competing with them, they still felt obligated and they still pushed themselves to constantly be the innovators of the region. So I'm curious to see what Complexity Limit's going to be able to do in this familiar matchup for them.
Yeah, I mean, we have a similar story in this semifinal matchup to our other semifinal matchup, what we were talking about earlier, where Ethical didn't play clean yesterday, but they kind of got bailed up by the other team. Similar thing happened with Complexity Limit. They didn't necessarily play clean yesterday, but they got bailed up, perplexed, and are we going to see them step it up here today? Now, of course, I'm a member of Complexity Limit, the raid team, so I get to hear some sort of inside info, and they were so perplexed at what happened in Ataldazar yesterday. Apparently, they're pretty well practiced in there, so if we get to a game 3, it could be pretty close if they're able to put it together, but we'll see. The Motherload being in the map pool too is this is pretty interesting that they've left these maps open.
It's going to be really cool to be able to see. And before we get too carried away with Motherload and Ataldazar, let's take a look at some of our stats for King's Rest on this one, Tettles.
Oh, absolutely. So right here we have Machimba the Embalmer, which, interestingly enough, his peak lives claimed were 8. Average wipes 0.2.1. I think generally this is going to be because of how you're pulling the internment constructs into the boss. And if you accidentally get any of those internment constructs Entomb cast to go off while Machimba is active, getting a player out spawns a mummy. So you have to make sure that you're really precise with when you are pulling mobs into Machimba. And with it being a raging explosive setting inside of KR, that boss's room can get really finicky if you don't have strong hunters being able to kill explosives.
That's right. There's going to be, a hunter bonanza coming in on this dungeon, and even a fifth of the time we're seeing people wipe into Machimba is actually pretty wild to think about. But I guess it's also a testament here, Dranos, as to how aggressive some of these teams are and what they're stacking on top of bosses, even when they don't have any awakened mobs.
Yeah, with Machimba, there's this strategy that involves CCing the mummies that come out of the tombs as well. But I don't think we're actually going to see that because Explosive is active this time. So that may actually make this boss safer. It may make it less likely that we'll see a wipe on this boss in particular this time compared to other affixes we've seen in the past.
It's true, and while the leg bone is indeed connected to the foot bone, we also have Golden Guardians and Complexity Limit connected to each other, squaring off right now in King's Rest. That's a little bit of a stretch, I know. Go, take it away.
And
guys.
our producer in our ears telling us that Jack is no longer allowed to talk anymore because of that bad joke, so we are taking it away. So you see both teams here. They are either invis potioning or camouflaging, running their way through this area to be able to make it into that Golden Serpent room to be able to prep for pulls. We saw two different strategies of how teams were grouping up the mobs just in this room. It looks like Golden Guardians are doing something similar to what we saw from Wunderbar yesterday, where they're positioning themselves near that corner to be able to line a bunch of explosives and line the Deathly Chill cast to get the mobs grouped up, where Complexity Limit taking a very standard approach, using those little fire goblets to be able to get all the mobs in and line the explosives.
Yeah, Complexity Limit here has that mage once again fired up on the Minute Mage. Let's see how, oh my goodness, look at him spiking up here in this AoE damage right at the start of this pull. They're going to use Ring of Peace to line a sight around here as all these mobs are extremely on fire. And this is actually looking pretty good for Complexity Limit.
Max gets his leap canceled by a tornado there. That's kind of scary. But again, look at where Complexity Limit's positioning. They're positioning themselves around those fire goblins because they create artificial line of sight to where you don't end up having to hit the Deathly Chill cast. You don't have to kick all the Shadow Bolt volleys, and you're able to line explosives.
I think Fired Up may have attracted the ire of one of those enemies there with all that damage he was doing. He is now perished. Golden Guardians, on the other hand, have finished this pull and are going to be engaging the boss. So they are certainly faster here than Complexity Limit. They'll be pulling this boss with two of these constructs, two of these Guardians, into this first boss.
Yeah, it looks like an explosive went off on the side of Golden Guardians. Only a couple members ended up getting hit by that. I think it was just Lighty, from what it looked like. So everything's going just swell for Golden Guardians. They are, what would you say, like 15 seconds ahead? Oh, but Complexity Limit saved their Bloodlust from the first pull, where Golden Guardians ended up using it there.
Yes, that's true. And I think that Fired Up has, he's got another combustion ready right now. So he's going to be dumping that on into the Golden Serpent. And they're rapidly catching up here in boss health percentage. Despite pulling the boss much later, out comes the Ice Block to immune one of those Spit Gold applications. Fired Up here, unfortunately, not going to be with that Cauterize ability for quite a while now as a result of using it on the very first pull. So he will have to play a little bit safer in the rest of this dungeon until that comes back. But yeah, Complexity Limit here have caught back up almost. There is that 5-second death differential, but big damage coming out. Fired Up actually back on the Ajar's Font of Power for this dungeon as well. When we saw him playing yesterday, he was not using that trinket, but here he's got it equipped so he'll have even bigger combustions, but only once every 2 minutes.
Exactly. He was playing Vita in the Motherload that we saw, right?
It was something, something different.
I think it was Vita and Badge.
Something. It might have been Vita, yeah.
All right, so here comes the next combustion. You actually see that World Vein Resonance being used on his buff frame, dropping a bunch of damage. So you saw Complexity Limit catch back up in boss damage, but then once Fired Up
goodness, Fired Up has Things from Beyond just assaulting him while he's got the Spit Gold debuff. And he is playing, once again, I think 76 Corruption here. So he is in tremendous danger if a Thing from Beyond is to connect with him. But look at all the extra damage it's allowing him to do. Look at these damage numbers. This is very, very impressive for the mage.
So interestingly enough, both of these bosses are going to be killed about the same time. Complexity Limit doing a really good job of saving their Bloodlust for the Golden Serpent, being able to catch up in that regard. Golden Guardians starting to starting their gauntlet just a few seconds ahead, but realistically, this is not going to be too much of a difference in terms of time.
Yeah, it's a 25-second differential on the boss plus the 5 from the death. So 30 seconds in the lead are the Golden Guardians as they enter this room. And yeah, with Raging and Explosive active, this room even can be fairly scary.
J.B, you actually do see off to the side. You may wonder where he is relative to the raid frames. He is off grabbing the 2 other constructs that the Golden Guardians need. Blighty doing a good job being able to sustain himself even without healing. Corruption and Versatile does a lot of great things for Protection Warrior to where they don't even need healing from the healer sometimes.
Yeah, you can see the same strategy being used by Complexity Limit there with Twisted going and grabbing those enemies.
Ooh, okay, so Twisted, you saw him walking with those mobs, casting spinning. Oh, JB goes down for Golden Guardians.
Uh-oh.
He got caught by the frontal.
They do have a res coming out on him. Blighty is going to be all right as well. This should cost them not more than just that battle res.
Exactly. Blighty is probably able to self-sustain through this pack even without JB. Same with the rest of the members of the Golden Guardians, but like Dretna said, I don't think that should cost more than just the res, but that is a scary moment in time because they now no longer have that battle res available. So both sides are missing that battle res.
Yeah, that shouldn't be... I mean, it shouldn't be the end of the world, right? It's just they don't have that buffer now. They don't have that cushion against a future mistake. That's the interesting way that the battle res mechanic kind of works in this format is it doesn't matter that you lost that battle res until something else happens bad, and then it really matters.
So Complexity Limit does a really good job of killing off that 3-pack of Kings right there before finishing off the double constructs to try to get the next Gauntlet pack spawning as quickly as possible, starting that RP. Golden Guardians are on that King and Queen duo, about 20% health left on that Queen, where Complexity Limit are now starting to get the 70-60% mark on that pack.
Fired up here, battling with Twisted for that 4th place slot on the damage meters. Does eventually win. That is the tragedy of the mage outside of Combustion. He's going to have it up, though, for the next pull.
JB's Thing from Beyond spawning a Thing from Beyond.
Oh, yeah, it's a classic.
As is per tradition, yes.
Both tanks here actually are playing that Maractha's Fang trinket as well, which is going to allow him to pump out large amounts of damage. And that is in combination with the strength of the Warden Major for a big damage increase on its dot as well.
It just surprised me that healers are now electing to play the 55-59 corruption level. Not even on MDI realms, but on live realms as of late as well.
Yeah, it's because that corruption is all versatile, and so if you have all this versatility, you're just not actually taking that much damage from a Thing from Beyond or an Eye of Corruption. So you're kind of safe to add a little bit more corruption and make those do more damage to you because the corruption you're adding is defensive anyways.
Yep, so now you do see both sides here. They are skipping that Samrek Beckoner of Chaos obelisk. Historically, whenever we see teams play 3 obelisks in King's Rest, typically that Samrek one is the one that they'll end up killing, but both teams looking like they're electing to skip it. Complexity Limit does something interesting. They pull the Purification Construct off to the side. They're going to meld / feign death it off or whatever, and then Golden Guardians actually play the Purification Construct, so getting a little bit of count for that.
Yeah, so now we see that has allowed Complexity Limit to catch up in terms of dungeon progression, but they are missing that 4% count. So that may allow Golden Guardians to do the rest of the dungeon 1 pull faster, and if that's the case, then they are well ahead.
So 4% count in this dungeon is... so this dungeon's like, what is it, 116 count? So the 4% is actually a substantial amount in terms of like how many pulls you're going to be gaining over a different team.
Yes, carry the 2.
For live realms, though, obviously there's a caveat that says for live realms only. For MDI, they will pull 4 pulls of live realm pulls in one.
All right, both teams now into Machimba the Embalmer. Golden Guardian's actually still a little bit ahead here in terms of boss health compared to Complexity Limit, despite having pulled a little bit more trash. So definitely widening that gap a little bit between the two teams, as they're now into the second boss, the one for which we saw those statistics, 20% chance of wiping from any given team on this boss.
So Golden Guardians, they got Shakib out of that Entomb as quickly as possible, to the point where I suspect that Machimba will no longer cast any abilities. There's an interesting interaction with Machimba, where if you are able to break your allied player out of those sarcophaguses in a speedy time, he will no longer cast any abilities, and he will just thwomp your tank. Looks like Complexity Limit on the same side. They do have a Mummy out. A different strategy is you can set up pre-traps because of the 100% uptime on trap, and so you can just click the sarcophagus instant, and if your player is in the Entomb, great, you've gotten the boss to where he will no longer do any abilities and he's just a tank and spank. If not, he's trapped, and you just have to make sure that you reapply trap every minute.
Yeah, you can see that trap getting tossed out right now, actually, on the side of Complexity Limit.
There's a pair on the far side of the boss, on the far side as well, so that's going to need to be reapplied. It looks like Atrocity's positioning to be able to trap it. There's a freezing trap that's going to be placed over that paralysis. Both sides are looking pretty good. Golden Guardians is actually starting to pull out a little bit ahead in terms of boss damage. I think
this is the Hunters. I think this is the extra Hunter compared to the Mage. If you look here, fired up 3rd place on the damage meters on that Mage, whereas the Golden Guardians all doing very, very large amounts of damage with all 3 of their Hunters. So I would attribute this boss dying a little bit faster for Golden Guardians to that class difference, actually.
Fired Up has just popped his combustion, so Machimba is going to start dropping a little bit quicker relative to where he was right before the combustion, but even then, Golden Guardians pulled out.
Just look at those damage numbers. Like, not even just the relative amounts of the classes, but the fact that all 3 of their Hunters are just out DPSing anybody on the side of Complexity Limit.
Well, it's also because you're pulling those internment constructs into Machemba, so you have rapid reload for your aspect of the wild recharge set on 3 hunters as opposed to 2 hunters from Complexity Limit. Whereas if fired up is combusting Machemba on pull, while that is nice, it's not.
And it
it's
actually
not
ends the rapid
boss
reload
damage.
phase faster.
Exactly.
Because it murders those 2 things that are next to the boss. All right, Golden Guardians now with a massive pull here on the start of the bridge. All of those raging mobs inside that healing totem as well. Does get so the healing totem is taken care of. We see Turtle coming out. Oh, but Lighty goes down. They do have a battle res back, but they don't have a good way to cast it. They're going to need somebody to go into harm's way and actually
The mobs are
res
low.
on him.
Okay, so this is okay. Everything is so low that they should be able to just kind of kite it out with pet taunts and everything. All right, that was incredibly scary. The Golden Guardians are able to salvage it. Complexity Limit doing a very similar pull. This is their way that they can start to try to claw back just a little bit.
And look what happened to that totem there. Just totems actually can catch fire with Ignite when you have a mage in your group. So Complexity Limit had absolutely no problem with that totem. It died within a second of showing up as it immediately got applied that Ignite debuff. But yeah, Golden Guardians now doing the skip. Complexity Limit, though, looking a little bit better on this pull than Golden Guardians did on their version of it. I think made up a little bit of time here. They'll be doing, it looks like, the same strategy with using the Obelisk as a partial group skip. So most of the team is going into the Obelisk, and one hunter is going in stealth to just stay in the real world and then tag the boss to pull everybody else out of Ny'alotha.
Yeah, this is super smart. Right here, you do see Eric running down the platform, going to do something similar to what we saw from Golden Guardians. He's about to just tag the boss once everybody is inside the arena, so they don't get locked out with those gates. Golden Guardians here, on the other hand, are 30% ahead on Cool of the Butcher. So
yeah, that gap is noticeable, and they still have that 4% trash advantage as well in their favor.
Do you think it's just optimization of how quickly they're moving around the room? Because that's like the only thing that I really notice is just how in sync Golden Guardians is relative to Complexity Limit with Lightfoot potions, just with like their decision making in terms of they don't even need to talk about anything, they just pull.
I think they're doing a good job of also like pulling the trigger on getting into Machemba as fast as possible instead of, waiting a little bit. I think Golden Guardians, much like Wunderbar, actually, very good at kind of grouping everything up quickly and not spending a lot of time waiting to do something. There's very, very little waiting in the Golden Guardians strategy.
I was talking to Yoda a little bit about it, and he was like, yeah, there's very minimal talking whenever we're actually running the keys. And then he referred to it as manual override. He goes, if something goes wrong, they will enter manual override where we have to communicate things, like calling kicks or whatever. But generally, there's very infrequent communication in their comms because everything is so scripted.
Right, you've practiced this strategy hundreds of times. Maybe not hundreds of times, but somewhere close to that, probably. And so who's doing
over
what.
6 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, you have a huge amount of experience here, and you just know who's kicking which enemy in which pull. You don't actually need to call anything out unless something weird happens. And in fact, if you do, it's likely to distract people from what they know they have to do. And so yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Look at Golden Guardians. So they immediately pulled Xanazol on top of that Earthwall totem. Just let the explosive totem go off because they know that it won't one-shot them 100-0. And so they focus down Xanazol, and it allows them to completely skip an extra totem phase.
Yeah, they're doing a great job there of just murdering Xanazol onto Akali now. That 30% boss health difference between the two teams has roughly stayed the same from pull, so Complexity Limit not losing time here, I'd say. But if they do get another totem phase from Xanazol, that will be an entirely different story. They need to burn down Xanazol here before it summons another set of totems. That's a good job by the Complexity Limit as well. Yeah, so they are keeping up here with the pace that they have set.
Again, there's still 4% behind. That can be attributed to that purification construct, which, do you think that that's going to make one pull's worth of difference at this point?
Yeah, I mean, one argument in favor of Complexity Limit is because they have this mage, they may be able to safely execute a bigger pull and just have it die very quickly to a combustion. So we'll have to see if that ends up being possible. Ooh, Lighty taking a big hit there with that Shattered Defenses debuff on him. Does manage to survive it, but that looked brutal.
So something that I do know that we saw from teams yesterday is that they were playing, by and large, they were playing Shadow of Zul by himself. If you have a mage on your team, however, do you believe that teams will be looking to play the 3-pack into that Shadow of Zul?
It's possible. Again, you get the huge benefit of the mage just incidentally killing anything that is dragged next to a combustion target.
Yes.
But it is still extremely sketchy, and you're not going to kill Zool quick enough for a protection warrior to not be in jeopardy here at a plus 21 key. Especially given that the protection warriors have to be playing, like they're playing all this offensive stuff for the rest of the dungeon. You know, the Mreth's Fang, the Strength of the Warden, instead of defensive options like a N'Zoth Trinket or a Memory of Lucid Dreams Mage here.
So, interestingly enough, Lighty, invisibility potions all the way through. JB is... Oh, JB died during the
That
skip.
cannot be part of the plan, because they don't have a good way to res
so
it. They have a battle res, so that will be the plan.
He was just a few moments late on pressing his Shadow Meld. Honestly, him trying to get through a Shadow Meld there, totally fine. Maybe an invisibility potion would have been a little bit more consistent, but burning a B-res there, not the end of the world as long as they do not need it later.
They are pulling trash here into Shadow of Zool. It's just going to be 2 enemies, though. They have
85. Oh, they have 4 obelisks, so that's where the rest of the
this is the construct that we were talking about. That allows them to trap this enemy here, the caster, or not the caster, but the archer on the side of the bridge there. And they're going to be able to meld off combat with it later and not have to fight it. It's all coming together.
You'd be willing to make?
Well, so on the side of Complexity Limit, instead, they did this big 5-pack, and that's going to get them all the count they need. So Complexity Limit now, moving on to Shadow Zool. Both teams are going to be done with their count, except for the last boss there. There is that Beastmaster coming in, though. Oh my goodness, huge damage coming out on everybody on the side of on the side of Golden Guardians. They're barely able to survive this. Shadow Zool does go down, and you just need to mop up the rest of this trash.
Finishing up Shadow of Zool solo, where the Golden Guardians retrap the Beastmaster. They kill off the Raptor. So fortunate enough for them, the gate drops once you do end combat with Shadow of Zool. JB is able to walk in the room and start the RP on King Dazar to where he is just ready to be pulled for the rest of the group once everybody gets in here. Lighty has thrown his axe at King Dazar, and Golden Guardians have engaged the final boss. This is looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, Golden Guardians definitely can win here if they can just execute this part without anything going wrong. Oh, on the side of Complexity Limit, disaster has struck as a Dark Revelation puddle has occurred just next to Shadow Zool.
Max is
going to go down as a result of that. That is extremely unfortunate. Did not have a good way of dealing with that one. They needed somebody to go in and use an immunity, I think, inside that circle. It is really rough when it spawns that close to Shadow Zool.
Are Complexity Limit 2 count over, or does Golden Guardians have to kill that trapped Beastmaster?
That's an interesting question, Tettles, and one which I will be much more equipped to answer after all these mobs die, and we'll see what count they're at.
I see.
I think we have to remember as well that the Shadow of Zool count is not factored into the tracker.
There's the Beastmaster right there. Look, he's running in.
Yeah, the Beastmaster is staying trapped, so maybe they're going to deal with the Beastmaster once Dazar is like sub 60 or sub 40 or whatever. In that very last phase of the fight. That would be a pretty free time to do it in. And there's the time warp for Complexity Limit. They actually have that real Bloodlust as well. I guess so does Golden Guardians through the pets.
Yeah, because they're running Core Hound. Core Hound is actually a ferocity
pet, which
gives access to Bloodlust.
All right, so Complexity Limit, definitely, I don't think they have... Wow, actually, just look at what Fired Up is doing to this, though. Look at what Fired Up is doing to these mobs.
This is what the Mage is really good at. So the Mage is exceptional at killing awakened mobs on top of final bosses, and just it's because of the raw power of how Ignite ends up working. Dude, look, everything's just dead.
Yeah, and this is all this extra corruption that they get compared to last time we were in the MDI, all goes into the Mastery stat, and Mastery is that AoE. All of that AoE is scaled by Mastery.
They also have extra gems and stuff too. There's so much bonus damage that's coming out of the Fire Mage here, but even still, Golden Guardians are a solid 20% ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the gap is closed here, though. Complexity Limit has got a faster last boss than Golden Guardians does, I believe.
Golden Guardians has already dismounted.
The rest. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Guardians already dismounted Tazala off of King Dazar, and now they're just sitting here cleaving down the Beastmaster with King Dazar. So that's where the Beastmaster comes back in handy.
Yeah,
the difference between the Purification Construct and not is the 5-pack versus the 3-pack into Shadow Zool.
Mm-hmm. And I think I like Golden Guardian's side of things here. The fact that they were able to then combine a pull with Shadow Zool, right? That's effectively -1 pull through the dungeon. Really speeds everything up. But this is an impressive showing for Complexity Limit as well. This is a very fast time that is going to come out for them as well in this dungeon. They're within a minute, I think, of the Golden Guardian's time, which is a great place to be.
This is not a run to be displeased with on either side, honestly.
Mm-hmm. That mage certainly looking impressive on the side of Complexity Limit. Not going to be enough, though. Golden Guardians are going to take game 1 here. 96%. They, of course, have that 4 extra percent that's not showing up on our tracker from Shadow Zool. So that's all they need. The dungeon is now over. Golden Guardians win game 1.
There it is. Golden Guardians taking the win. And it wasn't as spectacular in terms of like a couple of the deaths that we were seeing here and there, but they do take that win quite handily over Complexity Limit. But like you mentioned, Complexity Limit stayed in that hunt. They stayed in the race there, Zyro, and that's always going to be a position that we want to be able to see. That couple of little mistakes on one opponent's side, a couple improvements on another opponent's on their side, and they could really turn that into a win.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a solid building block for Complexity Limit here, but we have to talk about Golden Guardians. They had an overall relatively solid run, like only a couple very small hiccups over the dungeon. I think the worst part was probably the healer death in the gauntlet, just to a frontal slam. That's the kind of thing that you really can't see happen, but you know what? Didn't end up meaning anything in the long run here. They did take down this first King's Rest, and now we're moving on to both Motherlode and Ataldazar, which we've seen Complexity Limit run. But so Golden Guardians kind of knows what they have to do to win on these maps.
I loved Golden Guardians' decisiveness with how they were moving through the dungeon. They were just all on the same page every single time. Whenever a Lightfoot potion needed to be popped, they were all in sync with popping it. Everybody was to the party whenever they needed to be, waiting for Lighty to get mobs grouped up, or just being in position, getting sick misdirections in the first boss room, getting all the mobs grouped up quickly. I thought that was an immaculate run by Golden Guardians.
I don't know. I mean, there were 3 uncharacteristic deaths, right? 2 from J.B and 1 from Lighty that, none of them ended up costing them much time, but any of them could have, I think. And that
it does leave open the door for some bigger mistakes. I do agree with that.
I think that's always what they're kind of looking for next. Is they've constantly been compared. Golden Guardians constantly been compared to Wunderbar in terms of the stature of their team and where they match up against them. So they're kind of forever saying, okay, well they had what was it, 2050 or 21 minute KR that they had right there. Well, Wunderbar had just under 20 minutes for their run. So what needs to change? What needs to be developing for them? Because we're always kind of expecting Golden Guardians Wunderbar matchups to be coming pretty soon in this tournament as well, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. We talked about this a lot last year when NA and EU were in the same region. Everyone's strategy kind of needs to be, how can you deal with Wunderbar? And it's kind of a scary thing to think about with how good they are. We talked about it last match, and yeah, this might be good enough to get them in a match against Wunderbar, but putting yourself in a situation where you needed the other team to wipe in order to win is not going to be very favorable for you.
That's right, and Mudload's going to be next up in our pool, and I'm very curious to see how this is going to start, matching up, because we were seeing some, what was around 15, 16-minute runs earlier on this weekend here, Drenos.
Yeah, this is a dungeon that there's been a lot of evolution and strategy in, and most teams we've seen doing this many Peacekeeper first pull into first boss, using sending everybody out on a stealth mission to go and activate some Peacekeepers, and then meeting up and shadow melding, and then all the Peacekeepers activating and coming at them anyways. We'll have to see, though, what Golden Guardians end up doing, because I don't think we've seen their move in this dungeon yet. And of the other teams that have played this, I think 3 out of 4 of them have messed up that first pull. So Golden Guardians either may be able to execute it better, or may just have a different strategy entirely that eliminates that risk.
I wonder if we do have some statistics on Motherlode for Golden Guardians from the past, because from what I remember, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, Settles, but what I remember, Golden Guardians has always been very, very strong with this dungeon and just constantly evolving their strategies.
Oh, absolutely. Their Motherlode has always been something to watch. Even last season, whenever they were Method NA, whenever they were the first people that I ever saw to do. It was like 7 thugs in one pool or something, just super sick.
Didn't they just have their healer stealth and just sit out as the unholy DKs? He was just chilling. He was chilling in the back.
He was AFK in stealth. Yeah, the DKs are sitting there with Icebound Fortitude, and it's like, oh, either it dies or I die. Like, the Rokas were posted up, and they just pray that they don't die. And honestly, their Motherlode innovations have always been super good. So I would suspect that, again, it's hard to innovate whenever you don't see what other teams are doing a lot of the times, but this Wunderbar team and this Golden Guardians team have always been at the forefront of innovation, I feel like.
Yeah, and big part of that innovation as well, Zyro, is going to be kiting Obelisk with the last boss, and Razdunk, on average, almost killing one person a fifth of the time. These teams are having wipes to it. It's it's going to be a tall task.
Oh yeah, and that's a dangerous boss to deal with when you don't have a healer up there with you. We're probably going to see the similar logic loops coming out from, or rather, the rebooting bit band, I believe is what it is, coming out from the DPS players, healing every member in their group every 15 seconds just to keep themselves alive. And of course, they have a lot of defensive abilities to deal with the crash downs in the intermission phase, but a lot can go wrong, as we saw yesterday. Perplexed even, unfortunately, snapping mobs on top of them on the final boss there because of healer aggro, because the players require so much healing to stay alive. It's just a ridiculously difficult fight in general, and then taking the healer out of the mix can cause all sorts of problems.
What do you guys think about the mage in ML? Because we saw Complexity Limit play the mage in ML yesterday, and theoretically, with the overclock buff and the Peacekeepers, like the combustion being able to go through the Peacekeeper shield pretty easily, it seems like it should be really strong, yet Complexity Limit's ML seemed a little bit slower than it needed to be yesterday, so I'm not sure.
Ignite doesn't go through the shield, though.
You're able to,
the shield.
You're able to stack up Ignite through the shield, though, right?
Sure. Yeah. You can stack up the Ignite, but if you're standing in front of the shield, it'll be absorbed still. So you need to position yourself in a way to where you're behind as many of the shields as possible. It's definitely a big player cap thing, but if it's pulled off properly, Mage does have the highest damage potential in the game.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, we'll see if they're going to be bringing that Magician back with them as Motherload is ready to go between Golden Guardians and Complexity Limit.
And Golden Guardians here with an unfortunate corruption slow on Lighty at this very first thing. Starting off their dungeon, that's not what you like to see. And out comes some Shadow Mells there. I wonder where their Hunters are off to. It looks like the same strategy is actually coming out pretty much from both teams here.
You know
Actually,
what I think we need to bring
back.
We need to allow tanks to get dazed off their mounts again.
This is not going to be the same strategy at all. This is a big pull from Golden Guardians.
The 7 Thugs! Golden Guardians doing a massive pull. So 1, 2, 3. This looks like 7 Peacekeepers. Oh, 8 Peacekeepers? Man, this pull is wild for... So historically, we've seen a pull of this caliber, but it's only been done with 2 Death Knights and a Rogue. But Golden Guardians are attempting to do it with triple Hunter.
Yeah, look at that HPS being put out by J.B's Way of the Crane. They were just letting those Hail of Flechettes go through and they're just spinning crane kicking through it. Meanwhile, on the side of Complexity Limit, we have the same pull that we saw them try to do yesterday. It didn't quite work out for them. They had to use a battle res on it, but this time things may go a little bit better as they are pulling the first boss and a boatload of Peacekeepers. Golden Guardians, though, huge amount of count there from this first pull. 43% on the board from that very first pull.
The advantage of doing the pull like that is you're also getting the count from those mecha jockeys into your count total as well. So whenever you do the pull how Complexity Limit did, you're going to be melding, feign deathing, vanishing, shadow melding off those mecha jockey combat, meaning that you're not going to be gaining the 4 count per Peacekeeper that you end up killing from the mech jockeys that are piloting it. Whereas whenever you do it like Golden Guardians, you do get that count. So they may have a 28, 32-ish count advantage over what a similar pull would be from Complexity Limit, just in terms of how much count is going into those Peacekeepers.
Yeah, Golden Guardians are pretty much done with count in the rest of the dungeon. They're going to need to get the VMZ count so that they can do their kiting strategy, if that is their strategy. But other than that, they're pretty much all set. Whereas Complexity Limit are going to still need to pull some more stuff after this boss in order to reach that 100% mark eventually.
Is Golden Guardians just going to run straight to Azeroth after they end up killing Coin?
I think they can, yeah. And then they can maybe pull the trash pack just before Azeroth in to just round out their percent. On the side of Complexity Limit, though, this pull has looked really good as well. They are getting a lot of count also, and they're killing this boss at the same time and making use of that mage. This is a really great pull for the mage.
Golden Guardians is catching up. Okay, so also like a big deal with having this many Peacekeepers is that coin-operated crowd pummeler is going to move in like a very strange way, and oh goodness. Okay, hold on, pause for a second. Golden Guardians have pulled the Mine Rats and the Earth Ragers in. This is a significant amount of tank damage. Even on a 21 on Tyrannical, this can be scary for your tank because of those throw rocks, those rock lances, and those earth shocks.
Oh no, and some coins have been picked up. I think actually both sides have coin-operated crowd pummelers that are extremely, extremely loaded with coins right now. Luckily, Complexity Limit able to finish that off, but I think that the next energy pulse that we see coming out on the side of Golden Guardians is going to hurt. Yeah, actually, you can see that dot still ticking on everybody.
So Golden Guardians is just has the VMZ left. Plus, I think they probably will pull that one trash pack, like you were stating, in the Azarok.
Right, whereas Complexity Limit, you can see right now, are actually doing a trash pull. And Golden Guardians, I don't know if they are going to do that. It looks like they might actually be doing this big trash pull here as well. So this is where they're going to be collecting some count as well. At some point, they're going to be out of options, though, because if they're planning to pull the whole VMZ, maybe
I guess maybe a false assumption is that they're going to be kiting the Awakened Obelisks.
Yeah, they could just be planning to kill the 4 Awakened enemies, or they could be planning. Oh
JB.
no, J.B has perished. Okay,
Lighty has 2 of those Earth. Oh goodness.
Look at his health just degenerate with those dots on him. Another one applied. Those are
Lighty,
physical
please.
dots as
if
well.
If Lighty goes down, this is so bad. Oh no. Okay, so this pack is incredibly hard to kite back, but those sappers are killing themselves off currently.
Yeah, the problem is everything else. You can see Lip now getting sniped.
It's so hard to recover.
All of these enemies are just casting. There's another Rock Lance, just taking out one of their players. And that's what happens here when your tank dies. This is a very, very, very time-consuming and death-costly pull once the tank has perished the first time.
So I've been at this point in Life Keys, and I'm sure you have as well, where you want to try to salvage this pull, but then you end up turbo feeding, running it down on this pack. But something that Golden Guardians is doing that's interesting is that they pulled so many extractors. These drillers that come out of the extractors do not give count. So I suspect that Golden Guardians are about to drop a binding shot here. They're going to dismiss their pets. They're all going to use their drop combat abilities, and then they're going to no longer be in combat with these drillers.
Yeah, I think they might be they might save them until they reach the top here, and then they'll meld everything all at once. Yeah. You can see Lighty, he's going to get in combat, and then he's going to leap meld once they're all ready. There's the leap, there's the meld, and everything has been... Yeah, the bomb's unfortunately there on top of Lighty. On the side of Complexity Limit, though, things have gotten badly twisted. Does die and takes the battle res. Wow, great battle res from Complexity Limit. Keeping Twisted up. Max able to survive until Twisted back available. And that is looking good for them. So they're a little bit ahead here on Azarok, but look at those trash count differentials between these teams. Golden Guardians are almost at 100%. Complexity Limit still shy of 50%.
That is a large amount of count, and if I were saying who I would guess to win this, I would absolutely take Golden Guardians at this point in the match. 30% trash differential is so...
It does definitely tell us that their strategy is not going to be to kite the obelisk, right? They have nowhere near enough count left in their route to pull that trash in the VMZ efficiently, so they're not going to be doing that, which means that they will be fighting 4 Awakened Obelisks, we think. Maybe they'll do the last obelisk, so maybe it will just be 3, but they'll be at least fighting some Awakened enemies with Mogul Razdunk. Complexity Limit, on the other hand, we know that their strategy involves that kite, which we saw Twisted successfully execute yesterday. Twisted actually one of the few healers that I think has yet to mess up a Awakened Obelisk kite, as far as I remember.
Something I just noticed is that we're currently 7 minutes into the dungeon, and Golden Guardians are almost done with 2 bosses and trash count.
Yeah, that is an impressive feat for sure. Motherload is just one of those dungeons where sometimes you can get these routes and where you feel so smart because you've got all your trash count like very early into the dungeon. That is a really, really good feeling, and I think Golden Guardians have exactly one of those plans here.
But typically, you're super smart, and then you're fighting Azarok at 24 minutes into the dungeon.
Right. Yeah, that is definitely an important difference.
There's an important distinction to be made. Okay, so Complexity Limit doing the smart strategy of running around the right side. It saves you approximately 5 seconds overriding the minecart, but it is dangerous because if you hit the bombs, then you just kind of die.
If anybody wants to see what can happen if you hit those bombs, I believe Tettles has hit almost all of them. Almost all, in fact, in the same day once before. It's a very catastrophic thing.
Anyhow, Golden Guardians here are making their way towards Rixa Flux Flame. Complexity Limit just finishing off their skip into Rixa's room as well. We know that Eric is about to pull this War Machine, going to Misdirection Max to be able to get that War Machine and that Technician in. That Technician does cast that Overcharge buff, which grants 50% haste whenever spell's stolen, which allows Fired Up to just do wild amounts of damage towards these first 2 mobs. Golden Guardians on the other side doing a very similar thing.
They have 2 War Machines in here. Mind. They've done a good job though. Oh no, they have not. No, they've not. They've not done a good job at all of pulling. Look at what happened there to Lip's health. So War Machines, when they cast that charge shot, if the first one is already casting charge shot, the second one will target somebody who's not a tank, because only one person can have that debuff at a time. So look what's happening there.
It's the nearest player. I actually don't know how it works with Hunter Pets, but the fact that it was going on somebody that was, or the fact that it was going on Lip there makes me assume that it will not pick Hunter Pets, but it can go on the nearest. Like you're saying,
if the tank has already being charge shot by another one. Luckily, they managed to heal through it, but that was extremely sketchy there. And I believe they tried to mitigate that based on when they pulled those War Machines, but a little bit of randomness associated with that spell queue ended up getting them anyways. They are okay, though. 96% count now. The rest they need will just be from those 4 Awakened Obelisks. So they're going to be doing 4 Obelisks with the last boss for sure here. If that works out for them, they are well ahead, and they are going to win this game and this match. If they wipe to that, I believe Complexity Limit is close enough that they can then steal and come back here with their kiting strategy if that works out.
It's absolutely going to take a pretty big blunder by Golden Guardians, but Golden Guardians' run has looked just insanely fast in terms of how well they executed that first pull of the dungeon, and the reason that they're so far ahead is off the back of that first pull giving them, what was it, 45% enemy forces count or something just absurd.
Yeah, it looked so easy as well, but if you try to do that pull yourself, you're gonna find yourself dead to those thug charges. You're just wondering, like, how on earth did the Golden Guardians pull this off?
I wouldn't even do that in a Mythic 0.
It's extremely lethal, but somehow they were able to live through it. I'm sure with a great amount of practice and understanding of exactly when they need to use their abilities to survive all that stuff.
Golden Guardians here are going to be running up the right-hand side. Maybe they're going to elect to let Lighty go into the obelisk. Okay, so no, they're actually all just going to run up. They're all either going to pop their meld or their feigned death ability to be able to drop combat with all of these mobs, mines, whatever else they are pulling, just to be able to get all the way through, because they no longer need any enemy forces count. All the enemy forces count that they do require will be coming here momentarily out of the obelisks.
Yeah, they do have a couple of those mines that they activated, which are still going to be coming at them. They're finishing those off really quick, and then they will be pulling this last boss and fighting, not kiting, the obelisks. Meanwhile, Complexity Limit are setting up to kite by killing all of the trash that's in the VMZ, so they are catching up on that mob count, but their fate is not in their own hands anymore. It is in the hands of the Golden Guardians, who are pulling Mogul Razdunk now and all 4 of those Awakened enemies. If this works out for them, they are going to win, and they will be in to at least 3rd place, and we will see them again tomorrow. Loser of this match, however, going into the lower bracket.
Golden Guardians here, not running 4 hounds, electing to run turtles. Are turtles ferocity pets by chance? Do you know?
I have no idea.
All right, neither do I, but I see that the Golden Guardians members electing to run the turtle. All right, so Complexity Limit here. You do see on the right-hand side of your screen, they are pulling double War Machine. They have a bunch of...
Oh my goodness.
A bunch of technicians, a lot of Sky Scorchers. This is very scary. Golden Guardians making the killing of the 4 obelisks pretty seamless right now.
Lighty is taking large amounts of damage, though. That is going to be the Life Cocoon from J.B. Yeah, there it is. And they are almost done here with these Awakened enemies. Just Urgroth and the Blood of the Corrupt are left. That Gatling gun does a lot of physical damage, though, if people get caught in it. We saw that happen, actually, the first time it was cast. This time they get a little bit more of a favorable direction with that boss spin direction. And they are now done with their Awakened enemies.
They just minutes into this dungeon.
Yeah, they just have this boss fight. This is a ridiculous pace that they are on here. Complexity Limit's run hasn't been bad at all. Complexity Limit has looked pretty great, I'd say, in their run, but Golden Guardians are just on another level entirely. And they are out of the woods at this point. They just have this boss fight, although it's not an easy boss fight on Tyrannical necessarily. Can still be lethal if things go wrong for them, and there are a couple of cases where things can go really wrong if you're not careful with where you position those Sky Scorchers in the intermission.
Okay. So what Dratnus is referencing with that comment is the Sky Scorchers will occasionally do a disengage style leap where they will just leap away from you, and we've seen issues in the past where teams will just accidentally reset their boss. Complexity Limit is having some major problems right now. Eric is at 5% HP. Atrocity is dead. Twist is trying to kite these mobs, and he looks like he's going to end up resetting the pull. Bloodlust was popped for Complexity Limit as well. That is
not what you like to see, as Complexity Limit having their pull there go horrifically wrong. They still may have enough time to catch up here if Golden Guardians have something go wrong for them, but at this point, Golden Guardians are done with the hard part of the fight, right? They've done the 4 Awakened Obelisks. They just have the boss left. They're through the intermission. All they need to do is not have anything go... Wow, look at... What are they dismissing pets for in this phase? I guess they're summoning out different pets here for the final phase. Yeah, getting those Spirit Beasts out. A little minor optimization from the Golden Guardians for this very last phase. Nothing that those pets could be doing that was useful as the intermission ended. And yeah, they're gearing up to try again.
They have Tenacity pet out. Like, I guess the heal from the Spirit Beast.
Yeah, I mean, may as well, right? It's a
I guess you have extra time. There's no... Yeah. I guess there's no point in... You just pop the Spirit Bend on yourself and let JB do all of the damage he possibly can.
And that, I think that's all they need here. Yeah, there's not really any way that this could go wrong for the Golden Guardians at this point. Complexity Limit with a valiant effort, but that is going to be Game 2 and the match going to Golden Guardians. They will be tomorrow playing up against Wunderbar. They are going to win this game.
This ML, that was very swift, I will say. Gonna be right at 15 minutes.
Whew. Yeah, that is some ridiculous precision there by the Golden Guardians, taking the victory in Motherlode. And like you mentioned, Dranos, they're going to be having a nice short day today, and they'll be squaring off against Wunderbar for tomorrow. So on this side, it's ironic, Golden Guardians has shown that they are that team that continues to want to go up against their EU brothers, really their EU counterparts, and we get to see who's going to jump into the finals tomorrow for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, they definitely showed in this Motherlode that they are good enough to compete with Wunderbar. This strat was ridiculously fast. Opting to not go for that Peacekeeper on the first boss strat and just going like we were talking about before the match with that 7 addled Thug and 7 Peacekeeper pull. Pretty ridiculous that they're able to pull that off.
Yeah, and that was just... looking at that from the beginning, like Tettles, you just had to like sit there and count. You're like, how many of the thugs did they end up grabbing?
I only have 2 hands, bro. They can only pull so many Peacekeepers before I start losing track.
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely insane. And I think part of it also comes to like just the optimization that you have to think of, Dranos, when you're looking at, okay, what is possible to go wrong? What's going to be going on with any of the mech jockeys or maybe even some of the thugs that could be causing problems for them? And they just went right into it. They went for the big win there.
Yeah, it looked fantastic for them. And the level of play here has really been stepped up. Sub 15 minutes in the Motherlode is absurd. That's completely absurd. I think that's the best time we've seen, not particularly close compared to any other team there. I don't think we've seen Wunderbar's Motherlode yet this weekend, so that may still be a question mark. That might be competitive with Golden Guardians, but right now I would put the Golden Guardians as the favorite in Motherlode against anybody, including Wunderbar.
Most definitely. And Zyronic, let's just start breaking down that Motherlode. What were the highlights that you had for us?
I mean, we already talked about it. That first pull with the addled thugs and the Peacekeepers, one of the things that you guys were mentioning beforehand is that, oh yeah, JB just stays out of combat behind. He's in there. He's spinning. He's doing all the damage he can. And you can see the Hunters are up there doing 1,000,000 DPS each.
Yeah.
Something that's usually reserved for DKs. They're shredding the boss. Of course, not taking it any slower, pulling trash on top of Azeroth. What was crazy to me is that in this Motherlode, Golden Guardians were at the same point of the dungeon as Complexity Limit here, but they had 30% more trash count for pretty much the entire dungeon. They were just cruising through this dungeon. And then, of course, opting to not go for the kite strategy of just cleaving down the 4 awakened mobs on top of the boss. Just great execution from them.
Yeah, that's a lot of times just as good as it gets, really, is setting the tone, setting the pace from very early point in the dungeon and being able to continue to capitalize on it is what you love to see. And as we take a look at our bracket, as we mentioned, one of our Golden Guardians are in our upper finals. They have the rest of the day to rest, relax, practice, while Complexity Limit and Ethical have now dropped into the lower bracket, awaiting to see who is getting eliminated and who is going to be moving on. So with the next series coming up here, Dratnos, we've got Goosey Bad and Deplete from Beyond. What do you think needs to happen for both of these teams to continue to advance?
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I think that Deplete from Beyond have to be the favorites in this one. I think that what we've seen from them over the course of Cup play has been a little bit ahead of where Goosey Bad was at. But, yesterday, Goosey Bad looked pretty good. They weren't as fast as the other teams, but their runs were clean in a way that I think suggests that they have the potential to win against a team like Deplete from Beyond that has, I think, a better average time, but maybe a little bit more variance in how well their times go.
I
Yeah, and
agree,
I think-
dude. Goosey Bad was playing against Wunderbar in the first matchup, which, okay, sure, they were 2 minutes behind in a couple dungeons, but they only had like 1 or 2 deaths, where Deplete from Beyond's losses, they had 1 or 2 full team wipes, setting them like 2 or 3 minutes behind at a time. Like Dradnus was saying, I think Goosey Bad just looked more consistent yesterday, so maybe if they're able to bring that through today, Deplete from Beyond looks like they did yesterday. I would agree, though, that Deplete from Beyond should be the favorite in this.
All right, well, we'll have to see who's going to come out on top. But first, we'll be taking a quick break, so don't go anywhere, guys. The MDI will be back after this. It's now time for the lower rounds as the eliminations begin. Goosey Bad and Deplete from Beyond will be starting us off. And now we're going to see who is heading home and who gets to continue to advance and fight to survive. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack, and joined right now by Tettles, Nagura, and Dratnos. And Nagura, after being able to sit back and watch some of those games so far, how are you thinking of some of our top bracket teams?
I think they're very impressive. To be honest, some of the teams are performing as to be expected, right? We saw Wunderbar performing really well. We also saw GG, of course, do incredibly well. That pull at the start of Metalol was just some, I don't even know, I've never seen anything like that before. So definitely we have the top 2 teams performing as to be expected. Then we also have some teams underperforming, to be honest. For example, Perplexed underperforming yesterday. We'll have to see how they do later today. And I think Ethical also just played a little bit worse than what we're used to from them.
Yeah, and Tettles, you brought up a great topic before the break, talking about how Goosey Bad was staying as a very consistent team, but they were just not as fast on average as a lot of their opponents. Do you think this is their big opportunity to put themselves in a position they can capitalize on any sort of mistakes that Deplete from Beyond has kind of been known for having here and there?
So if you have to give me the option between you have like a really, really fast time in 60% of the dungeons you run, or a team that will consistently with 100%, like will have 0 deaths, I will take the team with 0 deaths every single time, even if they are 1 to 2 minutes slower, because like the quantity of what is expected to be the team is known. Whereas whenever we were watching Deplete from Beyond versus Ethical yesterday, I felt like both teams had major mishaps, but Deplete from Beyond's were just even more. They were
profound.
Even more scary. Yeah, exactly. Profound. That's a great word to describe it than that of Ethicals. I felt like just Deplete from Beyond did not look like themselves.
Yeah, without question. And to start us off on the maps, we're going to have Siege of Veralis right now. So lots of potential for very high highs and very low lows. But right now, we're also seeing bans coming out for Underrot and for Junkyard. About as expected for us?
Yeah, so the Underrot ban there being the Reaping dungeon. We saw a little bit of Reaping yesterday, but teams have largely been banning it to avoid having to practice it, I think, as the main incentive there. And then Junkyard, another dungeon that has just a lot of variability associated with it. You know, the first thing going wrong in Junkyard can often lead to the entire run derailing. That is going to mean that we get to see Siege of Veralis, though, and Siege of Veralis is a dungeon where we actually saw Deplete from Beyond play Horde, which is not a common choice in this most recent MDI Cup in this dungeon. So that'll be cool to see probably 2 different strategies in this dungeon.
Yeah, and we saw how, you know, taking advantage of that extra time it would take for the gate to open so they could enter the last boss. Ethical used a lot of that to take care of all of their trash. But now Deplete from Beyond, you know, they won't have to wait for any of that RP. They won't have to wait for that extra time. And they also, Nagura, won't have to deal with any of the bombers that are coming out too.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Horde is just over like a comfort pick, just because most of these teams are playing Horde on live servers, so they're used to the way the Horde dungeon works. And I think it's just also in general just considered easier compared to the Alliance version.
All right, well, let's see what these teams have to show for us right now as Siege of Veralis is getting ready to go underway between Goosey Bad and Deplete from Beyond.
Alright, so we'll see what they play. Comp-wise, we do know that Deplete from Beyond played Triple Hunter yesterday. I don't think we're going to see much of a different comp coming out of Goosey Bad, but we haven't seen them in this dungeon yet, so we'll see. There we go, it is the Triple Hunter, and we also see them play Alliance. So difference in Horde and Alliance between Deplete from Beyond and
Hello,
Goosey
Martin.
Bad.
Yeah, both teams making their way, skipping the trash here at the start. This has become kind of the meta strategy in the MDI for this place, is not to bother with all of these enemies, as they're a little bit tougher, and also they don't give very much count. So teams are opting to skip instead, and both teams now making their way across this little bridge here. Are we going to see this obelisk used? Looks like that's going to be a yes from Goosey Bad and a no from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, it looks like they're just skipping right past that obelisk and past the trash. They do not have the Shadow Melt available to them, so they actually have to play this trash that they just pulled. They're just gathering up everything around this corner. This is actually a huge amount of trash. Not only the trash from inside this box room, but also the ones that they pulled after the invisible potions were over at the very start. So huge amount of trash percentage here to be gained by the Play from Beyond. Looked like they're popping the Bloodlust a little bit too late. I'm not sure if they were intending to
yeah, they're just gonna take it into the boss here.
Group.
It's a strange time to pop Lust though.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure what the logic is there either. Yeah. Goosey Bad, meanwhile, have finished off that first awakened enemy. Usually this doesn't indicate a difference in the amount of awakened enemies that each team will fight, it's just when they choose to do it. So we expect to Play from Beyond will probably pull that Spider Obelisk later, whereas Goosey Bad will probably skip that instead, and that will even up the times from that. But yeah, Goosey Bad here with a slightly smaller pull because they don't have all that extra trash coming in. Again, different dungeons in this first area for the two teams as a result of Play from Beyond playing the Horde versus Goosey Bad's Alliance.
Yeah, and it looks like Goosey Bad is not actually pulling the boss on top of this trash group here that they pull. So they got a smaller pull, 11% only compared to the 17% that the Play from Beyond pulled. And on top of that, they also just used their Bloodlust as soon as they engage the trash. So they're also going to have a little bit less boss DPS. Just because the Play from Beyond basically forgot about Bloodlusting and then had most of it up for the boss DPS. Now, the Alliance version of this fight is actually a little bit more difficult to fight, just because on the Horde version, if you see some of these mobs that are spawning, then they won't actually spawn more mobs afterwards, while on the Alliance version, even if you see them, they will just continue to spawn throughout the fight, and therefore there's just more mobs for them to handle.
Yeah, both teams doing a great job of kiting their boss enemy into those bombs. That mechanic working the same between the two. Although I think actually on the Alliance side, things are a little bit different as well. If it finishes its pursuit without actually hitting a bomb, I think you can actually dodge the hook that it throws at you, whereas you cannot on the Horde side. All right, we see Play from Beyond.
Atari actually got stunned there on the frontal cast here on the Vanguard, but thankfully they had the cocoon ready from Igloo, so did manage to keep Rentari alive. But definitely could have caused some issues here. Having a stun go off on a tank is definitely always a scary moment.
It's going to be another big pull now from Play from Beyond as well. This is something that we saw from them just earlier with their first pull of the dungeon, and they're lining everything around this house, grabbing a bunch of enemies at once. On the side of Goosey Bad, though, Disaster has struck. Cryptix and Hunte both down. Their boss is pretty low on health, so they should be able to finish here. But this is going to be really close. Okay, they do manage to get through there. Hunte and Cryptix immediately releasing. Alliance side getting a nice close release point, I think, as well. Actually, maybe not. Maybe they still have to... They're far back, actually. No, they're back here pretty quick.
It looks like Hunter even went into the Nyalotha realm there for a second. Not really sure why. But either way, they're now on to the next trash. Definitely looks like they're going really slow on their side. Oh, he went into the realm to dodge, to basically skip the trash that they left up there. Makes sense. So yeah, just going a little bit slower on Goosey Bad's side compared to the Play from Beyond, who just pulled all of this trash together in one pull around the corner, while they're just doing everything in two pulls, only keeping the commander alive here in the back, who will slowly run towards them. And the Play from Beyond still didn't deal with any of the obelisks so far.
You have to wonder if this pull on the side of Goosey Bad is they may have made a call to slow down because they didn't have their healer and DPS with them at the start of it. Definitely didn't look very efficient from them. They are now going to be entering the obelisk here, so they're actually doing 2 awakened obelisks right now. Play from Beyond have yet to do any, so I was completely wrong earlier. Play from Beyond with a far more aggressive strategy that is going to lead to them fighting many more awakened obelisks with the last boss compared to Goosey Bad. Oh no, okay, here's what's happening with Goosey Bad, actually, I think Goosey Bad is just using the obelisk as a skip, because I think that Anarchy is still out here camoed, so he's going to be pulling the boss and yoinking everybody out of Nyalotha. All right, so they're not actually killing the spider. They're just using it as a shroud.
Yeah, so we've seen this strat before, where everyone just goes into the Nyalotha realm, and Anarchy, you can see with the camouflage gear, just engaging the boss, and now everyone is getting pulled out of that Nyalotha realm, and both of them on Lockwood now, but Play from Beyond, they're onto 57% trash, and they even have some more trash up here, so huge amount of percentage already being done by the Play from Beyond, while Goosey Bad only on 23%. This means that Goosey Bad is gonna play a huge amount of trash with their spotters later on, which we've seen by Ethical and also Wunderbar playing a lot of trash with those spotters. So we'll see if Goosey Bad does pull off that strategy. It can be incredibly dangerous if something goes wrong. So we'll see how that works out for them, as the Play from Beyond probably not dealing with as much trash later on with the spotters. And we do know that they played 3 obelisks on the last boss, which can also cause some of the issues.
I feel like I'm having deja vu here from that last Motherload game we were just watching, where, you know, the two teams are at roughly the same spot in the dungeon, but one of them just has, you know, an extra huge chunk of percent to their name. That is in favor of Deplete from Beyond this time, and I think that puts them firmly in the lead here.
Yeah, I think so as well. And you see both teams actually using this strategy with the avatar of the Prod Warriors. You see Lockwood actually already has full energy, but she's not jumping away because the way Lockwood works, she can't actually jump away if she's rooted or in any sort of knockback like a Typhoon or a Vortex or anything like this. And this is why the Prod Warriors just need to time their roots properly with their avatar, because if they run Conflict and Strive Major, then their Thunderclap is just rooting everything around them that gets hit by Thunderclap for a second or two. And this is why they're just delaying this jump by a really long time. In the end, they still need 2 intermission phases, but it still just saves them a lot of time having this extra DPS on her.
Yeah, both teams going to be finishing up Lockwood here right about the same time as each other. And they'll be moving on now to the rest of the dungeon, where Goosey Bad needs a lot more count than Deplete from Beyond does. Deplete from Beyond here, they can skip almost all of this stuff ahead of them. They can just get a little bit with the spotters, whereas Goosey Bad are going to have to kill almost everything ahead of them.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond is engaging that Obelisk here, Samrak. They are definitely going to deal with Samrak here, just because they still have all 4 obelisks up, and we haven't seen a team deal with 4 obelisks on the last boss in Shrine yet, in Siege, sorry. And I very highly doubt we're going to see any of those teams dealing with 4 obelisks on the last boss, just because it is incredibly dangerous having to deal with such a small platform, and also the tank being completely immobile because he has to tank the Demolishing Terror, which just casts an AoE in a group if it's not being tanked. So definitely super risky to play multiple Awaken mobs on that boss. While Goosey Bad looks like they're doing a skip here, as Anarchy hammered through the trash again while everyone else was inside the Nyalotha realm, and now they're engaging the whole Hadal room with the trash.
Yeah, so this is going to be a big amount of damage. They may have some snipers CC'd off to the back, but otherwise they are fighting everything in this boss room all at once. And then once they finish this, they're going to be waiting for that role-playing event to finish to open up the door to the last boss, and they'll use that time to go backtrack and kill the rest of the trash with those spotters. If this works out well for them, I think this can save them quite a bit of time relative to Deplete from Beyond's, horde side strategy of just going in a straight line. But this is very, very dangerous. Look what's happening to Goosey Yips. That's a nice character name. Life total there. Oh, Cryptix goes down on the side of Goosey Bad. That is not good. They can go and res him, but things can quickly spiral out of control here. Those commanders with those tramples are so deadly here, and it's so hard to get a battle res off with those tramples going through. Whew. Scary times for Goosey Bad.
Multiple players already go down here in this boss just because of how difficult this pull is. Not only do you get the huge amount of AoE from the Breaking Water that the boss casts, but you also have these tramples go out, and the tramples really are hard to see. Like, it's hard to see what direction they're being casted on, because there's just so many animations happening and so much trash at the start of this pull. So it definitely can happen to get hit by one of those, and this is probably a big reason why a lot of the people are going down on this pull. Now we see Deplete from Beyond. They dealt with 80% trash already without even using the spotters. So they really don't want to use the spotters at all, it looks like, as they're now engaging Hadal with the whole room. And the last time, Dr. J actually went down as they were doing this, and it cost them a lot of time. So hopefully this time around, they don't have any of their players go down on this pull.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here of melting the easy trash. Unfortunately, the dangerous trash is the sniper, which does not cooperate and stay in the group, so it doesn't take a lot of damage, and the commanders, who have a lot more health than everything else. So you can see those are going to be the last mobs alive in this pull for Deplete from Beyond, meaning it's going to be a dangerous pull for a very long time. Goosey Bad, meanwhile, Hunte has perished. Yeah, they're going to be able to get a battle res on him. Whew, but things are dangerous here for them. That's going to cost them another battle res, and they are now out of that resource for the rest of this dungeon. Deplete from Beyond here, actually making pretty good time throughout this dungeon. We're nearly at that 11-minute mark. And Wunderbar's time in this dungeon was 16 minutes with their extremely strong strategy that we saw out from them earlier. This actually might be a competitive time with that, though, from Deplete from Beyond. This might be faster, even. with that, like, just not bothering with the spotter at all, this might be the fastest Siege of Borealis.
Yeah, I agree. This is an incredible fast strat we've seen here from the peak from Yun. It is going to take them quite a bit of time to deal with the 3 obelisks on the last boss, though, so we'll see how they deal with that. It can still be a very dangerous pull for them. But Goosey Bad now done with Adele, but they still have all of the trash that they have to deal with. So they're going back. Let's see how they're actually dealing with this trash. First, it looks like they're engaging the sniper pack and the spotter. They want to get the spotter lower just because of the raging affix that is in this dungeon, meaning if the spotter is in raging range, then it does more damage with the friendly fire artillery, and therefore everything just dies quicker. So they definitely want to get it into raging range before they pull, and now their tank is gathering up the rest, which is actually playing Dwarf. We've seen most other tanks play Night Elf in this dungeon for some of the Shadow Meld skips, but having the safety of the Dwarf Ration to get rid of Necrotic is the choice here for Lucy Bad.
Yeah, extremely powerful against that affix, but it does mean they don't have the ability to do a 5 Shadow Meld strategy, and that is reflected in their route. You know, it's a little different than the teams that do have access to that. Hunte, taking a huge amount of damage from those Banana Rampages, is going to die, and that means that Yips is now in big trouble, but they're able to land all of those circles beautifully. But unfortunately, now they have to wait for Hunte to get back here. Hunte does release at where Hadal was, so he's pretty close. He doesn't have a huge amount of trash between him and everybody. So they're going to be able to go and grab the rest of this. Unfortunately, that Demolisher there will not die to the spotter. So yeah, Goosey Bad well behind here. It's going to be all about whether or not Deplete from Beyond can deal with this last boss with those 3 Awakened Obelisks. I think that they're not going to be beating Wunderbar's time, actually. Oh, Rentari getting hit by one of those swirlies. Whew. Nearly dying, actually, just on the rundown.
Saving him.
That is impressive. Yeah, 6% health after being hit by one of those things. So those do not mess around. But they are going to be going in here to this last boss with those 3 Awakened Obelisks, and this is a really challenging combination.
Yeah, so it looks like they're engaging the gripping immediately, as also Urgraf is spawning here. Now Rentari is jumping over to Demolishing Terror to make sure it doesn't cast the AoE in the whole group. And this is incredibly dangerous. Just look at how many Awaken mobs there are, but the amount of damage they had to get this gripping Terror down was quite immense. It's already down, so they don't have to deal with that second Terror, which is incredibly important for this first platform, especially because they're dealing with those 3 obelisks. They also save their Bloodlust for this situation, making sure they nuke down those Awaken mobs. And now they can just wait before they engage the second platform, and they can just deal with the Obelisk or with the Awaken mobs by themselves.
Yeah, they're making great time here. Moving over to the second platform, Rentari getting just launched into the air by a Dispel. And yeah, it is a remarkably tight DPS check on that first platform. You have 20 seconds to kill the first Gripping Terror before that second Demolishing Terror spawns. And if that happens, things can go south very quickly with all these Awakened enemies. There's not a good answer to that happening. But things aren't quite done yet with just these Awakened enemies, even without any Terror spawn. They're actually in quite a bit of danger here. And just think about how Wunderbar was able to do this with a Demolishing Terror active as well. That is really impressive for them, as Rentari is going on an extremely long journey to try and kite all these things and stay alive.
Yeah, because it's not only the damage that comes through from these Awaken mobs, but you also have the Necrotic that you have to worry about, which can cause huge amounts of issues for these Proud Warriors when the healing incoming is reduced. And yeah, it just looks like they're playing it safe, making sure they are finishing off all of these Awaken mobs before they engage the second platform. Now, one thing to note about the blood of the Corruptor is it's actually a pretty quick mob, so it's really hard to get away from it as a tank, and it's a really difficult task to reset the Necrotic if you have a blood chasing you.
Yeah, because it doesn't stop to cast anything ever. It's just always moving. All of its casts are instant. So yeah, you can see they spawn the next Demolishing Terror now. Igloo actually taking a hit from that Demolishing Terror because Rentari was kiting to drop Necrotic rather. They'll be moving on now to this last Gripping Terror of the second platform. As long as they can kill this thing within 40 seconds, that is the timer that they need to beat here to avoid 2 Demolishing Terror spawns. 20, not really realistic here without Bloodlust and without their cooldown, so that they probably will not be avoiding at least the first Demolishing Terror spawn of this phase.
So unfortunately, Anarchy going down for Goosey Bad here. They do not have a Battle Rest available for them, so they either need to reset or they need to just play it without them. But Hunter going down too, this might just be a full team wipe.
It's definitely a full team wipe, yeah. There's no way they can do the rest of this without a healer. They will be wiping. That is unfortunate for Goosey Bad. It kind of an exact reversal as well of what we were talking about before the show. of Goosey Bad being a team that didn't have these full team wipes. Deplete from Beyond, on the other hand here, 0 deaths in this whole dungeon compared to 14 for Goosey Bad. What a stark difference in the way these teams are playing against each other, and compared to how they played yesterday. This is a great upgrade for Deplete from Beyond, and an unfortunate dungeon for Goosey Bad. Understandable, though. Siege of Borealis is a dungeon where this kind of thing can happen very, very easily.
Yeah, definitely. And their time is pretty incredible as well. I mean, if you compare it to Wunderbar, they did clear the dungeon in 16 minutes and 2 seconds on their side. But Deplete from Beyond also looked like they were playing it a little bit safer by finishing off the Awaken mobs before they engaged second platform. They maybe have the possibility to also do this last boss a little bit quicker by just engaging the second platform faster if it's a closer game in the future. So definitely a possibility for Deplete from Beyond to have an even faster time than what they're showing here. Now they finish off the gripping and they will shoot that last cannon and win the first game against Goosey Bad in that very important elimination game.
You know, before the round, we had really talked about how, hey, maybe they're not having as big of consistency as we were wanting to see out of Deplete from Beyond. But right here, 0 deaths, absolutely phenomenal run, and that's really at this point, Tettles, all you can really ask for.
I mean, that kind of shut me up in terms of like questioning their consistency. There are other things that you can kind of pick apart, like how they're playing with the spotter in Borealis, or like, is Horde really the right race? But honestly, Deplete from Beyond with the 0 death run in Siege of Borealis, they looked pretty good. Goosey Bad, on the other hand, I understood why they were playing 4 dwarves and playing Samrek with the final boss, and I thought that was pretty interesting. But their spotter play was pretty lackluster, and then they had a bunch of deaths. So ultimately, Goosey Bad looked significantly worse in that first match, and are going to need to be able to shore up some of their weaknesses moving into match number 2.
Yeah, and I always think that from our experiences, at least with Siege of Borealis thus far, Dranos, it seems like a lot of times where the first time that teams will go into here, they'll at least have a couple deaths, but the second performances so far have always been ridiculously clean.
Yeah, Siege, there's just so many moving parts in this dungeon. You know, there's if just one ability goes slightly wrong in one of those big spotter pools or in the Hadal room with all the trash, then it just all falls apart and everybody's dead and you lose all of this spotter damage. You have to do all this trash again. So it's a dungeon where the difference between like a 17-minute run and a 25-minute run can be one mistake, It feels like at times.
Absolutely, and that's just how much pressure and focus is on just dealing with spotters, as you mentioned. Now, Martin, I mean, Tettles, you're going to go through what some of the highlights we have for us?
What does that mean?
Nothing, buddy.
So right here, we had Deplete from Beyond get off to a really early start. Goosey Bad and Deplete from Beyond were kind of neck and neck coming into Dread Captain Lockwood, but Deplete from Beyond had about a 20% count advantage. But Goosey Bad did a really good thing right there where they were able to get the Thunderclap roots on Dread Captain Lockwood, which could have potentially saved them 40 or 50 seconds just by being able to get that one phase quicker. Then Goosey Bad also does something interesting where they pull all of their players out of the Samrek obelisk and just pull Hadal, forcing them to play the Samrek with the final boss with the 4 dwarf comp, which is nice. Deplete from Beyond, though, ends up having a more clean and consistent run and ends up just being able to take the match off the back of just, again, being able to shore up those weaknesses, come into a dungeon like Siege of Borealis that really punishes mistakes heavily. They have no mistakes. They look great. I'm excited to see if Deplete from Beyond is going to be able to carry this into future matches and future series.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we're going to be looking at Tol Dagor as well, and that's one dungeon that is just no stranger to scuffs for any of these teams here, Nagura.
Yeah, Tol Dagor is one of those dungeons that most of the teams have tried to avoid in the Cups, just because there's so many things that can go wrong in this dungeon, and there's just such a huge focus on the cannon area, and any mistake in the cannon area will cost you so much time. If you miss some of the shots or you have a wipe while using shots already, then it's just going to take you so much time to come back in the dungeon. And on top of that, Jess Howl is also causing lots of wipes to the teams.
That's right, and that's one of those bosses that, you know, we have explosives go off in certain corners. Mobs are going to be running in fear all over the place. You know, last boss as well, Dratnos, can definitely be absolutely lethal. But we also have some great stats for Jazalis if you want to check him out for us.
All right, let's take a look at this. Yeah, Jess Hallis has been a boss that has caused a lot of problems here. Only an average of 0.15 wipes, so 15% of the time this boss has wiped people, but when it has been in spectacular fashion. We've seen a couple different teams just have their entire run get bricked in Jess Hallis's room, and the worst part then is the awful run back and setting everything back up. Yeah, that is not a good place to be in if you're one of these teams. The whole Jess Hallis floor, I'd say, is the most technically intensive part of Toldegor.
Hey, Tattles, what does that bottom line say?
This old dog's new tricks are a woodrageous. Why did you make me read that, Jack?
Because I knew you'd be the one that would.
Can you stop laughing? It's not funny.
Beg to differ onto that one.
It's
Beg to
pretty
differ on. See, thank you, Nagura. After so bad. Why? Toldegor is going to be our next round, and this is also going to be, big stakes, as we had mentioned here, Nagura. Goosey Bad facing some of that elimination as well. What really needs to change? Is it something that just they're out of their element, maybe nerves are getting into them? What's got to change for them to push this into a game 3?
I'm not really sure, especially because we haven't seen Toldegor at all.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to tell what kind of strategies they have to pull off to win here. I think the most important thing about Toldegor is to just have a clean run, because, as I said earlier, any sort of mistake or any sort of wipe can cost you so much time in that dungeon. So just a clean run is something I want to see from Goosey Bad, and on top of that, I also just want to see good strategy.
Yeah, and at this point, they're going to have to deal with the explosives like we mentioned. You have to look at how much of the beach do you think will end up being pulled, Rhinos?
With this explosive affix, that is a scary thing. That is what's going on in this dungeon, right? Is explosive?
Yeah, it's explosive raging.
Yeah, it's tough to pull the whole beach all at once. I don't think we'll see more than like 15, 10 at once, somewhere in that range.
We're probably going to see rogues, right, in Toldegor. So rogues have an easy time dealing with explosives. So
but they're also going to be like the only one that's in melee as well. So all of the crabs are going to be going after them. They can't survive forever. Can't kind of like sit in there forever.
Well, they have parry and vanish to dodge those. And you do have hunters that do kill explosives pretty effectively, like without very much loss either. So maybe you could make something happen. I don't know. My suspicion in Toldegor is that this game is not going to be won by either team. It's going to be lost by the other team. I think that we're going to see a match where it's going to come down to who makes the mistake, not who has the faster, clean route.
Do we see a Vengeance Demon Hunter? Because
I'd love to.
Theoretically, Prot Warriors should be faster under most circumstances just because of the damage that they're able to bring. But Vengeance Demon Hunter brings a lot of setup for the cannon play just because of Sigil of Misery and Sigil of Chains.
Yeah, we saw a lot of times where all those teams were bringing full-on Vengeance Demon Hunters. They're running with multiple hunters on top of that. So I wonder if we're going to start seeing more of the same, because that worked out really well in their favor previously.
I think Vengeance Demon Hunter is the safer pick to pull off the cannon area better, but I think if you can pull the same thing off with a Prot Warrior, it's just going to be straight up better, right? But as Stratno said, it's going to be a team that loses the dungeon probably, and therefore the Vengeance Demon Hunter might be the choice.
Oh, and we've seen a number of times, I think it was Ethical as well, if I remember right, Janos, that just had like ridiculously clean performance throughout a lot of their cannon work, and were able to make that much of a difference. And if you need something to be done as cleanly as possible for a dungeon like this, I feel like that would be the play as well.
Yeah, Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. It'll be interesting to see compared to the previous cups, where with 50 more corruption, I wonder if Vengeance Demon Hunters maybe gain more from that than Prot Warriors do, because they scale really hard with Twilight Devastation. So it might even be not as much of a damage sacrifice to bring that Vengeance Demon Hunter as it was last MDI when they already brought them.
Do you want to run Twilight Devastation in Toldegor?
Oh yeah, you just got to throw caution to the wind.
They're already playing Spirit Bomb. You may as well, right? They're not even playing their gluttony like survivability build. They're playing like Strength of the Warden Spirit Bomb because they don't need the extra survivability.
You got to be careful with where you aim.
So we see one.
Hey, there it
That's
is.
what I meant. You're gonna be careful where you
Yeah.
aim. But there
So
we go.
we
We
got
see a
one.
Vengeance Demon Hunter.
And actually, two differences in team composition here. We have a Death Knight and no Rogue for Deplete from Beyond to accompany that Demon Hunter, whereas Goosey Bad are playing a much more standard Rogue that should make it a little bit easier for them to navigate throughout this dungeon. Whew, but look at what Deplete from Beyond is able to do with that Death Knight. 3.7 million DPS there I saw it peak up to, and they have just destroyed this entire beach. Explosive was there. They didn't care about that at all. They had their hunters just taking care of all those explosives, and Curry just demolishing the entire pull. Wow.
Yeah, that was a huge amount of AoE damage, but when you look at the boss DPS, Goosey Bad actually a little bit ahead. So even though they have the Rogue, right, and Rogue does quite a bit less single target damage compared to a DK would with all of this single target amplifiers that it has with those huge pulls and the Bloodlust as well.
Yeah, Goosey Bad here. They've also found a way to catch up with Count as well. They've pulled a bunch of trash here too. So this actually is looking pretty good for both teams. I would say no strong advantage here in either direction.
Yeah, we can see the DPS difference
Oh
in
my
the tanks
goodness.
though, right? You
Yeah,
see the amount of damage Yips is doing on that Prod Warrior compared to the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Most of it will be AoE, right? So it's not as relevant because the pull is not over until the Sand Queen dies. And as long as you survive, it doesn't really matter if the trash survives for a little while longer.
Yeah, so, okay, Rentari is actually playing Strength of the Warden Major so that he has an AoE taunt to get threat against Curry's AoE burst there, because there is no way that a Vengeance Demon Hunter is going to hold threat against a bursting Unholy Death Knight without something like that. So a great choice there in gearing. And also, as you were mentioning, the AoE damage difference is pretty dramatic. But single target, I expect is actually pretty close here. Rentari has 2 475 Bile-Stained Krog Tusks, and those are just shredding single target damage, I imagine, here. So I think that this actually is a better situation for the Demon Hunter than the damage meters would suggest.
Yeah, probably. And we're gonna have to see how to deal with all of the rogue things later on, because we do know Tildagor is a dungeon where rogues can be very useful, not only opening the cages to get the buffs, but also opening the doors and doing the cannons, which is probably the biggest part, because you can have the keys, the blacksmithing keys, to open the doors and cages here on anyone else on the group, so you don't need the rogue for that. But not having the tricks of the trade and doing the cannon part can be pretty dangerous, especially because it's explosive. Rogue usually can jump into the cannon. If he sees a lot of explosive, he just goes out, uses Cloak of Shadows, and goes back in. While hunters have a little bit of a harder time dealing with that.
Yeah, you know, on paper, hunters look like they have a pretty similar toolkit, right? They have misdirection, unlike tricks, or that's similar to tricks, and they have, you know, Turtle, which is similar to Cloak of Shadows, but in practice, those abilities work a lot less well in the cannons than the rogue versions do, and they're a lot less effective, so it does make it so that Goosey Bad will have an easier time in that cannon section with the rogue compared to the hunter. But Deplete from Beyond has that massive utility of a Vengeance Demon Hunter, and a Vengeance Demon Hunter might completely make up the difference there with their Sigil's powerful crowd control abilities.
Yeah, that might be it. And we see Rentari using the incredible mobility from the Vengeance Demon Hunter to skip all the way up here to get the blood to the position that they want their portal to be in. And it looks like Goosey Bad is also dealing with the blood. Blood is definitely an obelisk or an awaken mob you have to deal with in this dungeon, because there's just absolutely no way you have enough space or even the movement ability to kite this blood or the pools on the floor on the last boss. Because the way Korgus works is that you just literally can't move or you will get stunned. So therefore, definitely not something you want to play with the last boss. And Deplete from Beyond, straight away engaging Just Howlis right as they come out of the obelisk.
Yeah, this is a different strategy than what we see Goosey Bad doing. Goosey Bad instead fighting all that. Oh no, they're pulling. Okay, they're pulling into Jess Howlis. They're also pulling more trash though than Deplete from Beyond did on pull here. And wow, look at how much stuff they have to deal with. That is not easy by any stretch. Deplete from Beyond will probably have to deal with all that stuff later though, instead of just doing it on pull.
Yeah, it can be dangerous to do this before phase 2 starts, because on 70%, Just Howlis will just stun the whole group. So if there's still any sort of trash mob active when you get the stun, then there's nothing you can do about that. The tank is just getting hit while he's stunned, and there's no way for Hante to put a heal on the tank. So definitely want to make sure they time this properly. But it looks like they finished off all the trash right before Just Hallis hit 70%. So good on them on managing that DPS.
Yeah, you can see now crowd control getting broken, a bunch of mobs getting pulled for Deplete from Beyond that they will be fighting with phase 2 of Jess Hallis now that he's back after that 70%. Sigil of Chains comes out, groups everything together, and now this is the hard part for them. Out comes all of their cooldowns that they have available. They need to make sure that they keep these explosives under control. They need to make sure that they interrupt Bobby Hallis as well on that vicious mauling. And here comes the flashing daggers. They need to line of sight, and they have a bunch of explosives they need to kill at the same time as well. Just a couple more seconds, and they should be out of the woods here. Look at that Death Knight burst that they were able to do here. Everything does die for them, and a great job by Deplete from Beyond in this room that, as we were talking about before the cast, this is a very, very intensive room here. A lot can go wrong. Goosey Bad, meanwhile, trying to do the same thing, but instead they've portioned out their pulls so that there's a little bit at the start of the boss and a little bit at the end, instead of all being at the end. This makes a lot of sense because Deplete from Beyond has that Death Knight. They would rather have everything all at once to make the Death Knight really big, rather than 2 medium-sized, trash on the boss moments. And so this is really makes sense with those composition differences.
Yeah, definitely does make sense. As Gibbs had a little bit of a scary moment here, as all of the mobs started raging at the very same time, but they started cutting backwards and procced that binding shot by the Hunter, making sure he doesn't have to deal with all of those enrage mobs. And you also see the line of sight mechanic being used a lot from both of these teams. Not only line of sighting the flashing daggers, but also line of sighting the fear from Bobby and also the explosives that are spawning in range. So well done by both of the teams. As Deplete from Beyond is now finishing off Jess Hallis, they are a little bit behind in trash percentage, but it doesn't actually matter as much in this dungeon. Because it's very similar to Siege, where a lot of the trash is going to be done with the friendly fire from the cannons, and therefore you can make up the trash difference without wasting any extra time.
Sky Steps now coming out for Deplete from Beyond. They're going to need to... Yeah, okay, they're all going to meld to drop combat here next to this obelisk. And they will then be... Are they going to open the door, or are they going to go into Nyloth? They're going into Nyloth, all right, so they're going to fight Samrek here. That makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, Goosey Bad doing a slightly different strategy to skip up there. Most of their team is moving into Nilotha, and it will be Anarchy on a single-person mission as that rogue to sneak through and then go and open that obelisk while the rest of the team is just waiting in Nilotha. So this is, again, a comp difference that Goosey Bad has access to this strategy because they have that rogue who's uniquely good at this kind of job. Out comes the lockpick.
I think even while having the rogue, this is still a slower strategy just because it takes quite a while for you to get out of combat because of Bobby running away. So you just have to wait there in front of the portal until you get out of combat, then click and walk up. While if you use the Shadow Melt, you can just immediately start walking as soon as Jess Hallis is dead. And I think it's just like, it looks like a better strategy to just use the Shadow Melt instead of having the rogue go up.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond definitely are a little bit ahead here in terms of where they are in the dungeon compared to Goosey Bad. So I think you're right, that gap has opened up as a result of the different ways that they've done things after Jess Hallis died. All right, here comes that big cannon pull, though. This is the make or break moment in the dungeon for Deplete from Beyond. If they can execute this pull properly, that is the big thing still standing between them and surviving in this tournament. But it is not an easy pull at all. Look at all of these enemies that are going to be grouping up with that Ring of Peace. Then we will see those sigils. We'll have to see what their strategy is to actually hit everything. So there's the Sigil of Silence. That's going to allow everything to group up nicely because it will not be busy trying to cast. Oh no, there is a handcuff though going out on Rentari.
Oh, no.
Look how much that's causing problems for him. Look at all those explosives. Well, Rentari goes down, and that is catastrophic for Deplete from Beyond. They don't have a tank anymore. Everything is spreading out. Rentari Rentari's already dead. Igloo dying as well. The entire team wiping now, and the ball is in Goosey Bad's court. Goosey Bad attempting the same pull here. They do have that rogue instead. Everything in the binding shot except for one officer, and they just make the call. You know what? We're not going to worry about it. We're gonna shoot these things that we do have, and we'll let these 2 officers. We'll just kill them later. Whatever. We just need to end this as fast as possible because explosive is active. Great call, I'd say, by Goosey Bad, and that pull has gotten a lot better for them than it did for Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, just huge amount of time lost here from Deplete from Beyond. It looked like they didn't use any of the cannon shots, so at least they can still repeat this pull and try again. So it's not as disastrous as it could be if they would have wiped halfway through the cannon shots, but it's still just a huge amount of time lost. While Goosey Bad does have to deal with those 2 officers, which also cost him a little bit of time, but nowhere near as much as it costs Deplete from Beyond from having this huge team wipe. And we were saying that the Vengeance Demon Hunter makes this pull so much easier compared to the Prep Warrior, but it looked like the Goosey Bat had a much easier time dealing with this. Just having this one chain go off on Rentari there and not being able to interrupt it by anyone just caused so much trouble for Deplete from Beyond. Goosey Bat already on their way to the second cannon though.
The real thing here that actually caused them to die, I'd say, is whenever Rentari lost his cheat death, his last resort, before this part started. That was I think, the problem that you can actually point to, because it's pretty likely that something is going to cause a lot of damage to your tank in this section, and having that last resort available is a huge safety net that they lost whenever that happened earlier. All right, they're going to try it once again. Goosey Bat, meanwhile, are just killing some trash the old-fashioned way. I think that was after, they cannoned down most of it, and they're killing the rest of this trash here. Again, I think Goosey Bat are making a good decision here to, oh no! Deplete from Beyond, once again Rentari's gonna die, and they are in so much trouble here. This cannon section is the exact opposite of what Deplete from Beyond needed. They are now hugely behind where Goosey Bat is. Goosey Bat done with pretty much all of the hard trash of the dungeon. They just have Valerie, and then they have Overseer Korgus and a little bit of Awakened enemies and 1 cannon to pull, and that is all they need. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond, there is a huge amount of trash that still needs to be handled by Deplete from Beyond because they're not making any progress with these pulls and these wipes.
Yeah, it's just a matter of cooldowns as well, right? Once you're running out of those cooldowns, when you use them on the first pull, it's just going to be so much harder to replicate this same thing again. So now they're just going to keep trying, but it's definitely going to be difficult for them to pull this off. It looks like they might be doing a different strategy now just to make up for the mistakes that they had earlier. But yeah, they have to get it done. Otherwise, there's no way of them to catch up in this dungeon. Goosey Bat already fighting the Leary. It is a tyrannical environment, so it's definitely going to take a little while to finish off the bosses, but it also looks like they pulled a little bit of trash on top here. Anarchy proccing his cheat death here, unfortunately, but thankfully they does have cheat death, and then they also have 2 battle rusts available in case something else goes wrong.
Yeah, that cheat death, a pretty useful thing to have access to on Overseer Korgus, and Anarchy no longer will have that. But we see Deplete from Beyond, 3rd time's the charm. There they go, pulling all the trash with Rentari. And he will now be going outside. They will be trying to cannon down. Again, I think you're right that they still have all of their cannon shots at least, so that is 1 saving grace there. Out come some of those sigils. They just need to be really careful to not let those handcuffs channel on Rentari, but one of them is going through on him.
Ooh, yips.
Yips has died on the side of Goosey Bat. They need to find a way to res him, but it's going to be difficult to do while this boss is active. With all those cannons now, or with all those barrels exploding in sequence, they've managed to do it though. Great recovery by Goosey Bat. Don't know exactly how that Yips died in this spot. Oh no, this cannon explosion is not what you want to see.
Ooh, they're actually having a lot of trouble here in Valeria. It must have been the barrels just not being moved properly and therefore just getting an explosion on Yips, or maybe he tried to move a barrel out of the way and did get hit by the frontal of Valerie. But yeah, definitely good on them for being able to get the rest back up on Yips, because otherwise this could have caused huge problems for the team. Thankfully, Valerie doesn't melee for that much, so it's you actually have a decent amount of time to get your tank back up here compared to some other boss fights. But yeah, they still have to fight Korgus with 2 Awakened mobs as well, which is definitely really dangerous on a tyrannical setting. So there's definitely still time for Goosey Bat to make mistakes here. So we'll see how they deal with this last cannon area and how they deal with the Korgus as well.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond finally have finished off that first cannon pull. That cost them a huge amount of time, but they need to keep their heads on straight. They need to keep trying here because there's absolutely a chance that Goosey Bat messes up the rest of this run. Goosey Bat backpedaling now. They are going to deal with Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes. I don't know if this was part of their strategy all along, but if it wasn't, I think that this is a great adjustment to seeing Deplete from Beyond wipe twice to the cannon section. This is the kind of play where if this was just always their strategy to just do 1 obelisk with the last boss, okay, that's fair enough. But if they instead saw that Deplete from Beyond were having these wipes and decided that they wanted to make it so that their strategy was, 100% foolproof, I think that that's a great play and the kind of thing that teams don't make often enough in this tournament.
I agree. I think this is definitely a great adjustment because we've seen lots of teams play 2 Awaken Mobs with the last boss, and I definitely think Goosey Bad would be able to do so. So I really do think this is an adjustment they made on the fly because they know the Play from Beyond has so many issues with this cannon area. Also, Dr. J going down. They did manage to finish off the pull though, so they're gonna get the rest on Dr. J, and they're finally done with the cannon area now. But there's still one whole boss behind on a tyrannical environment, so it's a huge amount of time they need to make up compared to Goosey Bad, who is just setting up that last cannon full here. And then they also have the Bloodlust available to nuke Corgus with the 1 Awaken Mobs. I believe it is Void Weaver that is still up.
Yes, I think both teams have Void Weaver up, and Deplete from Beyond still has Urgroth as well. And Deplete from Beyond definitely doesn't have time to go back and get Urgroth unless something horrible happens to Goosey Bad. Ooh, Yips taking a huge amount of damage on that Heroic Leap. That's actually the second time we've seen a warrior just get chunked on their Heroic Leap. Sometimes that can happen where the mob just gives you a going away present of a big hit in the back while you're leaping away. They're moving on to Corgus now. You have to pull it to a slightly different spot in this MDI setting than you do on the live servers because you want to be having it next to where the Void Weaver Malthair comes out of her spire. And so they make sure to fight over in this area so that they don't have the Void Weaver just taking a huge amount of time to get there.
All right, so they're focusing down Void Weaver, which does make sense because not only is it a very difficult boss to fight, but you also have the 2 hunters with the longer cooldown on the interrupt. So you definitely want to make sure you just deal with Void Weaver first, so you only have Corgus left. Now this boss can actually cause some issues on Tyrannical. Because the explosive burst is a huge amount of damage. If you get multiple doubles in a row, and on top of that they also have to deal with the Deadeye cast normally because they don't have a Demon Hunter that can just soak all of the shocks, all of the Deadeyes with Blade Dance. So they have to use their players to soak the Deadeye with, and you see Anarchy already has the debuff on him and doesn't have Cheap Death available.
Yeah, and Riposte unfortunately does not work against it either. It needs to be... Assassination Rogues and Subtlety Rogues can deal with it with evasion, but Riposte, being a parry instead of a dodge, can't parry the Deadeye, so they're going to need to have everybody else cycle in there. But this is really tough because Hunters are extremely fragile on this fight. They can't easily take Deadeyes left and right without it being a huge problem because they're just taking so much damage already from those explosive bursts.
Yeah, and it looks like Yips didn't dodge it either, so now Anarchy, Hante, and Yips have the debuff, which means that they either have to hope they dodge one of those Deadeyes, or they have the Hunter soak it. So definitely going to be a little bit of a scary moment here with the Deadeye cast.
They can feign death, but they're choosing not to. Oh no, that was a feign death there, I think.
Oh, okay.
It was either a feign death or a natural dodge. If it was a natural dodge, then that is extremely impressive as well, because I see no debuff on the side of Kevin.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason you want to be careful about feigning death, that Deadeye, is that will sometimes cause the boss's spell queuing to get a little messed up and cause it to cast many more explosive bursts that can then easily wipe the rest of you. But luckily, Anarchy is off cooldown on that debuff, so is able to soak once again. Pops the Cloak of Shadows actually to avoid getting the dot from the soak. Still takes the physical damage up front. And great execution, I'd say, of this boss fight by Goosey Bad. Doing a good job here of capitalizing on Deplete from Beyond's mistakes. Oh, yes, 2%. You're right. They're at 98%. This is a very common occurrence for me in Toldegor. That feeling of just Overseer Corvus going down and the treasure chest not spawning, it happens to me, I would say, 1 out of every 2 times I'm in this dungeon. You have to just backtrack and go find something to kill. And that will be costly for Goosey Bad, but I don't think it will cost them the game, especially when you factor in the 40 seconds of death differential. But a death has just come out on the side of Goosey Bad with Kevin there going down, so that does hurt a little bit. Unless he was taking a shortcut to get back to pull the mob faster, in which case, that was genius. That actually might have been exactly what he was doing.
Maybe, yeah. It actually could have been. Yeah, genius play is having the death here, because if you die and release after the boss is dead, you do spawn in Valeria's room, and then he can just go back faster and pull some of the trash you're missing. They have to go back pretty far, because they dealt with all of this cannon area. So they definitely have to go back into the house to get this last 2% they need. And to be honest, this could have been, like, they definitely could have lost a game this way if it was a closer game, right? So, I mean, it's pretty lucky for Goosey Bad here that the Play from Beyond had so many issues with this cannon area, but yeah, it's missing 2% here, such a huge time loss.
Yeah, the Goosey Bat here is so lucky that their medium scuffed run has lined up with Deplete from Beyond's extremely scuffed run. That is exactly what you need to go deep in one of these tournaments. You need those things to line up properly. Meanwhile, though, Deplete from Beyond will have another shot after this game, as this last mob dying should be count for Goosey Bat. That should be the game, but not the match. Now they are tied 1-1.
I mean, you just nailed it on that one, Dratnos. They needed to have, their kind of scuffed run aligned with just disaster on the side of their opponent. So Goosey Bad taking that victory, and outside of some of the percentage issues, I do really like some of the tech that they did of making sure that they killed Urgroth as well, titles before they went to the final boss, just trying to guarantee that they would get that boss kill and finish out the round.
Absolutely. I do think that audible call of grabbing Urgroth right there. So basically, teams will end up standing in the Dark Fury on Overseer Corgus because you can't move so much because of the Heartstopper Venom. And basically, standing in the Dark Fury doesn't end up one-shotting you. Honestly, great audible, though, because it is so incredibly dangerous. We saw Deplete from Beyond on the left side of your screen doing that strategy, and they looked like they were going to pull it off fairly cleanly, but other mistakes that occurred previously in the dungeon were just a little bit too much for them.
Yeah, and that is going to put us as well into a round number 3. So lots of little, bit of burst in Goosey Bad's sails as well here in Agura as they were facing elimination. Now they got one more last chance to start making it happen before they got to be packing their bags.
Yeah, this is so important for both of these teams. They really want to stay in this tournament, of course. And the last game, it's a meta load, right? We've seen Deplete from Beyond already play, but they lost to Ethical and had 11 deaths. So let's hope Deplete from Beyond did shape up with this strategy that they had in meta load and are not going to make the same mistakes they did yesterday against Ethical. From Goosey Bad, we haven't seen meta load at all, but they definitely had time to fix a strategy for meta load because we've seen teams play it yesterday. So in case their strategy wasn't up to the standards of the rest of the teams, they could have adjusted it overnight.
Yeah, and since we didn't have that long of a day of broadcasts and games and everything like that yesterday, there's always going to be that opportunity to look for how are these teams going to start making some improvements? How are they going to, make sure that they don't repeat a lot of those same errors? And it definitely wouldn't be the first time as well, Dratos, that we just see one team do catastrophic on the first time that they encounter a dungeon, and second time they start cleaning it up in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, Deplete from Beyond, we're talking about this team where they have the capacity for these just 0-death Siege of Borealis, an incredibly technically intensive dungeon, and then also for wiping twice to the first cannon shots in Toltegor, which, it's not an easy thing to do, but it's something you need to be able to do if you're trying to win the MDI, which I think Deplete from Beyond has shown that at their best, they have the ability to do that. So it's gonna be important for them to go into Motherlode, a dungeon where they had big mistakes last time they were in there, and turn it around here, because they're going to need to do it in other dungeons if they want to win this tournament as well.
That's right. And, it also starts kind of putting in the back of their mind as they start looking at how some of their other opponents really have performed in Motherlode, and they're like, oh, wow. Golden Guardians had about a 15-minute run throughout Motherlode, and they had a lot to clean up before they get to that point. So before we go into that round 3, though, let's start talking about what you had stand out to you the most, Titles. I like those really big pulls at the start with that Unholy DK.
The big pulls at the start with the Unholy DK were super sick. Something that I also saw that was interesting is Deplete from Beyond elected to kill Bobby Hallis here. It was probably partially due to incidental cleave, partially due to the fact that he was low, but it got the wounds off of him and allowed them to make their run up towards the area a little bit quicker. Rentari then gets handcuffed during their big cannon pull, is unable to drop that Sigil of Chains and Sigil of Misery quick enough. He didn't have that last resort available to him, and that ultimately just ended up wiping them. Yips, on the other hand here, on that Protection Warrior, while it is a little bit higher damage, it's harder to be able to control the mobs for cannon pulls in the exact same way. You can see that right here. But Goosey Bad does a good job of just committing to all the mobs that were caught behind that Ring of Peace, and they end up being able to take the match off of that. Sure, there were mistakes from Deplete from Beyond's end, but if you are going to elect to play that Vengeance Demon Hunter in Toltegor, you have to make sure that you are able to pull off these cannon pulls with really strong consistency. It was very unfortunate that he didn't have his last resort. It was very unfortunate that he didn't get a kick on that handcuff. He died for it, ended up costing them, died a second time, I think because he got hit by the what was it, Flame Strike cast that comes out of this Flame Casters.
Yeah.
It's a very hard pull, and it's very challenging to be able to pull off. But if you are going to be bringing that Vengeance Demon Hunter, you have to be able to do it correctly.
Yep, and that's what we were kind of talking about it as well before the game to go. It was like, well, you have the Vengeance Demon Hunter, you have that great safety, but we even just saw him going down right as his Sigil of Change is about to burst and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that it was kind of a safety pick because I definitely do believe that a Proud Warrior would just overall do more damage in the dungeon, and therefore just being sure you do the dungeon a little bit faster, not only for trash, because Proud Warriors can do a huge amount of AoE, but also for bosses. You can spell reflect that thing here and there, and they just do a huge amount of boss DPS in general. So I think having the safety play of having the Vengeance Demon Hunter, you definitely want to make sure you pull off this cannon pull. I think they planned on having this cheap death ability basically from the Vengeance Demon Hunters to pull this off. And yeah, I'm not really sure what exactly happened for him to proc this earlier, but that was probably the one thing that cost him the whole dungeon.
I see Vengeance Demon Hunters do this a lot, where they'll plan out a pull under the presumption that they will have Last Resort available. It happens in like a Taldazar if they're trying to snap a bunch of mobs, and if for some reason they proc their cheat on something earlier on in the dungeon, then it just becomes a problem of they will not have an ample amount of cooldowns to be able to survive a pull that was already pre-planned.
That's right, and really gonna have to watch that and be careful as Motherload comes up, because some of the ridiculous pulls that we've seen, we saw some insanity here. Trados had a Golden Guardians, but earlier when we did end up seeing Deplete from Beyond's performance, they had some gigantic early pulls as well that kind of set the stage for everything else.
Yeah, it didn't go perfectly for them, though. They had a large number of deaths the last time we saw them in the Motherload, but they are not alone in that. This is a dungeon where the start of the dungeon is extremely, extremely technically intensive, and there's a lot that has gone wrong. I think the majority of teams that we've watched here today, or not today, but this weekend, have messed up at least one of their runs in the Motherload at the very start. Here's that first boss.
Didn't Deplete from Beyond wipe to Rix of Flux Flame?
They did end up.
I don't think their wipe was to the first pull. I think their wipe was
both,
to
I think.
And then
Well, that's the thing that you also have to look at with Motherload is that so many of the bosses are going to be deadly because you're pulling trash into them constantly. So we'll be looking really closely at the coin operator crowd pummeler as we get ourselves started, because Motherload is set to get underway.
All right, so we'll see what they bring here. We see Gooseybat actually bringing a DK. We've seen most teams just play the triple hunter comp in Motherload because of the just Peacekeeper strategy that we've seen by almost all of the teams. But Gooseybat actually opting to bring a DK, so we'll see what kind of pulls they're doing, as they unfortunately
look at that. They pulled some neutral mobs and somehow their Shadow Meld has failed. And Gooseybat are in the unfortunate position now of fighting a 3% trash pull all by itself. That is not the start you wanted for this dungeon. Deplete from Beyond, however, are taking...
The Hunter's already in the Nilotha realm. He's kiting the obelisk by himself.
Oh no. That is not what you want to hear. You just get a Nilotha and you wonder where the rest of your team is, and they're like, we'll be there in a minute, and you're just sitting there like, a minute? Oh no. I think he may have the ability to feign death at least and just chill out with that, so that should make it not too bad. Yeah, Gooseybat gonna enter Nilotha. Meanwhile, though, Deplete from Beyond, they are pulling all of Peacekeepers with coin-operated Crowd Pummeler. This has been a very volatile pull. Many teams have wiped here. Let's see if Deplete from Beyond is able to pull it off this time.
There we go. Yeah, we see the Bloodlust being popped by Deplete from Beyond while they also deal with all of these Peacekeepers. Now, we know for a fact that they already managed to do the Feign Death / Shadow Meld properly, because we only see Peacekeepers here. So the rest of the trash that belongs to those Peacekeepers did thankfully reset, and they definitely pulled off the Shadow Meld properly. That's something we've seen teams wipe to, just messing up that timing of the Shadow Meld and getting the rest of basically the whole trash from the area before the first boss. So good on them for being able to do that skip properly and getting the Peacekeepers into that first boss. And as you can see, once those Peacekeepers go down, they are up to 22% trash, which is so incredibly efficient because you're fighting this first boss anyway. So just cleaving extra trash down, which amounts to 22%, is really efficient.
Yeah, great work here by Deplete from Beyond, getting this done without really any difficulties, not having to commit a battle res, and definitely not wiping, which is the really big thing that you want to avoid on this first pull. You need to be careful with the boss is moving during the soccer phase, and that is a really scary thing. It's tough to line up those shots while the boss is moving. They do a good job, though, of landing all three of those soccer kicks. That is the advantage of being an EU team, of course, familiarity with the soccer mechanics. Gooseybat not going to have the same advantage going in to that boss when they get there.
Yeah, and one interesting thing to note about these bombs is that they can actually be CC'd. So if you run Conflict and Strive Major as a tank and you start thunderclapping, then you can't actually put those bombs into the boss because they will be rooted.
Yeah, you can sometimes just see them like cowering in fear or just behaving all kinds of CC effects that you would not expect to work on them, but they are indeed enemies. They also take damage too, so you could sometimes accidentally kill them.
Oh no.
None of that has happened though for Deplete from Beyond. They have done a great job of that first boss, and they are now moving on to this next big pull of the entire room here after the first boss. With both of those drills as well.
Extractors on top, so yeah. This is a huge pull that they're doing here. You gotta be very careful. Looks like Kurisu is aggroed by one of these extractors. Did get a taunt up now. So good job to get that taunt. And yeah, just very good control by Deplete from Beyond being able to pull this off. Just huge amount of damage coming out of the Hunters here as they're going up to almost 1 million DPS on this huge pull.
Yeah, very impressive actually doing that big AoE with, when you think about Hunters, you don't really think about them as a big AoE spec, right? You think about them as single target, a little bit of utility, but their big AoE is fantastic as well. They're really a great jack of all trades, and that is why we're seeing so many of them in this MDI, is just extremely good damage under pretty much any circumstance. Oh no, Goosey Bad. Goosey Bad is having a disaster here. Yips has fallen, Cryptix has fallen, Hunte has fallen, the rest of the team will soon be joining them. Anarchy may have the opportunity here. If he can feign death or shadow meld, he should at least be able to get a battle res out on Hunte, but Hunte has already released. And so that is going to mean they're going to need a long time to set back up here. Goosey Bad firmly in the passenger seat here, not the driver's seat, as Deplete from Beyond are the ones who have the opportunity to win this series and stay alive in this tournament. This is, of course, an elimination round. Our first team to be going home will be determined by this game.
This looked like such a crazy pull that Goosey Bad was doing as well, because they pulled trash after the Crowd Pummeler on top of the boss. So they had Earth Shapers and Sappers and Mine Rats on top of the Crowd Pummeler, which we always talk about how difficult the trash pull by itself is, right? Because it does so much tank damage. But they even pulled it on top of Crowd Pummeler, and you saw just how difficult that was by Yips going down, unfortunately. And just not getting the battle rest up immediately on Yips caused them to wipe here, which is just a huge amount of time loss, unfortunately, for them. Well, they played from Beyond. They're already 40% in Azeroth, and they're up to 53% trash.
We saw Golden Guardians successfully pull that trash into the end of coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, and they made it look really easy, but this just goes to show just how deadly those mobs are, the ones after coin-operated Crowd Pummeler. If they're brought in during the boss fight, there's just so much that can go wrong, especially with their throw rocks and their earth shocks. I think that might have been what took Cryptix out, and then Cryptix being dead meant they didn't have an instant cast battle res for when Yips died. And that was what then led to the entire team wiping there. Deplete from Beyond, though, having no such difficulties. 0 deaths on the board for them so far. They are done with 54% of their trash, so they are in great shape here for the rest of their dungeon. Once they finish off Azeroth here, they're going to be moving on probably straight to Rixa and then the entire R&D wing, if I remember their strategy correctly. That is going to be a really, really fast rest of the dungeon for them. They are in great shape.
Yeah, so Deplete from Beyond's strategy last time was to kite 4 obelisks on the last boss, which can cause a lot of issues. We've seen some teams wipe over and over to that kiting strategy, so they definitely still have to pull that off properly. And we also saw Deplete from Beyond wipe to Rixa. So yeah, that's the next boss they're gonna have to fight here. And we saw them pull War Machines on top of Rixa, and I think that was a big reason why they wiped the last time, just because they had that trash on top, and then they got cornered by the flames, by the asteroid flames. So this time around, they want to make sure they pull this off cleaner than last time.
Yeah, we can see they're moving over to the other side of Rixa's platform, pulling Rixa, sending out those misdirected multi-shots, and these War Machines are now coming in. They are fighting everything all at once here. This is a very dangerous start to the pull. Charge shot coming out from one of those War Machines. Good job, though, by them desynchronizing those charge shots so that both will be targeting Rentari instead of targeting different members of the group. That has worked out really well for them. And Rixa actually a pretty dangerous boss as well for Protection Warriors. That magic damage can sometimes just shred their health.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Rentari just really have a hard time surviving. Not only does he have to deal with the magic damage from Rixa, also has to deal with the propelling blast here, and Click's going down, unfortunately. They do have a battle rest available, so they can get him back up. Thankfully, it's not the tank or the healer that went down here, but still some issues here coming out of Deplete from Beyond. Maybe it was those charged blasts going off or something like that happened to Clicks. But yeah, thankfully they do have a battle rest available, and they did manage to finish off the trash.
Yeah, that has worked out, I wouldn't say perfectly, but that was an acceptable outcome for Deplete from Beyond. Much better than the last time they pulled Rixa in the previous match against Ethical yesterday that we saw, where they wiped to this boss. So this has gone a lot better for them. It did cost them that battle res. They will be getting another battle res, though, in about 2 minutes, so they will have one more for this dungeon. And a quick side note, they are on a great pace here throughout this dungeon here. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. What was that time that we were so impressed from Golden Guardians in here? It was 14:53. So I think Deplete from Beyond might be on pace here for that.
Definitely. We're going to have to keep an eye on that time here from Deplete from Beyond. On the other hand, Goosebad unfortunately did have another team wipe coming in as they were pulling the trash after Crowd Pummeler here. And they just had a chain reaction, the tank going down, and it's just so incredibly difficult to kite out this pack because you just get one-shot by basically any ability that is being thrown at you. So this is a pack that you really just can't kite out once your tank is dead. So they just decided to reset this pull, but they're now up to 12 deaths, so a 60-second deficit in time here. While Deplete from Beyond having a really clean run, except this one death they had on their Hunter here, and they're now finishing off Rixa, and they still have to deal with all of this trash here in between Rixa and the next boss, just because they need the space for Igloo to kite the 4 Awakened mobs.
Yeah, so Golden Guardians pulled the last boss at about 11 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. So 2 minutes here for Deplete from Beyond to do all this trash to match the time of pulling the boss. But of course, Golden Guardians, slightly different strategy on that boss as well, where they just fought the awakened enemies. They didn't kite them, if I remember correctly. So that's another slight difference between these two comps. But the main thing that I'm trying to draw attention to here is that Deplete from Beyond is actually on very, very competitive pace with our top teams of the entire tournament in here. Whereas Goosey Bat are having a much tougher performance in this dungeon. Things have gone really wrong for them in many different ways so far this run.
Yeah, it really seems like Deplete from Beyond does have those strategies to be able to compete with the best of the best in this tournament, because, I mean, we've seen their siege strategy, right? They almost could compete with Wunderbar's time, which is an incredible strategy and an incredible feat to be able to match that time. So yeah, Deplete from Beyond definitely does have the strategies. Sometimes they're just missing the execution, right? As we've seen in that Toldegor earlier, where we just had the cannon pull not being able to be pulled off by Rentari there on his Vengeance Demon Hunter. But outside of that, they definitely do have the strategies. They just sometimes lack the execution, but not in this meta load here. They definitely do have the execution down so far, as they're gathering up the last trash pull before they can engage the last boss.
Yeah, as we can see here on the screen, Deplete from Beyond's average from cup play was 18 minutes and 16 seconds in the mother load here. If they can do this without wiping, they should be many minutes ahead of that time, and that is a great improvement for a team that, you know, certainly needed to improve to be competitive with Wunderbar and with Golden Guardians, and I think they are here on a good day, on a day where they don't have those Toldegor-style runs happen to them very often.
Yeah, definitely. Goosey Bat now did manage to do a skip here and are now engaging Astaroth, but yeah, at this point, it's just too little too late. They had too many mistakes, unfortunately, happen to them in that mother load here. While Deplete from Beyond, they already are on their way to the last boss. Now, I don't want to say this is over yet, because we've seen teams wipe to the last boss over and over because of this whole kiting strategy that is just so volatile, right? You don't have the healer with the group, which means that anything can go wrong. And then on top of that, if the healer dies or does any sort of mistake, then it will just be a whole team wipe, and there's just no way to recover any sort of mistake, because the whole team is split, and all of a sudden you have awakened mobs with the group and not with the healer, and it's just impossible to recover from them.
So they actually had to run back and find a mine that had been planted by one of those war machines so that they could go and activate it to drop combat. And you can see they're actually a little bit over, or actually no, they're at their desired count. Okay, so yeah, they needed to go and get that count from that mine here. and now Igloo is starting this kite path. This will be what determines whether or not Deplete from Beyond can win the series, is whether or not they can execute this kite properly. They probably get 2 or 3 shots at it, but like we saw from Perplexed versus Complexity Limit yesterday, it's not over until they successfully do this, because they could easily mess this up many times in a row. This is a very volatile and tough to execute strategy, this kite that you can see coming out from Igloo here. Look at the way that he's kind of snaking back and forth, turning left, turning right. That is to keep Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, from getting too far behind the others. So by doing that movement, you're keeping everything kind of a little bit more tightly packed. This will now be a Transcendence placed, and then he'll be using Rixa's room as a spot to take a nice U-turn to go in a circle. Oh, unfortunately, though, there is still some of that Azurite Catalyst on the ground from a pipe that fired after Rixa died. That is going to cause Igloo to take some damage here. Meanwhile, the rest of the team fighting the middle of the boss fight here. They'll be moving into the intermission soon, and this is a tough thing to do without a healer. You can see, though, Igloo has successfully maneuvered the end of that U-turn there. Probably needs to do that same movement another 1, maybe 2 times to finish this kite. But it is tricky to do, and he will be moving back towards where the boss is now. So I think he'll be taking damage from the drill smashes, because he will be within range of those.
Yeah, definitely needs to be careful here to not go down with any of that AoE damage from the boss, on top of also having to deal with all of the other mechanics being thrown at him by the Obelisk or the Awakened mobs. And you also see him trigger some of these bombs on his way. I was actually wondering, or at least I thought when I saw the 99% trash, that they're gonna get the rest of the trash with Igloo while he's kiting, but it really looked like they just went the safe route, basically. But Igloo dropping really low, as he actually had a corruption slow on him there, but did manage to recover.
The surprise bursts of damage from the drill smash are survivable. A surprise corruption slow is often the most scary possible thing. That is, I think, the single biggest killer of people in the MDI, actually, is the surprise corruption slow.
I 100% agree, as they did pop their bloodlust now as they're in the last phase. So once they finish off Mogul Rastang here, they're gonna be the winner of this elimination match between Deplete from Beyond and Goosey Bad. Unfortunately, Goosey Bad, once Mogul Rastang is gonna be finished off, are gonna be eliminated. But yeah, what an incredible show by both of these teams, Deplete from Beyond and Goosey Bad. What a close game, 3-game series, ending 2-1 for Goosey Bad as they're just now finishing off the boss. Wow.
Yeah, wow, look at this time as well. That is within 30 seconds of the Golden Guardians.
Is really fast.
That is incredible.
Now, Deplete from Beyond taking the big win, and, you know, like you guys just mentioned, showing that they are able to start hanging with some of those faster times in the region. That's exactly what you really want to be looking at for these teams. And Deplete from Beyond, in many cases as well, Tettle, just kind of got like the redemption that they needed as well for this dungeon.
2 out of the 3 matches, I will say, were spectacular from Deplete from Beyond. It's exactly what we need to be seeing out of them. Mistakes are inevitable, basically. Like we saw Perplexed even have mistakes. Every team is going to have mistakes, but your ability to be able to recover from them, your ability to be able to pick yourself up and move on to the next match or even the next series and continue to play well is what's really going to define you. And in this case, Deplete from Beyond didn't let that Toldegor get them down. They continued to play their strategy, and that Motherload, that looks sick. I was really happy with how that ML turned out for them.
Yeah, let's talk about that one a little bit more. The execution that they had was just on point.
Yeah, so they were also helped a little bit by Goosey Bad. Goosey Bad with Kevin in the Urgroth Obelisk at the very beginning of the instance, while a 4-mana 3-pack is not really what you hope for, but Deplete from Beyond pull off this Peacekeeper coin-operated crowd pummeler pull, which we've seen so many teams have problems on, and they pulled off fairly clean. Goosey Bad starts to have a little bit more problems with these Earth Ragers and Mine Rats into coin-operated crowd pummeler. That is a very dangerous pull, and if they were able to pull it off, I would have been incredibly impressed. Again, Deplete from Beyond improves off of what we saw yesterday. They had problems on this exact pull with the mechanized Peacekeepers and with Rixa Fluxflame. They pull it off perfectly. And then I remember what the mistake was that they had yesterday is they had a couple of deaths because Igloo came in a little bit too early with whenever he was kiting these obelisks. But today he does a perfect job of getting his kite path defined really well. Doesn't end up taking any like really unavoidable damage. That pipe was very scary, but he was able to pull it off cleanly. that run looked great for them. If they can keep that up and keep up runs of this caliber, I am excited to see if Deplete from Beyond is going to be able to compete with some of the higher end teams that are present in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think that once we saw them drop down into the lower bracket from really the beginning, Nagura, it was kind of like a head scratcher as well as to like, should this be a team that should be down in the lower bracket from the very beginning? And with a performance like that, and now that they've been able to kind of catch their breath, it looks like they're ready for a big fight to stay in this.
Yeah, I think Deplete from Beyond is definitely a team that can do incredibly well. And we've seen those insane strategies come out in that Siege of Borealis and in the Metalode, where they really are competing with those best times from Wunderbar and from Golden Guardians. But then we also see those Solagors, where they just have multiple wives to some of those really difficult strategies that they're picking for them. So I definitely think that Deplete from Beyond has the potential, but they really just need to get the execution done in all of the dungeons. They need more consistency, the kind of consistency we see from Wunderbar and Golden Guardians if they want to compete. But it's definitely possible for them to get really far in this tournament.
Yeah, and looking at how Deplete from Beyond has had such, in some cases, polarizing results, they're going to be going up against their North American cousins in many cases, as Complexity Limit will be their opponent a little bit later on. But for now, we're going to be looking at how the boys and Perplexed are going to be fighting to stay alive in this tournament. And again, Dradna, same kind of situation where we're saying, well, Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed, these are teams that were, top 3 in the European region. We didn't expect them to be down in the lower bracket from the very beginning.
Yeah, Perplexed was coming into this tournament off of a win against Wunderbar, and then they just lost to Complexity Limit. Not a bad team, but a team that I think that was certainly the most surprising outcome from yesterday. So they are now in this unfortunate position of seeing the whole lower bracket ahead of them. It starts right now, though. They need to actually win against the boys, and the boys are not planning to make that easy.
I do think that Perplexed would describe that loss yesterday as incredibly disappointing because of how much time, experience, and honestly, they have been a very good team for such a long time. The fact that they did get beat 0-2 by Complexity Limit, I don't want to call it a fluke, but it was definitely not the Perplexed that we were used to seeing.
Yeah, and that's where, we didn't really see the Deplete from Beyond that we were used to yesterday. They started bouncing back today. We'll see what's going to happen next as we have an EU versus EU matchup coming up on the other side of the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. More MDI after the break. We're back with more eliminations as the boys and Perplexed are both facing the exit right now, and we'll be seeing who moves on and who gets sent home. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack, and joined by Nagura, Dratnos, and Zyronic. And Zyra, you just chilling? Vibing?
Just vibing
the
hard right now,
stakes
dude.
could not be higher right now. Let me tell you, the Perplexed, the number 2 European team coming into this tournament, is facing elimination immediately. And you're just vibing? Just
Chilling, dude. Enjoying the games. We've had some pretty interesting games today.
We have, and it really goes to show what teams have been doing on, with 2 weeks worth of practice, with finding where they need to make some edits and stuff in their gameplay. And so far, we've seen Wunderbar take down Ethical and Golden Guardians take down Complexity Limit, both of those being sent down into the lower bracket. And I'd say no surprise on those first 2 games, while we were really looking at where Goosey Bad had kind of developed in that 3rd series we just experienced, Ratnos.
Yeah, unfortunately for Goosey Bad, that tournament is now over for them, but I think that it was a good showing from them, and especially in that Toldegor, I think they looked pretty good there, so something they can be proud of. Now we get to see the boys versus Perplexed, and this one, neither of these teams wants it to be over this early, and it is going to be all over for one of these 2 teams. This is an elimination match, so right out of the tournament for the loser.
That's right, and this is where we started really having to look at when push comes to shove, how well is Perplexed going to do? Because I think a lot of the expectation to Gura after looking at EU is that Perplexed should be the team to take this.
Well, so theoretically, I would say that Perplexed is the favorite in this matchup, but Smok tweeted out earlier that he ate lasagna with ketchup, and therefore I'm not so sure.
Wait, what?
He ate lasagna with ketchup, who does that?
Yeah, one of his teammates replied, "Oh no, we're gonna lose."
Yeah. But like, it already has sauce on it, so I don't.
Yeah, I don't understand.
This isn't like a European custom. I just don't know about. This is just
definitely not.
I mean, okay. We went to the epicenter of where lasagna came from with Nagura in Italy, and this is still unknown. Well, at least we're gonna know what's gonna be going wrong in some of these maps, if there are any losses that are gonna be coming out. And I guess that's gonna lead us to start talking about some maps, because I do think that we have some reaping in this matchup. But like we've been saying, Zyro, a lot of teams have been banning reaping and trying to get rid of it whenever they can.
Yeah, I mean, we've only let 1 reaping map through the entire tournament so far, and if I'm not mistaken, this will be the final series that we have the potential to see reaping in, this being the 8th match that we've played. Afterwards, every map will be swapped back to Awakened only. So, last chance to see reaping here, and I don't really think we're going to.
Yeah, I think we also had our own kind of debate before the tournament as well, Dranos, as to whether it does count as 2 map bans, or whether because they each only take up 1 spot, it's actually just 2 different dungeons. So looks like for the most part, everyone just started banning it, and there it is again.
Unfortunate.
Aww.
That's okay though. We did get to see it once yesterday, and that is enough for me. We will be starting off then in Freehold with Siege and Waycrest banned, followed by King's Rest. And if we go to a game 3, it will be in the dungeon we were just watching, the Motherlode, which is a dungeon with a huge potential for things to go wrong. Freehold, though, where we're starting off, this one has been an interesting one for Perplexed, because this is a dungeon where they pioneered that kiting strategy and then proceeded to have it go horribly wrong, like half the time they tried it, especially against Wunderbar. It was heartbreaking, but if they get it to go right, their time is extremely fast in this dungeon.
That's true, and that's what we really want to be seeing, is when they do play at their best. And in many cases, it just kind of seems like it's another Deplete from Beyond Motherlode type of situation. It's like, when they do it right, they were that pioneer. They were blazing the trail towards amazing performance. But do we get that performance? Because the boys can definitely stay in position to overtake them over the slightest of mistakes.
Yeah, the boys are definitely not a pushover team. They had to earn that 4th seed from the European region. There were like 3 other teams all gunning for that spot. So Perplexed has to bring their A game here if they want to move forward in the tournament. Now, I noticed something in YouTube chat that caught my eye.
Okay.
Anda did mention that Zamak also had lasagna with ketchup before they won the 3rd cup, so maybe it's not necessarily a bad thing. mean, it is a bad thing, but
You think
not
it's
for him,
like the
right?
secret meal?
Well,
you
now we
need
know
to
that
have
he's
to
had
win your
it before,
games.
and he's chosen to have it again. So I don't know if that's better or worse.
Oh no.
I don't know. Oh, speaking of better or worse, I don't know if the jokes have gotten better or worse right now. As we take a look at Trothak, the shark puncher, Dranos, let's start looking at some of these stats.
Yeah, I think the big piece of news is that Tettles isn't on the desk, so nobody is going to be reading out that bottom line that we have down there for today. The actual number stats here, very few wipes on Trothak, but the one did happen on this boss. Usually, though, this isn't something where things go too horribly wrong. Teams have quite a bit of experience dealing with this boss, and it's kind of it's not something where a mistake leads to a wipe in the same way as a mistake, usually just leading to a death.
Yeah, and having a couple of chip deaths here and there, usually, a third of the time isn't going to be too scary for these teams. They know what they have to deal with on this one, and really, I think most of it starts coming down to that last boss kite room as well, Zyro, because as we've seen time and time again, the slightest little pebble that somebody could trip over will snap mobs to you and just absolutely destroy you.
It's been a while since we've seen that mistake, though. It seems like over the weeks and over the months now that the healers have kind of gotten used to the route that they take. They probably take literally the exact same route. They're like, oh, I need to go right past this pebble here and not jump over that log. They probably have a list of all the potential snap points that could be in their path. And I was actually interested yesterday when we saw that kiting and freehold from Xaylia. He actually went for a different route. Normally what we'd see is we'd see them run over into the Council of Captains room and do a 180 there, but he just ran around Trothak's room twice and then started running back towards the final boss. So, I mean, these teams have probably practiced just new routes so that they have to deal with more precise amounts of trash, and it's pretty impressive to see.
Yeah, and at that point, they've been doing a great job as well of maintaining threat for long periods of time as well. And we've seen, people taking advantage of even volcanic or any extra void zones that they've needed to in the past so they can continuously be healing themselves. And thankfully, Harlan Sweet is not going to be like Ataldazar's last boss, where there's actually a significant amount of healing that needs to be done for the team. So a lot of those guys won't really have to be worrying as much. So with all these maps in mind, Freehold's going to start us off, followed by King's Rest and Motherlode. I wonder how King's Rest is going to be going for this one as well, Nagur, because I don't think we've seen these teams playing it just yet.
Yeah, neither of those teams have been playing King's Rest yesterday, but they had the opportunity to watch other teams play it. Wunderbar played it, did have the fastest time out of all of the teams so far, so definitely had an opportunity to adjust their own King's Rest strategy in case they had a slower one compared to Wunderbar. So definitely interesting to see what those two teams are going to be doing later in that King's Rest. Freehold, we've seen the boys, and they did lose against the Golden Guardians, but they had a really good strategy, and I think they just lost. It was a pretty close game, right? So I definitely think the boys have the opportunity to win this Freehold because of their good strategy. Perplex we haven't seen so far, so going to be interesting to see what Perplex can do in Freehold as well.
That's right, and it's kind of strange as well being into the second day of the tournament, and we don't exactly know the full breadth and full extent of how well these teams have been practicing. But keep in mind, they had one round, we saw who dropped down, we saw who moved on, and now we get to see, after a day of rest, after people are getting a little bit more with their foundation set as well, Dranos, what are they going to be doing to try to make up for this? Because it's so weird going from the regional stage to the global stage. You're seeing two of the best European teams both fighting each other to get 7th or 8th or try to survive.
Yeah, it is brutal that one of these two teams is going to have to go home after this, but what's also brutal is the other team, if they want to try and win the tournament, still has that huge long grind through the lower bracket that we're going to get to see them keep smashing up against. So the outcomes here are a bad outcome or a good outcome of winning, but you still got the rest of the lower bracket ahead of you. So really rough place to be in this early in the tournament.
That's right. Backs are up against the walls, and we're going to get started with Freehold. Like I mentioned, boys versus Perplexed, facing elimination, and here we go.
All right, so we do see the same comp coming out of Perplexed and the boys. We did see some of the teams running a rogue in this dungeon because Freehold is just one of those dungeons where rogues are so useful, but the Perplexed are already having some issues here. A Shine and Swag going down as they were trying to do a skip. Looks like, just issues with their skips here. Very unfortunate already from the get-go.
What? Did they get... Do you get knocked out of camouflage if you get hit by that snot debuff? That has to be what happened to them, right?
Yeah, maybe that could have been him.
Really unfortunate and going to be a big time loss for them now as they're just setting up for their big pull at the same time as the boys now, whereas the boys were able to deal with that initial triple pull that we see typically on live keys, dealing with 14% of the trash. I mean, this is a big advantage for the boys now, not to mention the 10 seconds on the board, so you hate to see it for sure, but having mistakes early on in the dungeon really kills your mental game early on, and it's going to be a huge, monumental task for Perplexed to come back from that small mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, they're supposed to be the favorites of this matchup here, right? They're the number 2 seed from EU, even beating out Wunderbar, the number 1 seed from EU, in that last cup that we saw in May. So losing that first game yesterday and now already being down and having a mistake early on in this field definitely is not going to be good for their morale here and for their mental game. So hopefully they can come back. Hopefully it doesn't affect them too much as they're moving on. But Wolf is still going down. They do have a battle rest available, but just more mistakes coming out of Perplexed.
Wow, and I mean that's their battle res committed too, right? That's just really unfortunate. He must have gotten caught by that single target damage the boss can put out on the very last charge right before he phased. That's just super unfortunate timing. Again, hate to see these small mistakes coming out, and now they have to be mistake free, or they'll have problems with not being able to res people for the next 8.5 minutes or so. So, yeah, Perplexed is on a needle's point right here. They really can't make any mistakes.
Yeah, definitely not. They are a little bit further ahead in boss damage compared to the boys though, but that's because the boys did pull a lot more trash. You see the difference in percentage. 28% for the boys, so a lot bigger pull they did at the start here, while Perplex only did that 13% pull. Now, this is a fortified environment, but because the key level did get bumped up to 21, and their HP didn't really increase, only their DPS increased with the extra gems that they added and the extra corruption resistance. We do see some of the bosses still do a lot of damage, especially that asteroid shot, and we also see some more damage coming out of Trothek later on. I don't think we have Eudora, so that's definitely a good thing to not having to deal with those powder shots.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, that's one of the major issues with key scaling in general, is that even though the player strength goes up over time in terms of how much damage they put out, the survivability doesn't scale at the same level. So as you get higher and higher in keys and get into these higher settings, it becomes way, way, way more dangerous. And we're seeing sort of the problems with that right now is there's kind of this pendulum, right? You either have a perfect pull or it goes horribly wrong. There's very rarely an in-between moment. So it's usually a one-shot that you're dying to just because of survivability problems alone. Now, some players are offsetting that, like we talked about yesterday. They're using that extra corruption to run more versatility, which will actually increase both their damage and their survivability, but that's usually relegated to tanks and healers doing that, not necessarily the DPS.
There's a very interesting strat that we see by the boys here. They're actually dealing with this one single enforcer. I wonder why. Maybe they didn't use their shadow melts properly, because it just seems like a very inefficient thing to do. I don't think we've ever seen a team dealing with this single enforcer before, just because it's one single mob, it has a lot of HP, you can't really pull it on top of anything else, and it's just inefficient. So I do think this was a mistake, unfortunately, by the boys, so it cost them quite a bit of time. But Perplex, they're already fighting that second boss here. We saw Swag going onto the Ring of Booty, starting that event, so the pig spawns, but now he's already back to the group, and while he came back to the group, he also pulled some more trash. It is bolstering, so they want to make sure they don't bolster the boss here, but it looks like their damage is definitely going onto the boss first, and now they're finishing off the trash.
Oh yeah, and remember they can still use those final brews that are being tossed out while Eudora is still active, so they get the damage buff, they get the damage on the trash depending on what that brew was that they got. So easily able to deal with the rest of that trash, and I think just because of that enforcer mistake that the boys made, Perplexed are easily in the driver's seat right now. This reminds me a lot of our game with Golden Guardians yesterday in Freehold, where they did look like they were running slower for the rest of the dungeon. The team they were playing against also went for that 14% trash at the beginning and had more trash by the time Sky Captain Crag was down, but because of the efficient manner in which they pulled the rest of the trash in the dungeon, and on top of that, the Awakened Obelisk skip to the final boss, they just powered through the dungeon and blew past that trash differential here. And it looks like we're probably going to be seeing that same similar thing from Perplexed here, as this trash pack alone should catch them up, if not surpass the trash percentage that we see from the boss.
Yeah, so we see Perplexed. I think it's interesting that they're choosing to do a lot of trash here before they go to the Ring of Booty, because most other teams we've seen that after they dealt with the second boss, they just immediately move on to the Ring of Booty, start the event, and then they started pulling trash on top of Ludwig and on top of Trothek. Now, of course, it is bowstring, so you have to be very careful on what you do. You can pull Crushers on top, because Crushers don't actually bolster anything. But if you pull normal trash on top, you have to be very careful. You can only do it once Ludwig or Trothek are lower HP to make sure you're not bolstering them. And now they actually did move on to that Ring of Booty, while the boys, yeah, just having a little bit of trouble because of this Enforcer. And you can now see how Perplexed caught up to the percentage. They're just slightly behind at this point.
I gotta say, what they're doing right now is quite weird. Normally, when we see trash pulled on top of Tortolan here, you usually pull at least 3 mobs so hunters can activate the rapid reload. So we're used to seeing 2 crushers on top of Ludwig here instead of just the 1. So the hunters aren't necessarily doing the most efficient damage right now, but it looks like Ashine is pulling some trash in right now, misdirecting it to his tank. And there we go, 2 trash packs on top of Tortolan and that 1 crusher. It's going to be a lot of free AoE here for the hunters.
Yeah, definitely. Still want to make sure you be careful with the shells going around here. Not only do the shells do a lot of damage because Ludwig scales with fortified, but he can also get thrown out of the platform because they knock you back. And then you do get food thrown at you by the spectators here, which does do a lot of damage. So definitely want to be a bit careful. And on top of that, you also have the trash mechanics that you need to deal with, the fixates and all of that kind of stuff. That's why we see the binding shots coming out of the hunters here to make sure Divine Field has an easier time surviving this trash.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, you can just see from Perplex their perfect bolstering management so far. Now, the boys did go for a pretty large pull and caught up and surpassed Perplex in trash percentage, but they're doing something similar with Ludwig von Tortolan here. No crushers on top of it, and it would be a mistake to pull it right now since you wouldn't quite be able to whittle down the HP for bolstering management. And yeah, they're just going to be pulling just the trash packs on top of Ludwig instead of the crushers. So maybe we'll see the crushers pulled with Trothek later on, since because of Z-axis issues, the bolstering won't, if they kill the crushers before the boss, it won't actually bolster the boss, which is pretty interesting strategy to think of in advance.
Yeah, definitely interesting. We'll see. And Perplex is also dealing with some trash here before Trothek spawns, because there's a little bit of an RP that you need to wait for, so you can't do Trothek immediately after Ludwig, so very efficient to deal with some trash in between. We're also gonna have to see what Perplex does with the obelisks, because so far neither of the teams have dealt with any of the obelisks, and we've seen different strategies come out of the teams. We've seen some of them kite the obelisks, and we've also seen some of the teams actually deal with the obelisks and also pull some trash on top of the boss at the very end. It is bolstering, so some teams just decided it's not worth it to deal with trash on top of the last boss. But Harlan Sweet does have a friendly fire artillery, basically, the cannon barrage, which does help you kill trash. So if you pull it at the very end of the boss fight, you can still make use of that friendly fire and not bolster the boss at the same time.
Oh yeah, and they're doing a good job of it here. And same thing from Perplex, like we were talking about with the boys, the 2 crushers, you're right. Just the rapid reload being activated, making sure they're being efficient. I think we should see the exact same thing from the boys. Those 2 crushers on top of this boss is going to help them out a lot. And really, you can start drawing comparisons in their progression here. Those 3 deaths from Perplexed are definitely going to come into play here. 15 seconds on the board for them is going to be a lot of time for the boys to come back. But also, I mean, 50% HP on a boss, even on Fortified, is a lot of health to chew through. So the boys are really going to have to shape up here and find some sort of advantage to come back into the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, I still think this is going to be pretty close, even with the 15 seconds difference, just because the boys are behind on boss. They do only have 2% more trash, so it's not actually a big difference in that regard. And we do know that the boys is immediately walking to Harlan Sweet right after Trothek is done, because they're going to deal with the rest of the trash on the last boss. So let's see what Perplex is doing. If Perplex would decide on kiting the obelisk, then they still have a lot of trash left to do. So it really looks like they might just might be running the same strat as the boys and actually deal with the obelisk. But it looks like they're doing a trash pull here, so maybe I'm wrong after all, and they do try to get 100% and then kite.
Yeah, I believe this trash pack with the Ravagers that all 3 Ravager packs should equal the 100% they need. If I'm wrong, I'll look really stupid, but I'm pretty sure it'll come out to just about that. So this it looks like they're probably going to end up kiting, which would make sense since Amok is the healer that we first saw do the kiting, so I think he would be pretty comfortable doing it even in this MDI finals, loser goes home series. And here we go. If this gets them to about 90, 92%, that should be all they do for the Ravagers. And yeah, they're definitely going to be kiting here.
Yeah, so two different strats coming out of those teams. So we'll see which one ends up being better, because we see both of the teams being at the same point in the dungeon, right? We see the boys also downing the boss. They're now moving on to Harlan Suite. Unfortunately, a little bit of a bad timing here with the Crasher Patrol. You see everyone else in the group of the boys is in the Nyalotha realm, and Rats is the chosen one to do the skip and pull Harlan Suite. So it is very unfortunate that he had a bad patrol with the Crasher here, costing a little bit of extra time.
Perplexed, they messed up this painful motivation pull horribly. The way you're supposed to set this up is you're supposed to set up the 3 mobs in the back with CC, pull one of them forward so that you get that cap of 3 painful motivations. But while they were setting it up, one of the Buccaneers that was supposed to be CC'd ran forward, so they had to delay the painful motivation cast on the back Ravagers. That cost them a solid 30 seconds there. And you can see now the boys have been able to walk up and pull Harlan's Suite, and they are going to be, on the other hand, just cleaving these Awakened mobs down. Look at this, all 3 Hunters easily doing 350k damage on these 4 Awakened mobs, just absolutely shredding these Awakened mobs. Now, Perplexed have finally gotten the rest of their trash with that final Ravager pack, like we mentioned. Zamok is going to be cleaving, but Rads has gone down for the boys. They have to get a res off really quickly, or they're just not going to have any chance of surviving.
I don't think they can recover here. They have all Obelisks still up, and Bobby's going down soon. They do have a second Belarus available, but this is just too hard to recover from them. Red's going down again. This is going to be a full team wipe for the boys coming in. This was just too difficult for them to handle, fighting all 4 Awakened mobs with the last boss. It was just too much damage and too difficult for them to get all of the execution done here. Yeah, well, now it's all going to be on Perplex, right? They have the 100% trash. We see Smok kiting those 4 Awakened mobs. Now, all they have left to do is finish off Harlan Suite. It is pretty dangerous because it is Grievous, and they don't have the healer with them. So they want to make sure they use their acceleration and their cooldowns perfectly to not die to that Grievous effect. But it's Perplex, right? And it really shouldn't be a problem for them. The other thing that can still happen is Smok either going down or snapping the mobs to him, unfortunately, or going too far away. Then that could also cause a wipe for Perplexed.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see that even though Wolf Disco is in that that Grievous affix, he kind of delayed using his acceleration until the last moment just to make sure he didn't get too much healing aggro from using it. Now, Zamok has been taking some damage from both the bolts from Void Mouth here, as well as just the general ticking Grievous damage, so he should have enough healer aggro to the point where these mobs shouldn't snap back to his group. And he's also doing the kiting perfectly. Hasn't stepped on a single pebble, hasn't tripped over a log, doing a great job right now. And with Harlan Suite entering that last phase sub 30%, he's going to start taking double damage, and it's only a matter of seconds before Perplexed will take this first game in this first lower bracket match and send this series to a second game with Perplexed leading on to 0.
There we go. Harlan Suite goes down and Perplexed takes the victory in 14-minute freehold run coming out there. You'd love to see those really quick runs out of Perplexed, and kind of looking like they're a little bit more, back in their groove as they take the victory in game number 1. And honestly, when we're getting ourselves started, when we're looking at how we want, the second team, the number 2 seed out of Europe to look, right out of the gates, that is it right there. The boys weren't doing too badly either, Drados, except for obviously that wipe.
Yeah, the wipe was certainly costly. I want to dispute that it was a great run, though, from Perplexed. I think that 14 minutes is not the kind of time that you need to be competitive with Wunderbar, who put up a 12-minute run, and Golden Guardians even, who put up a 13-minute run. And that was a run even that also had some issues with it. Both those runs had at least a death in them, too. So I think that from Perplexed, I'm going to be looking for them to have runs without the multiple issues. They had no wipes or anything, but they had multiple costly mistakes that cost them, 30 seconds apiece in that dungeon.
Sure, but I also think that's something that hopefully at this point that they practice getting down to that 13, 12-minute kind of arena where I'm sure they look back at it and say, yeah, we could have made some better improvements at that point, but they're not, I wouldn't say they're at a point where they're very far away from getting there. And they're not far away from making those adjustments, making those improvements to get there. And it's kind of similar to where I think Perplex has been for a very long time, that they're just within reach of a lot of their better opponents or their better counterparts.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I think that this is a team that, yeah, clearly they have the routes that are needed to put up a time that is competitive, but I'm still hopeful that they can put up a more consistent, good run,
Sure.
and not have one with multiple things going, medium wrong. Nothing went big wrong, but a lot went a little wrong.
All right, let's start breaking down what went medium wrong throughout this one.
Sure. So we had those deaths right at the very start of the run that were really uncharacteristic and, again, not hugely costly. Just cost them a mass res time and the death timer. Death on Skycap and Crag as well, similarly. Not the end of the world, didn't cause a wipe, but does cost time, does cost battle res. Another thing happened actually with the Ravager as well, where they had a Ravager mistake, but they were bailed out as a result of the boys having a far more catastrophic mistake of Rads going down and then the rest of the team going down soon thereafter. Even though they were able to get the battle res out, it was just too little too late with those 4 obelisks with last boss. When one thing goes wrong on that fight, it can all be over. And to Perplex's credit, they did a great job of executing their last boss strategy with their kite there. That is also something that can go horribly wrong. There's really no way to pull Harlan's Suite with those 4 obelisks up that doesn't have a high failure rate. And great job by Perplexed of not having that happen to them. And unfortunately for the boys, it was a game they could have won if that had gone in their favor.
That's right. And when there is so much pressure on the last boss, we got to start getting some stats rolling for the next time we get Freehold up. But we do have King's Rest coming along, and we've been seeing stats left, right, and center for a number of these bosses because they can be so ridiculously lethal, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, King's Rest definitely one of those dungeons where not only those big pulls are incredibly dangerous that we see those teams doing, but also just the boss mechanics themselves. It is tyrannical, and then on top of that, you just have those bosses who have the spit gold debuff who does so much damage, and then they also pull trash on top of the bosses, like the constructs, which just cause even more issues. You have those frontals, and you have a huge amount of tank damage incoming as well. So yeah, definitely can cause lots of issues. And on top of that, the most difficult part of all is those 4 awakened mobs with the last boss, which we've seen multiple teams have problems with. And I mean, we've seen them wipe right there in Freehold with the 4 obelisks, so hopefully they can pull it up in King's Rest.
Yeah, and I think this will also be a really good litmus test to your point as well, Dranos, as to where Perplex can kind of stand against Golden Guardians, how well they'll stand against Method EU, now Wunderbar, to be able to look at where they're going to be, because we've seen, about 1950, 20-minute runs out of both of those teams, and now we have to look at, all right, well, Perplex does have a really good win rate in this dungeon, and when they were on, I believe, the 19 level for these stats, they had around 21-minute runs, but gear has changed, and gear has really scaled up in a big way here, Zyro.
Yeah, and I was just checking our stats here as well. I remembered that in our second European Cup, that King's Rest was one of our time trial times, and they were within 20 seconds of Wunderbar in that particular run. And they've also had pretty decent success as well on this dungeon, with I believe their only loss actually being against former Method EU and Wunderbar. So if we should see more of a trend of clean runs from Perplexed, King's Rest is one of the maps where I would assume that they would be able to continue that trend.
Yeah, and even with pretty low average deaths, that's one of the metrics we always like to look at as well, Dranos, to look at how polarizing some of these teams' runs can be. And only having one throughout a dungeon like this, it always depends on where it is, but that's a pretty good one to be looking at. Yeah,
an average death as well, if it's 5, 1 out of 5 times and 0 the rest, that is a very different thing than if it's just 1 every time. So it can be a tough metric to interpret, but I just love the difference between these two teams' logos here. The happiness put out by the boys versus that Perplex just having none of it with that cat there. It's a great icon for a team.
Oh, I'd love a lot of these. We got to see some close-ups of some of the other teams as well, but King Desire, back to more stats as well. Who's your favorite on this last boss, Nigger? Do you like Raban, or are you more a fan of Sala?
Do I have to choose?
I guess not. Okay. Take the middle ground. I see.
The best girl, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but Raban doesn't fear me every 10 seconds, so I kind of... Sorry, yeah, Raban's my boy, I
jumps on
think.
you and casts a frontal.
Just blink.
I'd rather.
And you can get feared into it.
That's
Tazal is
true.
my favorite because you can pad the damage meters if you keep attacking Dazar on
Yep.
that, because it reflects the
True.
damage over to Tazala as well, so you get double counted for your damage. So I'm all about that part of the fight.
True.
You'd love to see it. Pro tips again from Dradnos as we're getting ourselves ready to go for round number 2 between the boys and Perplexed, while the boys are facing elimination as we enter King's Rest.
All right, so I'm going to be completely surprised if I see 3 hunters here from both teams.
I think you're going to be surprised. Yeah, I mean, chances are, especially in King's Rest, where you just want consistent damage the entire time, Triple Hunter is just going to be what you see here. Usually, we only see teams deviate from that comp whenever they need the massive AoE burst that Unholy DK would bring. So, like you mentioned, I'd be surprised. Well, I'm the opposite. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 3 Hunters.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen either of those teams compete in King's Rest yet, but yeah, I mean, this is the only comp we've seen in this dungeon, just because it's so single target heavy. It even is tyrannical, and on top of that, you also have raging, which makes hunters great because they have the soothe ability to get rid of it, and they're also just really good at killing explosives. So all the affixes just scream hunter in this MDI environment. So we see Perplex already clicking that gong here. Ashine used that speed potion to get ready and start the trash. Let's see if they pull all of the trash together. We've seen some teams risk it and pull everything, and some teams going a little bit slower.
Yep, Ashan starting off the pull by popping Turtle and making sure he gets rid of those Shadow of Zulads, and then on top of that, everything will be stacked on top of each other. Keep in mind that middle is a line of sight, so they can that one explosive in the front. But all of the trash is together, and you have to keep an eye on those Shadow Ball volley casts from the Witch Doctors. If any of those get off, it's going to spell danger for the group, but they need to get this trash down quickly, because once everything gets into that Raging Affix, the tanks have to get out. But Rads has gone down for the boys here, and there's no way they can get him off. The Shadow Ball volleys go off. And that's going to be all she wrote for this first pull for the boys. And with Bloodlust popped, I don't think they can go for that again. All Eyes now in Perplexed, though, with Divine Field running out of room to kite. He's going to have to probably start running the other direction here.
Yeah, just huge problems here for the boys. They also pop Bloodlust and all of their cooldowns, so this is not a pull they can repeat. I think the problem that they were having here is that they didn't immediately get all of the trash together. They were pulling 3 groups, but the top left group didn't actually get aggroed at the start, and then they pulled it in later, and I assume it just mismatched some of the cooldowns and the HP, so they weren't all raging at the same time, and maybe Rats didn't start kiting early enough, or didn't use his defensives early enough. I'm not really sure, but definitely costly for the boys, as Perplex is already fighting the Golden Serpent here with the 2 constructs that they pulled on top for the extra damage that the Hunters are going to be doing with those 2 extra targets. As long as Divine Field does manage to survive the extra damage from the constructs, this is definitely a huge time save, not only for boss damage, but also just like getting extra trash efficiently.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is... I remember when we first saw people start to do these construct pulls on top of the boss, and then on top of that later onto the gauntlet, we were like, oh wow, this is ridiculously efficient. Because the strategy that we saw most of the time was people just completely skipping those 4 Guardians completely. They would just pull more trash on the bridge. But, you know, as we learned in the King's Rest, the bridge is bad. There's a lot of stuff that kills you on the bridge, so you just want to avoid that at all costs. I love this strategy that we've seen come out on King's Rest as well, where you try to immune as many spit goals as possible, and then the ones that do go through, you just freezing trap them, so you don't have to ever worry about dealing with one of those animated golds. But again, more issues for the boys as Rads goes down on this trash pack once again, and the same problem's going to happen here. Those Shadow Bolt volleys are just going to get off, and it's going to be another full team wipe for the boys. What's going on for them?
I think they shouldn't have tried to do the same pull again, just because they're missing Bloodlust, right? So just trying to pull the same pull again, which is already so incredibly risky. They already wiped with the Bloodlust. I think they should have just went slow and done it like maybe not 1 by 1, but do it in 2 pulls compared to doing it in a full room pull, just because you're just missing the cooldowns at this point. And Rats was running out of defensives, and the whole pull just took too long. So at least they did manage to finish off some of the trash, so they only have 1 trash pack left at this point. So not as big as a time loss as it could have been if they would have wiped when all of the trash was low HP. So thankfully they did get some of it down.
Oh yeah, and it looks like they do have to deal with at least one set of animated goals, but plus a couple multi-shots, let your pets clean them down. Even going for the single target damage on that final blood, just to make sure they're fine. And Golden Serpent going down for Perplexed is pretty much the ending of the most dangerous section of the dungeon outside of maybe the 4 Awaken mob pool on the final boss. But, we've been talking about this a lot. I would love to see Perplexed, we do have like a 2 or so minute delay on the stream so that they can't instantly know where their team is, but like at the end of that fight, they should have seen that the boys have wiped twice in this first room and haven't finished the trash back until this point, right? I would love to see them just say, you know what? We're so far ahead, we should play it easy. We should go ahead and deal with just one of these Awakened Obelisks to make our life easier on the last boss. I would love to see that distinction being made and just make them make an on-the-fly choice.
Yeah, I agree, but I also think it's a difficult decision to make, because what if they have some sort of mistake later on themselves on one of the trash groups, right? Then they're going to be behind, because they not only did they have the mistake and the wipe on the trash group, but they also dealt with the obelisk, which is an extra cost of time. So I think it's definitely a hard decision to make. I think it's better to make this decision at the end of the dungeon, if it's a possibility to make it somehow easier. At the start of the dungeon, it's a lot more difficult to make this kind of decision, but I agree with you that I think it definitely should have been a decision they should have made. In the end, they believe in themselves that they can do the 4 obelisks, so they chose not to. But the boys finally now on the Golden Serpent did manage to finish off all of the trash there. But yeah, huge amount of time difference at this point.
Oh yeah, and it's the same thing as we talked about before from the boys. You have to keep going for it. It makes sense. Like, you have to put yourself in a position where you can win if Perplex makes mistakes. We saw this happen to Perplex yesterday, so it's not like they're immune to it. It was definitely very off-brand for them to make those mistakes, but, we now know that it can happen to them. So the boys definitely aren't out of this match yet, but it's going to take some pretty catastrophic problems from Perplexed in order to, let them back into the game. Like probably 2 full wipes on the final boss or something silly like that.
Yeah, definitely will cause, they will need a lot of issues from Perplex to be able to catch up here. But definitely not going to make any sort of mistakes on this gauntlet here, because this gauntlet is not something you can speed up. It just basically spawns 1 by 1. You have to kill the previous trash to be able for the next trash to spawn. So there's no way you can make this any faster. You also have this gate that only opens once you finish off this last trash group here. So the only thing we've seen teams do is pull 2 constructs from the initial part of the dungeon on top of the gauntlet, and that's really the only thing you can do to speed up this process, unfortunately. And that's why King's Rest is such a dungeon. It's so straightforward and so linear, where if you fall behind with any sort of wipe, it's so incredibly difficult to come back, because you can't do any sort of like huge pull and try to make up time that way, because everything is kind of gated.
Yeah, I mean, and that's got to be one of the most frustrating things as well. You know that you're behind, right? If you're on the boys' side, you're just like, you can see this stream, and even if you're not watching the stream, it doesn't take a lot for you to think, well, we've full wiped to the hardest trash pack pull in the dungeon twice. We've got 10 deaths on the board. We're probably 3 or 4 minutes behind. It's got to be the most frustrating thing, sitting in this gauntlet room, not being able to make the trash pull any faster, knowing you're behind. Because when you're running these keys, especially in an MDI scenario, your mind is always go, go, go. Let's do the next thing. We'll go on to the next thing. In this gauntlet, it makes it so you can't do that. It must be so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, I 100% agree. There's just nothing they can do at this point other than hoping that Perplex is making any sort of mistake, and they just want to, of course, not make any more mistakes themselves. They're already 50 seconds behind from the death timers alone, and then of course they're also just behind in the dungeon split as well. Perplex already engaging Machimba. They have 2 constructs up still, so they want to be a little bit careful. Now, one of the constructs is actually pretty high HP. They want to make sure they do not get an entomb cast by the constructs. Usually the teams wait for an entomb cast to go off, and then they engage the boss to make sure they don't get an extra entomb cast. But they did manage to finish it off now, and now they got the boss's entomb. They immediately free the person out of this tome to be able to basically stop Machimba from casting any more abilities throughout the boss fight. Not that they can't handle the abilities from Machimba, but this is a DPS increase for the whole team because they don't have to dodge the fire, which can cause Machimba to not be attackable for quite a while because it just stands still in the fire and doesn't move out. And then it also doesn't cast the Drain Fluid, which also leaves a damage reduction behind on the last tick until you're healed to full HP.
Yep, but also as a result, Divine Field is going to get destroyed by this boss's attacks just because the boss does so much physical damage with each and every one of his attacks. So really going to keep an eye on Divine's HP here. Zamaka's really only going to have to heal Divine Field here. But yeah, it kind of just becomes a patchwork fight at this point, and you can just see the difference here right away. I mean, look at the timer at the bottom there. The boy's 3 minutes behind on the first boss, and that could very easily be opened up if there are any issues in Machimba's room for them, because we know that pull in the room that the Perplex just pulled off is not easy as well.
Yeah, definitely not easy, and we also are gonna have some more difficult trash coming up right after Machimba. We're gonna have to see how Perplex handles that one. We've seen a lot of teams try and pull double Berserkers and the Spectral Casters on top of the Witch Doctors, which is a pretty dangerous pull, even on a non-fortified environment, just because there's so many casters who do so much damage to the tank, and then you also have the healing totems go down and the bleed effects that need to be handled from the Berserkers. So we'll see if Perplex manages to execute that pull properly once they down Machimba here, and the boys will have to deal with this Machimba rogue as perfectly as Perplex just did.
I mean, yeah, as perfectly would be great, but you gotta remember, they're 3 minutes behind, they gotta go for it here.
Yeah.
Similar to Perplex, not dealing with that Awakened Obelisk, and yeah, I mean, this is a rough scenario for the boys. I don't know how many other ways we can say it. Now, gotta keep an eye on this pull that Perplex is setting up for right now. This is probably going to be the biggest breaking point left in the dungeon for them. These pulls are incredibly difficult. Each of those Hex-Priest and Berserkers, all of these casts that can get off, all the Severing Blades that go off, even the Beastmaster abilities, the Deadeye Shot and the Poison Barrage, do a lot of damage, so we have to see perfect execution in terms of their stops and getting in the right place. That Poison Barrage does go on a couple other players, but the Revival instantly comes out to remove the debuffs, but Wolf Disco goes down to that frontal hunting leap from the Raptors here. They do have a battle res for him, but they're probably not going to, they're probably just going to regular res him after the trash is dead, purely because they're all so low. Yeah, it looks like Swag was maybe considering getting the res off, but they're just going to go ahead and finish the trash back off. So that's definitely unfortunate. That's probably going to be about a 20 or 30 second time loss for them, because they get the 5 seconds on the board from the death, as well as not having a DPS alive to finish the rest of the trash pack. And also you have to account for the res time as well. But still being 3 minutes ahead, we're going to have to see like 3 or 4 of those small mistakes before we can talk about the boys getting back into the game.
Yeah, definitely, but you just saw how difficult this pull can be, especially because it is raging, right? All of the mobs are going to be raging at the same time, and you do have 3 dispels, 3 soothes from the hunters, but you just can't dispel every single mob, and therefore you saw the Raptor just being enraged there as he jumped onto Wolf Disco and one-shot him basically with this one tick off the frontal dash. So very unfortunate for them that Wolf Disco did go down, but not as big as a time loss as, of course, as the boys' wipe at the start of the dungeon. So we see them deal with this obelisk, which is something we like to see, right? This is exactly what we talked about earlier. They know they're so far ahead, so they're dealing with Void Weaver here instead of just using it as a skip. Because I'm pretty certain they would be able to do the 4 obelisk pull on the last boss, but they decided to just deal with Void Weaver here, just take it a little bit safer because they are this far ahead at this point.
I love it. I love it. They did exactly what we suggested they do. I mean, and it really doesn't cost you that much time anyways, because you're still running to the boss, right? The only thing you're doing is chewing through that HP bar, which on a 21 tyrannical setting is probably something like 11 or 12 million HP, which for 3 hunters is not going to be that big of an issue to deal with. So I like that. I like that call. They don't have to worry about interrupts on the final boss, like you mentioned, and yeah, it's going to be a much, much safer encounter. Now, they'll lose a little bit of damage from the rapidly reload trait. They're only hitting 4 targets instead of 5, but you know what? It's not that big of a deal.
Definitely not as big of a deal, and we also see them deal with Kula perfectly here. We actually see 4 dwarves, the Divine and the 3 hunters are playing dwarf, which makes it really easy for them to deal with the Severing Axe, because that Rachel is gonna get rid of the bleed debuff in case it does get applied to them. They could also turtle the application if they want to. We've seen Wunderbar handle this pretty nicely yesterday as they were spreading out around the boss, because you can pre-turtle it if you see that the boss is casting it on you, and the way you can tell is by looking which direction the boss turns to. So if you spread out perfectly and you know that the boss is turning to you, then you can just pre-turtle the application, and that's exactly what Wunderbar did yesterday. So hopefully I see the kind of adaptation from the rest of the teams as well, in case they want to run a different racial, because outside of the Severing Axe, I don't actually think that Dwarf racial is required for the Hunters here in this dungeon.
Yeah, I don't think it's... Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's 100% required. Now, you can Dwarf Racial off the Fear debuff on the final boss as well. I think that's the only other thing I could think of that it would be used for. And it's a huge safety play, right? I don't really know, because we were talking about this yesterday. It's weird to think of what Shadow Meld could be used for in this dungeon for Hunters, because you do have Feign Death available. You very rarely need that second combat reset on a Hunter. Maybe it's just the fact that Hunters have a slightly higher passive DPS on Night Elf, because they get the passive stat amplification as well, whereas Dwarfs don't get that. Well, they do get it in crit damage, but crit damage rarely works on Hunter pets as well, so it's not something that they're really thinking about. But gotta stop for a second here, because the boys are experiencing more issues on their side. Wiping to this first trash pack after Machimba here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Reds went down as they were doing this big pull, and I've talked about the difficulty of this pull, right? You have all of those casters just constantly casting Spectral Bolts onto the tank. So if you're missing any sort of interrupts, especially when they're raging, it can cause just huge problems. And this is why Rats went down, and unfortunately their healer went down as well. So they have no way of getting the rest back up. They just need to have Bob run back and then cast Mass Rest. So just another mistake by them. Another big time loss, unfortunately, by their boys. This is really just not their dungeon right now, unfortunately. While Perplex, on the other hand, is about to finish up Akali, and they almost had a perfect run, except this one death on Wolf this way.
Oh yeah. And we're gonna have to see if they're able to keep it clean afterwards. The one death, you know, it's not that big of an issue if they're able to play safe for the rest of the run here. And with 82% trash, we know they're going to be dealing with that 7-pack that Divine Field just leapt into, so we got to keep an eye on this. This is probably the last dangerous, well, this is the last dangerous pack that they have to deal with, making sure they get those interrupts on those Witch Doctors. Everything is getting shredded, though. Is Divine Field what is Divine Field doing to this trash pack?
I don't know.
Wow.
Okay. Huh.
Hey, Divine, you okay, dude? Was he just critting out of his mind or something?
I think he just combusted.
Oh, he's running. Okay, that was his Miraculous Fang. Man.
Oh,
wow.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's a lot of AoE damage coming out of the Hunter. Sorry, the Warrior tank there, not the Hunter. That's pretty impressive.
Definitely a lot of damage coming out of their Prod Warrior here. As they're now engaging Shadow of Soul, can cause lots of issues. It's not fortified, so definitely a little bit easier for them to handle this. Raging does affect Shadow of Soul, but it can immediately be dispelled by one of the Hunters, so it really shouldn't be an issue. We've seen some issues for Complexity Limit earlier, as one of those AoE zones spawned in melee range right next to Shadow of Soul. And that means that either the tank or Smok needs to soak it, or the tank needs to outrange it. But if you outrange it, then you can't really tank Shadow of Soul anymore, and can't use any of your abilities, and therefore it can cause issues. There we go, it did spawn in melee, but thankfully so far away that he dragged Shadow of Soul away. So good job on Divine Field to immediately get the boss away to not get that AoE damage. But yeah, well done. As they're now engaging the last boss with only the 3 obelisks, because they did deal with Void Weaver earlier.
Oh yeah, and that's the most major of the issues for this boss dealt with. Usually they would just single target nuke Void Weaver now if they're down first here, but now that they don't have to, they might actually just go for the full-on cleave. Although they probably will end up just single targeting Beck and Nerf Chaos down now that I think of it, because you really only have so many tools for dealing with those fears. Once you get through your revival, your aspect of the turtle cooldowns, and your dwarf racial, you're kind of stuck at that point, and you're just gonna get feared. So they really probably want to single target that down, and you can see it's dying much more quickly than the other awakened mobs.
Yeah, we see them also positioning themselves properly to be able to spawn the pools in the proper spot. don't want to spawn those pools in the path of Divine Field, because of course he needs to be fighting it backwards as Ashain just spawns from right there. Damn it, Ashain. But they're about to finish off most of these Awaken mobs as Reban is now spawning as well. They want to be careful with Reban because it can cause some issues with this hunting leap, as we've seen. Wolf Disco died to it earlier, so definitely want to make sure you are aware of that hunting leap. And then later on, it can also cause some issues with Zella. Once King Azar has reached 60%, we have Zella spawn. And with the AoE fear, can definitely cause some issues while getting feared into one of those tornadoes, for example.
Yeah, Wolf Disco, you gotta watch out for those hunting leaps. Your limit trial's on the line here, so don't want to get run down by those twice in a dungeon. That'd be pretty bad. Definitely go on the trial thread. Oh, going incredibly low to that Quaking Leap, but just barely able to stay alive from some Mox heals there. And so far, good execution on this boss right here. Just gonna have to keep an eye on those deathly roars. Only Wolf Disco has the Aspect of the Turtle available for this next roar that if it goes out, so we'll have to keep an eye on them, make sure they don't get feared into any, wild hunting leaps from Raban while he's still alive. Could be an issue. There it comes. Turtles pop for Wolf Disco. Looks like nobody else gets feared into the frontal from Raban, and they should be fine since Zella should die before the next AoE fear.
It's actually a little bit close. Smok almost got feared into that hunting leap, but just barely managed to get out of the fear right before. Smok unfortunately getting hit by one of those tornadoes, but should be able to out-heal it as it's just in himself. But yeah, definitely gotta be a little bit careful with the tornadoes. If you get multiple on multiple members, it can be hard to out-heal that debuff. It does quite a bit of damage. And yeah, the voice just, again, having some issues as they were trying to just skip to the boss here. Just issues over issues, unfortunately for them. This King's Rest is just really not their dungeon today. As Perplexed is about to finish up King Dasar, and they're gonna make it out of that lower bracket, while the boys unfortunately are going to be eliminated once they lose this game here. But yeah, I mean, the boys played really well, but let's be honest here, it was almost unlucky that Perplexed played not so good yesterday and they had to play against them, right? Because Perplexed, they're known to be a really good team.
Yep, quick reminder as well, that 4% missing is from Shadow of Azul, so they are actually at 100% trash, and with King Dazar going down here in the next couple percent, Perplexed is going to take this series in 2-0, especially in this dungeon in a fashion that we're used to seeing from them, and this has got to feel good for them as they move on in our tournament.
That's right, Perplexed taking the win with a very strong King's Rest run, and sealing, of course, the fate of the boys, who just weren't really able to get into their groove throughout this tournament. And Agura, you mentioned it as well. They started going up against really tough opponents and quickly got knocked out of the tournament as a result. So Perplexed, though, a little over 20-minute run. It wasn't quite as fast as we saw out of Wunderbar, but they're like really, really close on that one, Dratnos.
Yeah, this actually was an impressively fast run, especially given that they used a bit of a safer strategy, right? To be within a minute of Wunderbar's team time, to be within 30 seconds of Golden Guardian's time, with an extra obelisk just fought in the middle of your dungeon, is, I think, a very, very good news for Perplexed here. I think that suggests they're probably actually even a little bit faster if they didn't have to do that, or if they chose not to do that, which, a great place to be in, yeah.
That's right, and bodes well for them as they have to fight their way out of this lower bracket. As a result, there's going to be a ton of games for them to be playing. And again, we're just going to be watching as to what's going to come next for these guys, because I think in many cases we have high expectations for them, Zyro, because of how much experience that they really have had for all of MDI.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Perplex is such a weird case for me right now, right? I'm really worried for them, but this King's Rest does kind of help ease those worries a little bit here, but the way they played in the first map wasn't necessarily the greatest. They're about a minute behind in terms of their freehold run, and then the matches yesterday, like, I'm still questioning whether or not they have what it takes to compete with Wunderbar should they get to that point, but I mean, if they do get to that point, then they probably play pretty well for the rest of the tournament.
Well, that's the thing, is they need to get to that point. Yeah, we're jumping ahead of the gun on that one for sure. But let's start talking about what we saw out of that King's Rest, Radnos. What did you like?
Well, there was a lot of stuff I didn't like, and unfortunately most of it came from the side of the boys. This was just a really, really tragic run for them. There was just so much disaster packed into such a dungeon where this is a bit uncommon, right? King's Rest is usually not a dungeon where we see this much going wrong for a team. And the point that I would like to give some big credit for here is Perplexed doing the exact opposite of what they did yesterday. They just decided to fight Voidweaver Mouth here, and this, I think, is an amazing adjustment to their route. unlike yesterday where they lost that Ataldazar against Complexity Limit that was unlosable because they decided to just keep bashing their heads against 4 obelisks with Yasma, this time they decided that, hey, we're up against a team that has wiped twice and is going to continue to wipe in this dungeon. So we're just going to fight that extra Awakened Obelisk and reduce the chances that something could go horribly wrong for us, because the only way we lose is something going horribly wrong. So yesterday I criticized them for not doing that. Today I'm going to praise them for doing it. That was a great decision.
Yeah, and we've seen a number of times where people making, these quick audibles, and Tettles is calling it out, I believe, in the Toll to Gore run as well, making those quick decisions to decide, okay, it really is important for us to get a little bit of a gauge as to what our opponents are doing, always makes a big difference. And as we take a look at our bracket, we've eliminated 2 teams so far today, and 2 more series to go, with Complexity Limit, Deplete from Beyond, Ethical, and Perplexed still have more games to play to see if they're going to survive today's lower bracket and make it to tomorrow's Championship Sunday. So looking ahead, Nagura, we've got Complexity Limit and Deplete from Beyond, probably some of the most polarizing teams from each region as well.
Yeah, I think those next 2 games are going to be incredibly close. I mean, Complexity Limit against Deplete from Beyond, I think they're very similar teams when it comes to their playstyle. Like, they both have the potential to do incredibly well. They have the strategies available to them, but sometimes they're just really lacking in execution. They're just very inconsistent, both of those teams. So I really think this could go either way, depending on which team executes properly, depending on which team just has fewer wipes, to be honest.
Yeah, and we've seen a number of times that there's going to be some spectacular deaths and spectacular big pulls as well. So we'll have to be looking at that, because if I'm not mistaken, I think we do have a Ataldazar on the list as a potential dungeon for our next matchup. And Zyro, I don't know about you, but I'd really love to see an Atal Redemption run from Complexity to see just how fast it can go if it does go right.
Oh yeah, for sure would love to see that. And then the other dungeons in here are pretty crazy too. Shrine of the Storm, if that's let through for Complexity Limit, we know they've had issues in that dungeon in the past, especially on Volzith. Workshop would be great. It's been banned against them every single match so far. We know they like running the mage, and Workshop is a great mage dungeon. And then, Freehold and Siege are also dungeons that are pretty good kind of raters for how well they're playing as well. So yeah, the whole series looks like it's good, and I'm curious to see what these teams pan out.
Lots to dig into on the other side of the break, but first, we'll be right back with more MDI action and 2 more elimination rounds. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon Oh, Tettles. We've talked about this, all right? Welcome back. I'm joined not only by Tettles, but Zyro and Nagura as well, as we're getting ready for another round of eliminations to be coming up very soon. We just now saw, if we want to take a quick look at our bracket, we saw the boys and Goosey Bad exiting the tournament. Both of our 4 seeds from the regions are now out. And now we'll be looking at our lower quarters coming up onto this one, Nagura. We're looking at Complexity Limit and Deplete from Beyond right now, as that we were talking about as very, very polarizing teams in their performance. Never fear. As we take a look at our bracket, we can see.
Well.
Oh, Nagura,
Guys,
that was honestly, Nagura, that was incredibly intelligent. And do not worry, that was a great take.
We heard what you said. It was great.
Can you repeat it again?
Thank you. No.
No. Anyway, we've got Wunderbar and Golden Guardians in our upper finals. They'll be playing tomorrow, and they are guaranteed at least 3rd place. But we've got Complexity Limit, Deplete from Beyond, Ethical, and Perplex still in the tournament and fighting for their lives. And also Zyro for some improved prize pool.
Oh yeah, I mean, every win from this point on is a large pay increase. Our teams in the lower bracket here have already, guaranteed themselves $12,000 or $2,400 apiece. But every win from here on out is going to be a large pay jump leading up to that final prize pool for the winners. I mean, this is a big deal to go from the 5th, 6th bracket up to the 4th and potentially 3rd bracket. So there's a lot on the line for these teams in the lower bracket, starting with this game we have coming up right now.
Yep. And
not right now, but in a bit.
That's right. We're making sure all our teams are going to be ready before we get started. Like you said, there's going to be a lot on the line, and even more emphasis on how some of these teams are going to be matching up, because as you saw, Tettles, both of our 4th seeds from each region are now eliminated.
Yeah, both of the 4th seeds are eliminated, and with this, we are having the 3v3 battle. We're also going to see the battle of who is the better mage, and I'm fired up versus Dr. J. The true Great Gandalf challenge is going to come through today. We're going to see the Tri-Wizarding State Champion, and it all happens today on Mythic Dungeon International, so stay tuned.
I wish Tettles was here just now.
We're staying right here.
We're staying tuned. Don't worry.
And Tettles just walks out the door and he's just gone. Puts the cat in his chair. He's like, stay tuned.
The cat would do a better job than I at analyzing these games.
I'm actually kind of annoyed you closed the door so we can't see the cat.
Yeah, me too.
The cat's napping, dude.
Sleeping on the job. Typical Tettles. Unfortunately, I think all our mics are working well, but let's check out some of our map pools as we're getting ourselves started. We do see the bans coming in, Nagura, and Ataldazar didn't get banned.
Oh my god, it is finally time to see that Ataldazar again.
Yes.
After the performance that Complexity Limit had yesterday. I mean, they ended up winning the Ataldazar, but definitely not in a clean manner, as they had 14 deaths. Thankfully, the team that they played against had even more deaths than them, so hopefully it doesn't happen for Deplete from Beyond.
That's right, and this is supposed to be a hyper-fast dungeon, a very rapid dungeon that we'll be looking at. How are you feeling, Zyro, about that Siege of Borealis ban coming up as well?
I think that's a pretty typical ban. If I'm not mistaken, I actually missed it there. I believe, yes, that was the ban from Complexity Limit, and we know they've had some issues with Siege of Borealis in the past, so it makes a lot of sense to see that would be gone pretty early on. I like the maps that are left open. We have a great map pool left open now. I mean, Ataldazar, quick dungeon. We've seen issues from Complexity Limit yesterday on that map, but potentially they could bring it back together. That average deaths number is pretty impressive from them there. I don't know if that's counting the run from yesterday. I don't think it is.
I don't think so either.
But we know that they can do well on that dungeon. And then Workshop, Mage Dungeon, maybe we'll even see Dr. J on the Mage too. We'll get that Giga Gandalf challenge like we're talking about from Tettles. And if we get to Freehold, that's a fantastic 3rd map.
That's right, and a lot of these dungeons are going to be putting these teams, pushing them to their absolute limits right now, and not taking into account some of the deaths that we saw yesterday out of complexity here. Very low average deaths overall, and the route that we saw out of them, while there were mistakes, if they actually were pulling it off there, Tettles, it looked phenomenal.
Okay, so they pull the whole entire left side with double Colossus, which is, if the pull is able to be pulled off in a clean fashion, then that can save a significant amount of time over that of what we've seen from other teams. They also do the patent pending, run it down mid strategy, and then you snap your tank to Razan. But we're going to see how it ends up working out for both sides in just a moment.
All right, let's get into it. Ataldazar starts right now between Complexity Limit and Deplete from Beyond.
I can feel the power.
And right away, we're going to have to see how the snap goes. Because right away, the biggest issue that we saw from Complexity Limit was when they did this snap, the mob snapped behind Max here and he instantly went down. But you can see instantly that change was made. They committed the bubble to him right away so that he wouldn't instantly go down. And Complexity Limit is off to the races here, and it worked well for them. So no major issues this time from them. Deplete from Beyond going for a similar strategy, and their trash pack is still alive and not yet melted. Those unholy DKs are going to have to do work for them here. The Wansambi's mantles go off here, which could be an issue if heals go off afterwards. And Clix has multiple fire debuffs, but he's able to get healed through it, and only the Juggernauts are left alive. So both teams able to deal with the trash pulls, but 12% more trash with trash mobs still to die on Deplete from Beyond side.
Yeah, that was actually a huge amount of trash they pulled on top here on Deplete from Beyond side. That was crazy, and the amount of healing coming out of Eagle here as well. He had 250k HPS, and Clix almost went down with all of those debuffs and all of those casts going off because of that mantle that makes the mobs immune to Sucia. So there was no way for them to get any more interrupts off. So incredibly well done by them to be able to finish off this pull by having just all of those casts going through. And Complexity Limit, on the other hand, this is the pull they actually wiped on yesterday. So they did clean up their play. They didn't have any deaths at all. Perfectly clean execution on this trash plus Razan pull. But yeah, we'll see how they catch up on the trash they're missing. We saw them do this double Colossus pull yesterday, and they also wiped there. So let's see if they can pull it off this time around.
Oh yeah, I mean, they had a ton of more issues yesterday, so we'll have to keep an eye on them, make sure they're playing clean too. I'm interested to see what the major difference is going to be here in trash percentages, because it looks like Deplete from Beyond put this trash that Complexity Limit is gearing up for on top of their boss. They're waiting for Atrocity, it looks like, to get in position for this pull. I don't actually see where he is on screen right now. This is quite weird. There comes the misdirect. Oh, he's going back and getting the Colossus. That's what it was. And they're going for this massive pull here with the double Colossus, I believe. Yep, double Colossus coming in here. So it's going to be a lot of damage needed to come out from the Unholy DKs, and we're going to have to be able to deal with it. That Colossus running in late is going to be an issue, though. It didn't get some of that initial AoE burst, so they're going to have to deal with single target damage on it afterwards, and they're just going to have to kite this, because look at the HP on that Colossus. It is massive and has half HP still.
Yeah, this is actually going to be crazy. They might actually have to Shadow Melt off the aggro. We'll see as Max is trying to kite, but it does so much damage to him. He's trying to tank it off. This is actually quite impressive that he's managing to even tank this at all. And now he's... Yeah, it does so much damage. Look how huge this thing is. But they did manage to finish it off now.
Oh no!
But Deplete from Beyond having 2 deaths as they pulled everything on top of Priestess here. Steeler going down too. This is going to be a full team wipe. There's no way there's any way for them to recover this. And this is a huge amount of time loss for Deplete from Beyond.
That was a ridiculous pull from Complexity Limit as well. They went from 18 to 57% trash. 39% of the trash wiped off the board just like that. And even with a little bit of an inconsistency, that Colossus being massive, chunking Max with a 70% of his max HP in melee. We'll see if Complexity Limit is able to pull off this pull. It looks like the Holy DKs have their damage set and are starting to go to town here. Well, the DKs are still alive. They should be able to get that damage off, and that's going to be the major thing here. If the DKs can stay alive, they should be able to finish the trash off. And the Hunters keep holding his own too. Of course, DKs do a little bit less damage when they don't have the cooldowns available, but they're still able to turn that AoE into single target damage. But unfortunately, Eric and Fired Up have gone down here. They only have 1 battle res available. They have to somehow deal with the rest of this trash, though. It looks like they're going to get Fired Up and alive, but this is really unfortunate. The boss also got some healing off too, and they're probably going to have to get through 2 more transfusion phases, even if they're able to pull this together. The problem is, once they start going further on into the fight, those Hunter freezing traps are going to start coming back off cooldown, and they're going to have to make sure they keep those masks CC'd. these transfusions from the Priestess are finally dealt with here, but we're gonna have to keep an eye on this transfusion from the boss here. As long as they all have the debuffs, they should be fine, but that was a scary moment there from Complexity Limit with 2 deaths on the board. No battle res on the board left for them as well, so they might not have that available for the final boss if they're playing clean.
Dr. J going down for Deplete from Beyond. They do have a battle res available. They get him back up immediately. And this is an insane pull that Deplete from Beyond is doing here. In fact, not only did they pull the whole Priestess room on top of Priestess, but they also pulled the 2 Juggernaut packs that are at the bottom next to the obelisk. So they succeed the Confessors with the freezing trap by the Hunters, and then Rentari just ran through, picked up all of the trash except the Colossus, and pulled it all the way to Priestess. So this is why they had so much problems with this pull. This is an insane pull coming out of the Deplete from Beyond. They now managed to finish off most of the trash. Did have 1 death on Dr. J, but with the battle rest being available to them, they're gonna get all of the damage on Priestess. Unfortunately, Rentari didn't get that blood debuff here, so instead of damaging the boss, Rentari was unfortunately healing the Priestess here.
They still have that Juggernaut alive at full HP, and Missy Igloo goes down. They don't have a battle res for him. There's no healer alive. They're gonna somehow have to heal themselves through this next transfusion and probably have to get another transfusion afterwards with only 4 players alive. Deplete from Beyond could be throwing this dungeon right now, but even on the other side with Complexity Limit, we saw Twisted dropping incredibly low there to this trash pull, but he is able to heal himself up with that Way of the Crane, so it looks like Complexity Limit is back stable, but Rentari is going down to the transfusion with Priestess Saloons at 11%. There's no way they're gonna be able to finish it off, and it's going to be another full team wipe for Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, just so many problems on this pull for Deplete from Beyond. As Complexity Limit, though, on the other hand, they're already onto this trash pull here where they pulled the whole middle pack and some more trash onto this ledge here. So they were snapping the whole trash onto this, making sure that the swords are not jumping on, because once you are on this ledge, they're not actually jumping onto the rest of your team. And on top of that, the charge that these Raptors are doing are not going out either. So this is definitely a very safe way for them to deal with this trash. And look at the percentage. Once they're done with this trash, they're gonna be done with the percentage in the whole dungeon with the Awakened mobs that they still have to deal with. They're probably going to kite the Awakened mobs though, so they need to get to 100%, because if they choose to kite the obelisk, then they of course will not get the percentage. There we go, 100% trash percentage now for Complexity Limit.
And it looks like they're just going to be going obelisk skip to Volcall, and then obelisk skip to the final. Well, they don't need to obelisk skip to the final boss, right? They can just run to the final boss. So yeah, Complexity Limit done with all the trash, and it looks like they're clearly going to be kiting obelisk trash like we saw yesterday as well. So only boss is left, and with 7 minutes left in the dungeon, that mark that we saw from the regular season will be a sub 10-minute run. I doubt they'll go below that, but if I had to guess, with clean play, it could end up being something around an 11-minute run, so we'll see if they're able to keep it clean.
Yeah, definitely. Incredible run by Complexity Limit so far. And Atal, I mean, it seems like not a very difficult dungeon, but in the MDI, it becomes so much more difficult just because how fast you can go. And in the MDI, if there's something you can do, then you have to pull it off, right? But just because the other team is going to pull it off, and if you want to compete with their time, you have to do it too. And this is why we see those insane pulls coming out in Atelastar. It's just one huge pull into another. Even though you're running out of offensive cooldowns and defensive cooldowns, you just have to chain big pull into big pull. And this is why there's so many issues for these teams, specifically in a dungeon like Atelastar, which usually seems like a dungeon that is not insanely difficult, but they're making it difficult on themselves because of just the huge amount of time pressure that you have when those big pulls are possible to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. And one of the things I want to touch on as well is it looks like we have some observer lag on the side of Complexity Limit there is, there we go, nice and caught up. One of the things I want to touch up on as well is we talked about this as well yesterday in their Ataldazar, right? Perplex ended up essentially throwing their Ataldazar run by not opting to go for a safer strategy on Yasma. Do you think this is a situation where Complexity Limit might want to consider doing that? We've talked about this, I think, a lot on broadcast, but with the lead that they have with the 9 deaths on the board, as well as probably about a 3-minute lead in terms of dungeon progression, it almost makes sense to consider going for a safer strat. But I'm not really sure what a safer strat would be, right? Would you like kill 2 awakened mobs and then pull the last boss with 2, or I think you just have to commit to the kite strat, right? And you have to consider in your mind there's no way you're going to wipe 2 at 3 times.
Yeah, I almost think you have to commit, because like killing one obelisk is still not gonna make the killing strat easier, right? If you have to kite anyway, then it doesn't matter if there's 3 awaken mobs or 4 or 2, right? So either you kill as many obelisks as you can to be able to not having to do the kiting strat, but the last boss is pretty dangerous to play with awaken mobs, and therefore I don't think you can play it with 3. So you would have to deal with 2 obelisks, and I think that will just be too much of a time loss. I don't think, I mean, yeah, they're far ahead, but at some point it's just going to be too much time that you spend dealing with those obelisks.
Yeah, and they're not as far ahead of Deplete from Beyond as they were behind yesterday versus Perplex.
Yeah.
So it's not like they have all the time in the world to throw at this dungeon here. And unfortunately, during this skip, it looks like Eric wasn't able to get his Feign Death off, so he's going to be going down with Shadow Meld off on cooldown. They'll just get a quick res on him from Twisted. They've got that time to spare right now, but this is going to be close. If they end up having some catastrophic failures here on this boss, it could let Deplete from Beyond back into the dungeon. So any small mistake like that, the nerves have got to be pounding right now for them.
Yeah, definitely. And this boss, it really takes a long time. It has so much HP, even on a fortified setting. So they're going to have to play perfectly for a long time if you do this kiting strat. Not only does Twisted have to kite the awaken mobs perfectly and make sure they're not somehow snapping back to the group, but the rest of the team needs to survive without a healer. And the Soul Rend does quite a bit of damage once it does go off on the group. So definitely want to make sure to deal with all of that properly.
Yeah, and just taking a look at their gear here, none of them are running that rebooting bitband. They're all running overclocking bitbands for that extra damage, the extra haste that they get. They're just going to be solely relying on the death strikes from the DKs and probably just, I don't know, some sort of passive leech or exhilaration on the hunter. And it looks like it's really unfortunate timing already for Atrocity, is he's gotten 15 stacks of that eye corruption. So he's going to have to pop a personal cooldown or maybe that aspect of the turtle for the very first soul rend, just so he doesn't get one shot by it. Because it does do about 50 to 60% of your HP on this difficulty. He does pop the exhilaration to heal himself up.
Yeah, there we go. Has to already use that acceleration to be able to stay alive. Now, the Death Knights shouldn't have as big of a problem as Atrocity on the Hunter, just because they can Death Strike themselves up to full HP, so they do have a lot of self-healing available to them. But another thing is also just the tank, right? Max staying alive on this boss. Yasma does do quite a bit of tank damage with that tank ability that she casts, so definitely want to be careful with that one. And then on top of that, sometimes it's unavoidable almost to not get hit by one of those spiders if you're the tank, because you do need to interrupt that cast that she does on a random target. If you don't interrupt that one, then you're gonna have a death on one of the players. So sometimes when the group is baiting the soul rend and the tank is the only one who can really interrupt, it can be very dangerous positioning wise as well. So definitely gotta make sure that Max stays alive here.
It is important to mention that Twisted is kiting incredibly close to his targets for one reason alone. Samurek the Beckoner likes to stop and stop running a lot, especially on that staircase with the fire puddles. So he's really making sure he cuts it close. And we saw the beautiful paralyze as well as tank on that mob, but it looks like Yasma's going to go down for complexity limit. And while it doesn't really measure up to the faster runs that Atelazar we've seen, this sort of clean-ish run we've seen from them is what we want to see more of moving forward.
It really is, and big congratulations to Complexity Limit for getting some redemption as well, because like you mentioned, Zyro, it's not the fastest we've ever seen, but I think that there's a number of critical areas that Settles could tell us about that, hey, they can start making some improvements, they can start getting to that point.
I do believe that they can absolutely get to that point, but for Atelazar, I feel like this is kind of a cursed dungeon with how people are trying to just pull it now. Once you start snapping your tank to the mobs as opposed to your tank snapping the mobs to you, you're kind of, everything's just kind of up in the air for
this is not the natural order.
Dude, Deplete from Beyond wiped to what is a typical pull, yet somehow they pull off by far the hardest pull I've ever seen with double Colossus with Razan. This dungeon is so much on a knife's edge, exactly, so much on a knife's edge that any one mistake can just completely ruin your run. And being able to recover from mistakes and pick yourselves back up very quickly is something that needs to be shown in Atelazar, and Complexity Limit did a good job of doing that this time.
Absolutely, and that's also part of what makes it so exciting as well, I think, Nagura, is that, Yasma might have some crazy stats on her as they're fighting the boss, but it's not really her so much as it is everything going on with the boss as well.
Yeah, I mean, Yasma specifically, not only because you have this huge kiting strat going on that is just so incredibly important for the healer to pull off, but just this whole dungeon, I think there's just never a moment where you can breathe for a second. The only time that you can relax a little is Volcal, because you can't really pull anything on top of Volcal, right? Everything else in this dungeon, the way those teams are playing it, is just like constant stress and constant like full focus, and any sort of mistake will just cause a full team wipe. So at Talazar, the way those teams played this dungeon is just incredible.
That's right. And Yasma, fun boss for them to deal with, and thankfully it's not going to be taking too terribly long because they have to deal with it on Fortify. But just imagine if this was on Tyrannical Zyro, how much longer we'd be expecting some of those kiting routes to go out for the healers.
I was looking at that graphic for a second there, and one thing didn't make sense to me. How was there a full wipe, but the peak lives claimed was only 4? Did somebody pull the boss with only 4 people alive?
They might have just ran off of the balcony that she stands on.
That's true. The 4 died, and they were cutting them off. So okay, there we go. Got it. Nailed it.
We got it, Scoob.
Yeah, it's good to see that execution there, because clearly the kiting there, that final boss is incredibly difficult with no healer, and we've seen some of the best teams have issues there. So it's good to see that they're able to pull that kind of thing off here. And then, moving forward into Workshop, it's another execution-heavy dungeon, especially on this bolstering that we have.
That's right, and especially when you're looking at, like you mentioned, with bolstering, but also it's pretty fairly on the rails as well, Tettles here. They just really need to start coming down to some crisp execution.
I do think that is probably in Deplete from Beyond's favor, typically, just in terms of being able to get off that perfect execution. But we've seen a lot of sloppy matches across the whole entire weekend, not even just with Deplete from Beyond versus Complexity Limit. I think we've seen a lot of sloppy matches compared to how much practice these teams have gotten. They got 2 weeks worth of practice, but I think that kind of tells you how much or how hard these dungeons are to be able to do perfectly, and the innovations and strategies that the teams are trying to execute.
That's right. Let's start talking about some of those larger pulls that required such crisp execution from Batalazar. What do you got for us?
Oh, dude, you're gonna love this. All right, so first and foremost, we have the double Colossus Razan snap. Man, this is so good. I watched it, and I was sitting there in the replay, and I was like, holy moly, if they pull this off, this is going to be such a sick Atal'Dazar. And it's the same pull that Complexity Limit does here, except it's with Razan. And I'm like, man, it's so good. All right, I love it. Complexity Limit also does this pull and does it pretty cleanly. They had a Colossus that got pretty big. No harm, no foul. Nothing ended up coming of it. It wasn't great, but it ended up being okay. And then Deplete from Beyond starts having problems on Priestess Alunza. Being able to bait those Juggernauts is really scary because of their charge. So, especially whenever you are doing 2 of them, understandably, Deplete from Beyond ends up having a full wipe once people do end up start going down. Twisted does a great job of kiting the Awakened mobs, running through the Fire Gauntlet and just doing that to perfection. And Complexity Limit's able to take the first map.
That's right. And I love how Twisted, and I believe some other healers have been doing this as well. They've been holding on to their Dampen Harm just in case they needed to run through the fire, either for extra aggro if they needed to heal themselves some more, or if just the timing wasn't working out. I really like that, because I always remember seeing during the regular season, Nagura, where all the healers would pop every single defensive and then just bolt. And sometimes there are times where they're going to be taking a melee swing or 2, or they have to go through any of the Fire Gauntlet as well. So I love to see that extra little bit of prep where they say, I actually don't really need this.
Yeah, it's really just min-maxing everything exactly to be sure that you have that extra defensive available later on. And it is incredibly important to have it, right? Because if you have a bad timing with the Fire Gauntlet, 1 tick is probably fine to survive on this key level. But if you have to get through multiple, you're definitely going to be in big trouble if you don't have any sort of defensives available. So I really like the fact that they changed the way they're dealing with this kiting strat. And we've also seen a lot less problems with the mobs snapping back. We've also seen a lot less problems with the mobs snapping to the healer. So I think that the healers definitely evolved and got better with this whole kiting strat. So it's really nice to see.
Most definitely. And let's start talking about Workshop, Zyro. You love to see the stats. Let's start looking at Machinist Garden. And we are going to be looking at some of the tyrannical stats that we have for it.
And it's kind of crazy that the numbers aren't higher for this boss, because
right?
Everyone knows that this boss is a run killer, especially on higher tyrannical levels. Once you start getting into those later portions of the fight where you have 8 of those cogwheels bouncing around, you have multiple dead plants putting dodgeable fire spots on the ground, it's so difficult to make sure you dodge everything. And we're getting into that point where this boss is going to last for a solid 2.5 minutes in this 21 setting. So we're really going to have to keep an eye on how these players are playing. But I want to pose something interesting to you guys for Workshop, a little bit of insider information. You ready for this?
Ooh, leaks.
Do tell.
All right.
Void Elves.
For 4?
Like, are they going to skip
We'll
to?
find out.
Well, are they going to skip?
We'll find out.
Wait. Are they going to skip into Machinist's Garden? Can you use the Void Elf blink to go through the gate of Machinist's and then go straight into Machinist's Garden without having to take the obelisk over there?
I know as much as you do. All I know is that they're going to be running Void Elves here.
Huh.
I don't know what for. We're going to have to pay very close attention.
I wonder if they could use
Void
that.
Elf
So
is
that
pretty bad damage ratio, isn't it? Isn't it like magic damage dealt?
I think it's increased damage on a proc rate. I think it's 5% increased damage on a proc rate.
Yeah, that's right. There's some special proc that you have to do with it. Okay, I'm extraordinarily curious to see what this is going to mean for both of these teams. Let's take it away as Workshop is underway.
And we already see the mage here come out of Complexity Limit. Not really surprised, to be honest. I think we expected the mage to come out of Limit just because they've been playing it in almost every single Triple Hunter dungeon. And we've also seen them play the mage in the cups, specifically here in Workshop, just because Workshop is probably the one dungeon where mage just gets the most benefit. Not only is it a lot easier to deal with the awakened mobs on the last boss, but also the third boss pull gets easier if you have the combustion. But we are bolstering this time around, so they cannot pull the trash on top of Rixa immediately.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we're in a little 20-second timer here. Of course, once that trash goes down, it takes 20 seconds for the RP to start this dungeon off. And that's all the information I got right now. I want to know what the Void Elves are for, because for those of you in chat who don't know, the sort of special racial that Void Elf has, it's called Spatial Rift. So what's the best way of describing it? It's kind of like Reaper from Overwatch. You send an orb forward, and then when you press the ability again, you port to that orb, and I think it can go about 30 yards. So it's essentially a 30-yard blink, and I would imagine they're going to use that to skip something in the dungeon. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm really interested to see what it is.
Me too. This is going to be super interesting. We're definitely going to have to pay attention onto Complexity Limit to see what they're doing with this racial. The Play from Beyond having some issues here as Rentari drops incredibly low on that Bandit, but they're able to get the bosses onto the hammers here, making use of that damage. Of course, the damage is increased depending on how many people trigger that hammer. That's why you see all of them gather underneath, and then they drag in the mobs. And also the mobs themselves increase the damage. It's just any sort of extra target that gets hit. Unfortunately though, for a limit, they do get another Vent Jet. This can be very dangerous as it is tyrannical. You see everyone dropping incredibly low, but managed to finish it off right as they were about to die. So good job on them. Gonna be finishing off the boss a little bit earlier than they played from Beyond, with just like a second difference.
For all intents and purposes, they killed it at the exact same time. It looks like, unfortunately, it didn't quite have everyone underneath that final hammer. With all 5 players inside that hammer, with Platinum Pummeler below 30%, it should finish off the boss, and they had it at 35%. So looks like they didn't quite execute at the end there. Maybe it was because they still had No Mercy alive, but could have saved an extra 5-10 seconds there on their side. But so far, Complexity Limit and Deplete from Beyond are on exact same pace right now, and I don't think the overall damage output from this mage comp is going to be anything too different from what we see from Deplete from Beyond's Triple Hunter comp, but we'll end up seeing here. It looks like Fired Up ran ahead with Eric in order to spawn Cujo. They're not going to be dealing with the trash right now. They're just going to be attacking Cujo, pulling their friends out of the Nyalothan realm and popping their Bloodlust here on Cujo. Maybe they'll be pulling trash in later though. Oh, Rentari, that's not good.
So this is not going to cost them too much time because they were doing a Shadow Melt skip here anyway. So thankfully, they did finish off all of the living waste. They, I assume Rentari was supposed to line of sight and then use the Shadow Melt to be aggro, but going down, not costing too much time, but still, Complexity Limit. They're already fighting Kujo 60% here on a tyrannical environment. And you see the amount of damage Fired Up is doing on his mage here with his initial combustion, just having such a huge amount of single target bursts.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the sort of power of the Fire Mage. It has ridiculous burst damage when your cooldowns are available, and of course he's playing that World Vein Fire Mage build, so you have a combust every minute and 10 seconds or so instead of only every 2 minutes. Of course that extra combustion is usually quite a bit weaker, but it's still good enough to the point where you want to run it in almost every single dungeon right there. So you're seeing just the single target output that Fire Mage can deal with. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and it looks like Limit is now pulling some more trash on top of the end of Kujo here. Again, it is bolstering, so that's why they are delaying this trash pull, but they still want to get the extra percentage. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to get the Feigned Death off of the charge here from Kujo. Usually you do have a Hunter making sure he is the furthest target away, because the furthest target is always getting the jump from Kujo first, and if you Feign Death in the perfect moment, then he's just basically going to cancel the rest of the jumps, and that's usually what we see those teams doing. But it isn't as crucial as long as no one goes down to the jump. It's really not as big of a deal because we don't have any melees that need to run after the boss with those full range setups that they're running.
Yeah, and of course you can see as well the cleave. They pulled that trash at the same time Fired Up was using his second World Vein combust, so he got some free ignite spread. The difference in the combust value with a full 2-minute combust with Font of Ishara, Corrupted Gladiator's Badge, as well as your Mechagon bracers that reset your Fire Blast cooldown. The theoretical maximum is probably about 30% or so higher on your ignite value, but we're talking like your ignite is 200 to 250k instead of around 300k. So you're still getting a 250k ignite on your 2 off targets, which is 500k damage every 1.5 or 2 seconds. It's pretty ridiculous to think about the amount of free cleave that mages get when they combust. And I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing more mages from other teams, especially from Dr. J. That's kind of his bread and butter to make that mage work in a lot of dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, I assume they must have tried it in this dungeon specifically, and they just agreed on it not being better. But it looks like Complexity Limit just figured out some way of making this Fire Mage work, or even having a better strategy with the mage instead of like this triple hunter comp that we've seen from most other teams. But yeah, bolstering definitely makes it a little bit less efficient, I have to say, running the mage, just because you can't pull trash on top of the third boss immediately. So you can't get the full combustion value, at least not at the start. You can definitely combust late and then pull the trash on top. But yeah, definitely a little bit of a little less worth, I would say, compared to affix combinations where there's no bolstering on.
I think I know what the Void Elf Racial might be used for. Yep, blinking through this. Yes. Can you skip the rest of the gauntlet by doing that? No way.
Ooh,
they're just skipping the gauntlet.
So good. That is going to save them so much time.
That's a ridiculous time save.
Crazy.
Okay, so here's the thing. We knew about this tech for mages. Mages can blink through that barrier because it's not an actual barrier. It's just a wall. So similar to like the stairs in a Tal'Dazar, mages can blink through the stairs before they actually spawn. It looks like Void Elf Racial uses the exact same function, so you can just blink through and not be in combo with the pack and just completely skip the gauntlet. Now, of course, they're gonna have to find out other trash percentage to pull along the way, but wow, that's inefficient trash anyways. Look, they have to deal with Blastitron, which is a single target enemy. You never want to pull single target enemies in the MDI.
This is an incredible amount of time that you can save with this strategy. And the fact that this is the team figuring it out, I'm pretty sure other teams are going to be watching this and are going to adapt to this strategy, because I don't see how this is not the best thing you can do. This is a huge amount of time. So you can see they're already now fighting Sparkflux, while the play from beyond just now went into the Obelisk. And yeah, you do have the difference in trash percentage, as Sarah mentioned, but it's so much more efficient to play trash where you can pull multiple mobs on top of each other and have some sort of AoE instead of single targeting them up. So this is an insane innovation here coming out of Complexity Limit. I'm speechless. This is such a nice strategy coming out of them. Even thinking about this kind of stuff, running the Void Elves here, wow.
I mean, I was trying to think of what you could do, because I noticed that Fire Up was playing human instead of Void Elf, right? And I'm like, well, mages can blink through that platform at the gauntlet, and yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's the reason for the Void Elf here, unless they have something else planned. But I think the rest of the trash in the dungeon, including that final pack right in front of the boss. So yeah, there's
Probably,
a lot
yeah.
that they have to do. There's a lot left that they have to do, and you can see the advantage that they have here. They have 50% on a tyrannical boss. They're behind by 17% in terms of trash percentages here, so we'll have to see how that's actually going to play out for them, but it's got to be, I would imagine it's got to be an advantage for them here, especially with the combust available for trash, any trash pull that they plan on pulling afterwards. Definitely impressive to see that.
Yeah, definitely. As they're now, of course, fighting Spark Flux, the Plea from Beyond did manage to get to Spark Flux as well, and it really looks like they do have an insane amount of single target damage. But now we have the combustion come out of Complexity Limit. This is why, this is very likely why he was saving his combustion, because you just want to pull the trash on top of the boss at the very end. While the Plea from Beyond, I mean, they caught up quite a lot on the boss. It is a theoretical environment, so it's still 45% difference. Considering the trash, I do still think the Plea from Beyond has a chance to catch back up, because Limit will have to do an extra trash pull later on, right?
And they do all get hit by that beam, but because they're in that shield damage reduction, that's a 75% damage reduction, so they don't really have to worry about the damage from the fire beam. They didn't quite get, okay, they didn't get the second stack there. That could have been bad. The boss died before that beam hit them, so pretty efficient in terms of damage there, and you can see Max on that Prot Warrior doing a lot of AoE damage. Is he running Miraculous Fang in Workshop? He is. Wow, that's a very aggressive play. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see here. The trash percentages they're pretty far behind right now.
Yeah.
Still.
It looked like, okay, so I think it definitely looked like they were just slower here with the boss because of Fired Up just not doing the same amount of damage as the Hunters were doing. He didn't have his combustion available in the pool, and then he combusted at the end of the boss before they pulled in the trash, and it just seemed like Hunter would do a lot more damage there, and that, at least on the boss there. So that's why the Plea from Beyond did manage to catch up a little bit because of the DPS difference. And then on top of that, it looked like they pulled in the trash really late, while the Plea from Beyond pulled in the trash quite a bit earlier. As you can see, the boss is going down now for the Plea from Beyond, and the mobs are super low. So I think they just dealt with this trash quite a bit faster, and the boss as well from the Plea from Beyond side.
Oh yeah, and there's only one final advantage I can see for the Fire Mage here, of course, that being that they really gain a lot of damage from being able to combust the boss with those 3 Awakened mobs. The Awakened mobs for Limit are going to die much, much more quickly than Deplete from Beyond's will with that combustion available. And it looks like, yeah, they're going to have to pull pretty much the entire bridge pack. The question is, are they going to pull everything at the same time? Doesn't look like it right now. Maybe they're gearing up for it, though. Maybe they're waiting for this first short out and then they'll go? I have to imagine that's what they're planning on. No, they can't do that with bolstering. There's no way.
It's bolstering, yeah. I think they'll have to do this in 2 pulls. I still think this is more worth than dealing with this one single tank here. I would think it's more worth it on a fortified environment, just because dealing with a single mob on fortified, especially if it has such a huge amount of HP, is a huge damage loss. On tyrannical, maybe not as much, but I still like the strategy. As they're just now finishing off the trash pack, the Plea from Beyond now arrive. The difference now is that the Plea from Beyond, once they dealt with this trash pack they're fighting, they're done with the trash. While Complexity Limit, they have to do the second pull here. So this is still an incredibly close game between those 2 teams.
I think this is actually going to end up being a neck-and-neck DPS battle between the 2 teams when we get to the boss, because they ended up engaging these trash packs at roughly the same time, and it looks like they're going to die at roughly the same time as well. So this is just going to be ridiculously close. One small thing that we need to mention as well, there is an advantage to running with this strategy with the Fire Mage as well. Every single time you pull a pack with those Tinkerers in it, they cast a hasty buff. Whoa, gotta calm down. Max, they're dropping to 1%, but doesn't quite go down. Twisted able to keep him up. That was a scary moment there. But back to that hasty buff. It's a spell stealable debuff that mages can do more damage with, which makes them competitive on the trash without popping combust. And we can see this is going to be neck and neck. The trash pack going down for Complexity Limit here. Just well, Deplete from Beyond is dealing with this trash pack. Unfortunately, they're going to have to res Eric, so they're going to be pulling the boss probably slightly later than Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, and this was the 1 death difference, right? The Plea from Beyond had 1 death from Mentari going down earlier, so Complexity Limit had a 5 seconds advantage. But now they lost this 5 seconds advantage, now they're completely even. But Complexity Limit, they have the mage, right? They're pulling at the exact same time. The Plea from Beyond does not have Bloodlust available yet, though. They still have a 10 seconds cooldown, so they either used it late or they used it in phase 2. And we know just how much damage a mage can do on this pull here with Bloodlust. And now we see I'm Fired Up just popping his combustion and just nuking those awakened mobs.
And you might think, oh, the combustion is done. He's not doing that much damage. Aha, yes. But the ignite will continue to tick for several seconds after the combustion. That's why you see his DPS still going up. You can see the awakened mobs are getting shredded. And yeah, I mean, you can see the difference in damage. All of their awakened mobs are below 30% now, whereas it looks like they're kind of just focusing down Zamorak on the side of Deplete from Beyond. And they get that damage buff on aerial unit as well with the combustion being applied to him. So they're going to have a little bit more boss damage because of that as well. That would be interesting, though, because it's going to come down to a single target battle at the end. This is going to be incredibly close.
Yeah, this is going to be super close. You can see the percentage of the aerial unit. It's completely even. Deplete from Beyond did now manage to go ahead, to get ahead a little bit, but they still have the 2 awakened mobs to deal with. While Complexity Limit, because of the combustion, they're actually done with the awakened mobs faster. And there's no way they can focus down the aerial unit before they finish off the awakened mobs, because otherwise you're just going to die. Because once the aerial unit dies, you're going to get stunned until King Mechagon spawns, right?
No,
so,
Atrocity.
Oh no, they do have a Valorous available, but this is another 5 seconds. And in such a close game, this will matter a lot.
It will matter a lot here as well. And you can see that Complexity Limit still does have a slight lead in terms of boss damage, but that 5 seconds on the board is pretty much going to close the gap. I would say that these teams are essentially dead on in terms of what the progression is right now. And you know what? We can actually time that based off of when this boss dies. Let's keep an eye on this. Aerial unit going down for Complexity Limit at, let's count it, 15:05 on their timer. Let's see when it goes down for Deplete from Beyond. 15:09. So actually a 1 second advantage for Deplete from Beyond with that death timer. It's going to come down to who can do more single target damage.
Okay, this is all going to come down to the amount of DPS those teams can do on this boss. And we're going to see the difference in comp now. I mean, the mage is going to do a lot more damage when he's got the combust up, but the hunters are doing more consistent damage. And now the combust is coming up out of Fired Up here, but it's going to be a smaller combust. I'm pretty sure he did use the bigger one at the start of phase 1. So definitely a little bit of a smaller burst coming out of the mage here, but you can see how low the Omega Buster is dropping here. It is a tyrannical environment, so this different in DPS matters quite a bit, but the mage's damage is also going to fall off. So after the initial burst, Deplete from Beyond is probably going to catch up.
I mean, I think it's all going to come down to whether or not the boss lives long enough to give him a second combust. If he gets that second combust off in this phase, I could see Complexity Limit using that burst to pull ahead here, but it's going to be close. This boss is going to last about a minute and 20-ish seconds, I believe, on this difficulty on Tyrannical. So he just might get some of that combust in, but this is going to be super close. Complexity Limit is 8% ahead on the boss with a 5-second death timer. This is ridiculously close.
Yeah, you can see they're a little bit ahead on the percentage here, but the 5 seconds with the death. And you see the Deplete from Beyond is slowly catching up on that percentage.
The combustion's available, he's using it.
Consistent damage, there we go. We have the big combust coming out of Fired Up now. So the boss is going to die incredibly quickly here. You see the Deplete from Beyond has no way of competing with that burst coming out of the Fire Mage here. Unfortunately, Fired Up had to block though because of the positioning of the shock bots. So did lose probably a little bit of damage having to use that ice block, but Omega Buster is about to go down. Then King Mechagon spawns, and if Deplete from Beyond is not going to kill it within 5 seconds extra, then it's going to be Complexity Limit. Moving on, and I don't think they're going to make it 5 seconds.
It's going to come down to the 5 seconds here. King Mechagon has plopped down for Deplete from Beyond. Count the timer here. 3,
They made
2,
it.
I think Deplete from Beyond has somehow done it.
Whoa!
Wow,
Deplete
this
from
was so
Beyond,
close.
2 seconds. Just like 2 seconds and that's it, and they take the map and stay alive. What a workshop there, Tuttles.
Oh man, that is
Dude, all right,
actually, yeah, dude. There was a lot to unpack in that dungeon. I'll be honest. I do not. Oh man, that pathing from Complexity Limit. I still don't know what was better in between like the 5-pack at the top of the landing versus the waste in the waste processing unit.
That was
Like,
insane.
I
think there's
especially
a-
the
I think
there's
it's
a
better,
lure
but
of
I
it
think
being
they
a
executed their third boss worse compared to Deplete from Beyond, and that's why they made up the time. I think so. I'm not really sure. It's hard to tell.
it just like adjusting the routes. And we always kind of talked as well as Ira about like, oh yeah, it's just like an on the rails dungeon. This is just what everybody does for their route, and that just went completely out of the window in this one.
Oh yeah, I mean, We were all racking our brains right there trying to figure out what that Void Elf thing was, and it turns out it's actually incredibly cool. It all came down to those random deaths. That one death at the end of the trash pack is what lost them that dungeon, unfortunately. So I'm sure there are other tiny little improvements that both teams could have made here, but that was a fantastic match to watch.
It really was. Titles, let's break it down. What do you got for us on this fantastic game?
Man, oh man, we have a lot of interesting things that we can discuss. So first and foremost, the teams were really neck and neck coming into killing this first boss. Good utilization out of the hammer. Honestly, super happy to see both teams utilizing the hammer in a great way, even moving on upwards towards that 21 level. It's hard to use the hammer correctly a lot of the times, especially whenever you want to get your tank in to be able to get bonus damage. But these teams do it great. Deplete from Beyond with the waste processing units into Cujo here with the 2 junkyard dogs. Honestly, being able to get this perfect while managing bolstering is no easy feat. And then you have the Void Elf skip that was talked about. Everybody jumps over that gate after that pack of dogs and stuff like that ends up getting killed. So you're able to skip the Blastotron and those Mark 1 robots. But in return, you have to play the pack at the top of the landing. This pack at the top of the landing is not... I don't know. I think the pack at the top of the landing is pretty bad. It's hard to really determine how much time you're going to be saving because, like Jack was stating earlier, this dungeon is so on the rails that it's really hard to even innovate at all. So whenever somebody comes up with something like jumping over the gate and skipping the Blastotron, I don't know if it's even better because like we saw Deplete from Beyond still win, but it's really hard to gauge like how much time that's ultimately going to save you.
That's right. And
I think it's actually like the bolstering made it slightly worse than it is because they're not having the shadow melt, right? So they can't do the same living waste pull where you pull everything, you kill the living waste, and then you shadow melt off the aggro, right? They can't do that because they're void elves. So I think they just having the bolstering affix makes this strategy that they try to pull off not as good as it usually is. Otherwise, I think it's definitely going to be better, and it's definitely something that other teams are probably going to adapt to.
Yeah, and I think what's that's most interesting is what do these teams have to do in order to make the strategy work? Because there are some crazy benefits to it, as we saw, but there's also some negative side effects that they had to think about, and that's just one of the most interesting things, I think, as well here, Tettles, that, yeah, there's a really cool strategy that can give them an advantage, but it's also, they're also the only ones doing it, so it hasn't really been pushed out to everybody to see how much more it can be refined.
True, it absolutely has not been refined to its ultimate form. I do still question the mage choice, I'll be honest with you. I still think that the triple hunter is going to give you a significant boss damage advantage in a dungeon like this.
What do you think about that one as well, Zyro? We've seen some mages in here, and we've seen some that aren't. Curious what your thoughts are.
I'm curious. So we don't have DPS numbers for that dungeon in just yet. Let me see here. If we look at our DPS numbers for the dungeons earlier in the day where he played mage, I believe he played mage in the first matchup against Golden Guardians, right? And his damage is significantly higher. But the question that I have in my mind with the mage choice is the mage killing the ads faster better for your overall damage? Hunters get to rapid reload more if ads are up.
Okay. It's mage on bolstering workshop too, so killing the ads faster is not always going to be a bigger time save. And you, again, like you were saying, is better overall actually a faster dungeon? And sometimes better overall does not always equate to a faster dungeon.
That's true. And we're also going to be looking at bolstering for freehold as well. So this is another factor that we got to continue coming back to on this one, Nagura, and hopefully it'll be another lightning quick dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, Freehold, definitely a dungeon we've seen done really quickly earlier by some of the other teams, but we haven't seen Deplete from Beyond or Complexity Limit play Freehold yet, so we'll see how those two teams do. And it can be very volatile because you have that bolstering affix. Any sort of mistake can cause huge bolster stacks on the mobs, and then on top of that, we also saw issues with the last boss. We saw huge team wipes come in when the teams were trying to kill all 4 Awaken mobs with the last boss. And then we've also seen the kiting strat. So definitely lots of different kind of strategies coming in that Freehold.
Yep, and there's going to be a lot of potential for these teams to start making some differences. But first, we got to be looking at Harlan Sweet here, Zyro. Let's check out some stats.
That's an impressively low average wipe count. based
It
off of
is.
what we've seen that can happen on this
Yeah.
boss, especially once teams started adapting to that kite strategy, right? That's a pretty low failure rate for the kite strategy in this dungeon. I'd be very surprised to see a winning team here not go for that strategy.
Yep, and it's been one of those like bars that's been set for a pretty long time now, I think, as well, titles where they say, all right, grab them, kite, let's go. People are able to see what's going on with it, and it seems pretty well fleshed out.
I do think that the healers, the longer that they've been able to kite in these dungeons, they are getting more well refined with how the kiting should look. I think a Taldazar is a significantly more difficult dungeon to be able to kite obelisks in, and I think that both Igloo and Twisted should be able to kite in Freehold really easily if they do make it there.
Yeah, and we've just seen how well they've also been able to make the most of their space. We've seen time and time again how these teams have been just allowing the Breaker of Heroes, Urgroth, making sure that he gets close enough, not having any extra issues of him getting snapped back, and it's becoming more and more rare over time. So let's see what both of these teams have in store, because our final match in the series is about to get underway. Freehold, let's get it.
All right, so this time around we don't see Fired Up on the Mage. Did switch to Hunter, so this might actually be the first time we see the Triple Hunter, at least this tournament, come out of Complexity Limit, because we've seen them play Mage in a lot of the other dungeons, but it is bolstering, so definitely just having less value with the Combustion on top of bosses just makes sense for them to run Hunter here, as we see both of the teams popping that Bloodlust on the initial Trash Pull.
And it looks, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like Debris from Beyond is opting to go for a lot less trash percentage than we see from Complexity Limit here. Only going for that one pull needed to spawn the boss,
Yeah.
only 7%. That's the lowest amount of trash we've seen pulled with the first boss by any team, by a large amount.
And they commit the Bloodlust to it too, on just a 7% trash pull. That is very interesting to see. Complexity Limit, though, on the other hand, they're gonna be like 15, 16, 17% almost. So yeah, huge amount of trash difference here already from the get-go. Depleted from Beyond, of course, is gonna be pulling the boss earlier because they pulled a lot less trash. So we'll see how they're gonna make up that missing trash percent later. Now, Freehold can be a dungeon where trash that you do earlier is not actually gonna make a huge difference because of the amount of RP that you have to wait for in the Ring of Booty, right? You can't do the Ring of Booty faster. You have to wait for the pig to spawn, you have to wait for Ludwig to spawn, you have to wait for Trotek to spawn. So if they can make up for that missing trash in that Ring of Booty area, then it's not actually a time loss for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you can already see here that that extra trash they pulled here on this bolstering affix is going to be an issue. It's put them 25% behind in boss HP on this first boss, and that's not insignificant on Fortified. They really need to kind of clean up on these pulls afterwards. Of course, Debris from Beyond, it looks like they're going to be gearing up with this trash percentage to go for bigger pulls later on, and they're not doing the customary thing we see for teams that go for smaller pulls here, where you would pull trash onto Sky Captain Crag near the end of the boss for a little bit of extra efficiency. Misty Igloo there, getting hit by the frontal, dropping down to 10% HP, but able to heal himself up before Grievous ticks, so not that big of an issue. And see them moving on to the rest of the dungeon here, opting not to use their Shadow Meld skips here. Of course, the Hunters are running that Dwarf debuff instead of Night Elf, but they're just going for the Feign Death skip instead of just Shadow Melding fading off the Hunters. So that's a little bit of a time increase, I think, over the typical strategy.
Yeah, I think so as well. And it also, maybe they want to use their Shadow Meld right after this. Definitely, because they have the Feign Death available on the Hunters with a shorter cooldown. But Rentari and Igloo, they are relying on that Shadow Meld. And yeah, this is a pull we haven't seen a lot. This is actually something that most teams skip, this trash pack. And this might actually just be the trash they're doing because they didn't do it at the start. It really seems inefficient to do this. I gotta admit, because they commit the Bloodlust on the very first trash pull, right? So why not pull more trash on top? Why do this trash pull instead when you commit that Bloodlust for the very initial pull? It seems like a very weird decision being made here by Depleted from Beyond.
I think we can start to think about what strategy they're going to be going for on the side of Depleted from Beyond purely because of that Dwarf racial, right? They have to be going for cleaving down the four Awakened Mobs of the final boss. It wouldn't make sense to run Dwarf otherwise. You want that extra way to remove the fear debuffs from Samurek, the Beckoner of Chaos, and you wouldn't really do that if you're just kiting the boss around. So that's the only thing that I can think of. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm not really sure. I'm confused by the strategy, to be honest, because they have to be confident in this strat. Because yesterday we've seen Freehold being played by other teams. So if they saw other teams play Freehold and they figured that their strategy is not up to par with the other Freeholds, then they could have adjusted their strategy, right? So I think that they're actually confident in their own strategy that it is going to be fast. So there definitely has to be something that they do which is different to other teams. They will make up some time later on. But at this point, they're definitely behind compared to Complexity Limit, even though there's a little bit of a trash percentage difference in favor of the Play from Beyond. I don't think it's gonna make up for just the dungeon speed they're behind.
Yeah, and of course, both teams going for the same strategy here, leaving Captain Raul alive while pulling trash mobs on top of him. I'm not quite sure if that was the bad brew, because the Captain Raul got hit by it, and they wanted to pull the trash mobs into that. I would imagine they would pull trash mobs into that if it was the bad brew, because otherwise you're missing out on a ton of free percentage damage all over the place. But Raul goes down first for Complexity Limit, while Deplete from Beyond is just now downing the second boss. Both teams, however, going to be cleaning up that trash afterwards. It looks like we're getting it a slightly faster for Complexity Limit, though.
Yeah, it looks like they're slightly faster as they're now going to be moving on. We've seen some teams do a trash pull after this boss before they go to the Ring of Booty, but most teams have started doing a skip here. And it looks like both Complexity Limit and Deplete from Beyond are doing that skip. Igloo, though, unfortunately getting a little bit of aggro as they're running through here. And it looks like Deplete from Beyond is actually dealing with this trash. Yeah, so they're doing a huge trash pull here, while Complexity Limit is moving on to Ludwig instead.
Oh yeah, and I'd imagine they'll be pulling some crushers with Ludwig, which is the typical norm that we've seen here. Of course, this is kind of weird that they haven't pulled the... Okay, there we go. Here we go. Pulling the two crushers and now on top of Ludwig. Going to be cleaving these three down. Deplete from Beyond, like you mentioned, going for a very interesting pull pattern. I don't think we've ever seen this pulled in this particular way before, and we'll have to see if it works out for them. I mean, this is an okay strategy to do because you're going to have to deal with this trash eventually at some point. Usually we see this used as sort of like a stepping stone to the final boss, right? You deal with Trothak, and this is the pull that you go ahead and pull while you're running to the final boss after you kill Trothak. Now you're just running, right? You're not actually dealing with anything while you're doing that. So I don't really get it. Maybe they're going to use the Awakened Obelisk to get up afterwards, so they don't need to deal with the trash right now. It's very weird.
Yeah, definitely interesting. It looked like while Rentari and the three hunters were fighting that trash, Igloo actually moved on to the Ring of Booty and dealt with the pig. So it looked like the hunter that triggered the event didn't actually deal with the pig. Usually we have the hunter go over, trigger the event, wait for the pig, and then do it. So once you're done with the second boss, you can immediately move forward to Ludwig, as we saw Complexity Limit do it. But the Play from Beyond only had their hunter trigger the event to spawn a pig, and then Igloo was dealing with the pig once they were done with the boss and they were doing this trash pack. So different strategies here for those teams. As Complexity Limit did down Ludwig already, they're now gathering up a really substantial pull. This is like half the dungeon basically, so they want to make sure they're dealing with bolstering properly on this pull.
Yeah, I'm confused. I guess I'm not confused. I'm just looking at the strategies we're running, and we've seen both of these strategies run in this dungeon before. Sorry, not Method Dene, I was about to say Method Dene. Golden Guardians, we saw running a similar strategy to what Deplete from Beyond is doing, where they're opting to, it looks like, not go for the kiting strategy. But we know that that strategy, even if perfected flawlessly, is a good minute slower than the kiting strategy. So I don't know if they just aren't comfortable with Igloo kiting, or if it's not something he's comfortable doing in general, but it's weird to commit to a strategy that you know is slower potentially.
So I definitely think that because we've seen teams wipe to the strategy where you play the Awaken mobs. We haven't seen anyone wipe to the kiting strategy just yet, at least not this weekend, right? So to be honest, I feel like the kiting strat seems easier compared to the playing the Awaken mobs, because playing 4 Awaken mobs with Grievous and with the limited amount of space that you have on Heartland Seed, while also getting knocked around and people having to kite that artillery, just seems more difficult than having your healer kite, right? So I think, especially on Bullstring, it really doesn't seem worth it to take that extra risk and play them. Of course, the Awakened Mobs do give percentage, but you can't play any other trash with Harlan Street, at least not early on in that fight. And we've seen the Golden Guardians perfect that strategy, right? And even the Golden Guardians were slower than people who did the kiting strat, even with like a perfect execution that we saw out of the Golden Guardians. So I really think when you have bolstering, it's just always going to be better to do the kiting strat.
Yeah, I agree. And it's going to come down to execution here as well. Twisted still does have to pull off the kiting strat, and they do actually have to keep playing this dungeon quickly because bolstering can get out of control. Of course, once those crushers die, they don't actually bolster anything next to them because they're so much taller than everything else. Z-axis issues in WoW can be weird like that sometimes, but they're doing a good job not killing any of this trash before Trothak dies. It looks like Deplete from Beyond will not be pulling trash on top of Trothak, so they're going to need to finish off that 15% trash. But if I had to guess, the rest of their trash percentage is just going to come from killing the Awakened Mobs, and then maybe finishing off trash with Harlan bombs at the very end of the boss so they don't actually end up bolstering him. If they pull that off, with where both teams are in the dungeon right now, Deplete from Beyond could take this game. I
mean, Deplete from Beyond, looking at the percentage, I think they have enough percentage by killing the Ravagers, right? Theoretically, they could still just kite.
That too, yeah.
I think they might be kiting, as I think all of the Ravagers packs should give them enough percentage to not actually need the Awakened Mobs. And we actually see them pull the Ravager packs here. You see Rentari dealing with those 3 mobs, while it looks like the other 3 are being kited. I'm not really sure if there was an intentional pull here with the officers. Looks like it was intentional as they're pulling it into this Ravager pack, getting the last couple of percentage from the Painful Motivation. That is going to go off in a second, but Rentari dropping incredibly low. So they want to make sure, there we go, Painful Motivation is going off. He's going to have to Shadow Melt off the aggro from the rest of those mobs because they're going to be bolstered. There we go, Shadow Melt coming out of Rentari. Everyone else using Shadow Melt and Feign Death as well. And now they're up to 100%. Now they're going to have to start the kiting strat. And yeah, Deplete from Beyond, this is going to be their game. They have 100% trash. They're ready to pull the boss. If they pull this off, they're going to be ahead. Complexity limit, still dealing with trash.
Yeah, no, I guess I was just completely wrong here. But what's the dwarf racial for then? I don't get it. Whatever. Who am I to question to question the giant gigabrain Dr. J? I mean, they've always come up with these things before. And the thing is, Complexity Limit had to deal with that one commander trash pack beforehand, so they're going to be pulling the boss way after Deplete from Beyond. Complexity Limit needs Igloo to somehow mess up kiting, or needs one of their hunters to go down. That's really all they can get. They're not going to out DPS Deplete from Beyond. There's no way. They're way too far ahead.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be Deplete from Beyond's game if they manage to finish off that kiting strat properly. You see Igloo running around on the Ring of Booty here. It's going to be very crucial on how Igloo does the kiting here. There's lots of areas that can cause the mobs to snap to him if he steps on any wrong areas on the ground. So you need to be very careful to not jump in the wrong position, doesn't go on top of any sort of pebble, to make sure that ads do not snap to him, because if they snap, he's going to get one shot. There's no way he can survive a melee attack from all of those Awakened Mobs at the same time. And if Igloo goes down, they're all going to snap back to the rest of their team, and then it's just going to be a team wipe. So, I mean, looking at Complexity Limit, they caught up quite a bit on damage, but it's not enough, right? Look at the HP difference on Harlan Street right now. Deplete from Beyond, it's just going to be their game to win, and it's a clean run as well. Clicks is dropping incredibly low, though, and Rentari as well, with 4 Grievous stacks on him.
I mean, there is no way that Complexity Limit will be able to catch up in terms of damage here, but Urgroth Breaker of Heroes has snapped back to the group, and if he manages to get a Spirit Breaker on Rentari, that could spell the end here. All eyes are on Rentari here. They have to get Harlan Sweet down before anything can happen, and Deplete from Beyond, even with the mistake at the end, is going to be able to take the game and the series over Complexity Limit and move on in our lower bracket.
How these guys have been getting better and better at kiting, but right there, just the mob snapping back at the last second could have just ended them entirely on that one, Settles, but they pull through.
Oh, dude, that was...
These games are so crazy.
So close.
So whenever we were coming into this match, we were talking about how both Deplete from Beyond and Complexity Limit have been really inconsistent coming into the series, coming into the tournament. This whole entire series was actually really strong by both ends. Sure, the Ataldazar had some mishaps. I feel like Ataldazar, like, I can kind of give you a mulligan. It's a really hard dungeon, especially whenever you have to pull it, like with your snapping your tank to places. Both of these teams here did a really good job in this freehold, though.
They did an incredibly good job, and that's really what we've been looking for, is where these teams are going to be stepping up, and we saw a lot of the high ends as well from both of these, Zyro, as we were talking about at the beginning of this matchup. A lot of polarizing effects, a lot of big pulls, a lot of big wipes, but when we start getting that big success, it really shows.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this series was a great series, right? Both teams played incredibly well all 3 games. It was just incredibly close. And unfortunately, it comes down to 1 or 2 deaths for either team, and Deplete from Beyond was the better team in this series. I think this is kind of the thing that people who are fans of Complexity Limit were kind of looking for. They finally had like a really great series where they played their strategy in every dungeon and even showed something cool, but outclassed by a team that just played better in this series.
Yeah, and that's really how it goes and settles. Let's start breaking down how it got to that point throughout the freehold.
I think it really just kind of came down to bolstering management, right? So how the teams ended up doing, like the first pull of the dungeon, you do actually see here that Deplete from Beyond had 7% enemy forces count after the first boss, which is fairly low typically from what we normally see. But then they ended up doing this very interesting pull after the first boss on the bridge, where you end up having a bunch of these oarsmen, these duelists, and I feel like this is a very unique pull for bolstering setting, especially whenever you give the context of what people normally end up pulling in this dungeon. Most people end up pulling a bunch of trash near the Trothak area, like you actually saw from Complexity Limit in both of these clips right here. They ended up pulling more and more trash near the Trothak area, but Deplete from Beyond pulled that stuff that was after the bridge and pulled way less before the first boss in order to be able to compensate. And then with that, Igloo and Deplete from Beyond were able to just continue to put their foot on the gas. They do a really good job of kiting these obelisks. I thought how Rentari did the painful motivation management of leaping into the pack, and he was basically soloing all 3 of those Ravagers and all 3 of those painful motivations. That kind of sealed the deal for them, where Complexity Limit had to manually kill an officer pack. I was not so hot on that one.
Yeah.
So I think it's just bolstering management. And so sometimes in bolstering dungeons, you kind of have to throw a prayer to the wind, and you're like, I don't even know if this pack is better or not. And you just kind of have to guess, but sometimes you guess wrong.
Yep, and sometimes, bolstering management kind of gets the best of them as well. So that does mean that Complexity Limit will be eliminated, and it'll also start moving us towards our final series of the day to see who is going to be eliminated and who moves on to Championship Sunday. We've got Ethical and Perplexed. And this also could hold for another epic matchup as well, Nagura.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, both of these teams have the potential to do incredibly well. I think it's going to be another really close series, just like this one. And I just want to say that both Complexity Limit and Deplete from Beyond really played so incredibly well in this series, both of those teams. And it was such a close game. This is exactly what I wanted to see from both of those teams, just because we talked about how hit or miss they are, right? Either they execute their strat perfectly and they have this insane strat and the insane time where they could compete with like Wunderbar and Golden Guardians, and then sometimes they just have those wide fiestas where they have like 20 deaths in one dungeon, right? So I think both of these teams actually played really well in this series, and just shout out to both of them. And I hope we see the same from Ethical and Perplexed now in the next series.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to be able to start looking at what's coming next for some of these teams as well, and what really they're going to be more capable of. So we'll be taking a quick break before we get into it. Don't go anywhere, guys. Our final series of the day between Ethical and Perplexed. Stop that.
What are you doing?
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. We've had a ton of seeding matchups throughout the tournament. Our number 4 versus number 4 teams going up against each other, number 3 versus number 3, and now it's time for 2 versus 2 as Ethical and Perplexed are in the lower quarters and both are facing elimination. Hello everyone, I'm Jack and joined by Zyronic, Dratnos, and Tettles. And let's get into it right here. Ethical has had some pretty strong performances as well as Perplexed, but both of them dropped down into the lowest bracket. Really, Dratnos, I think just is a testament to how competitive this tournament has been.
Yeah, this is a rough tournament. Like there's really not any easy matches here for anybody, especially, our 4th seed teams are out of the tournament now. It's a stacked field for everybody else to deal with, and Ethical versus Perplexed. I mean, in one sense, it's tough for Ethical to run into this Perplexed matchup here, but on the other hand, there aren't really any other teams I could think of that would be, an easy matchup for them to hit at this point in the tournament. So, yeah, I mean, it's rough to play the global finals, right? That's what happens. It's all good teams.
That's right. And as we talk about the matchup going between both of them, we're going to be looking at, what dungeons that they have in store. And just like the last series, I think, Tettles, this series is pretty much jam-packed of great maps.
What did you find as a great map, Jack?
Lots of potential for, great pulls, but also disasters to come.
So I actually think Ethical's Toldagor has historically been very strong with Skylark on that Vengeance Demon Hunter. I feel like their Toldagor, with their cannon play specifically, has always been really good. I am interested to see how that matches up versus Perplexed, because Perplexed historically, too, very fast Toldagor. So I think all 3 of these maps that we're going to see between Toll, Atal, and Waycrest, like you said, are going to be a lot of fun maps. Unfortunately, no Junkyard, though.
Unfortunately, that would have just made it. But I'm very interested in seeing some more groups going after Ataldazar as well, Zyro. We've just seen so much of it lately. And I got to say, it seems like the most high-octane dungeon we've seen yet in the tournament.
And it seems like once people realized that they could snap some of those trash pulls onto Rezan at the start of the dungeon, it kind of slowed down. It kind of sped up the overall pace of the dungeon in general to the point where you really only have to deal with 2 or 3 trash packs throughout the entire dungeon, so it's become a really popular pick for all the teams.
Yep. All right, let's see what we've got going as we start ourselves off in Toldagor between Ethical and Perplexed.
Well. Do you expect that we're going to see double Vengeance Demon Hunter, I guess, Dratnos, before we even see it happen?
Yes, I believe we will see at least Ethical playing it. I think that Perplexed probably will as well, but that one is one that I'm less sure about. I'm pretty confident that at least Ethical will be playing that.
So it is Raging Explosive for those who are the uninitiated. So killing explosives is going to be pretty rough, especially if you are on a Vengeance Demon Hunter, because they're not super well known.
So we have the difference. We actually have, again, so Toldagor has been our most diverse dungeon here. We have 2 different comps than even the previous time we were in here, I think, from any teams. So we got the Vengeance Demon Hunter and the Rogue on the side of Ethical, whereas on the side of Perplexed, those are swapped out for the second Hunter and the Protection Warrior from Divine Field. And that makes sense. Divine is a big-time prot warrior these days. Although originally they were prot Paladin.
So how I would describe these 2 compositions is Ethical's comp is far more finesse. Perplexed's comp is far more high-octane damage, I'm going to smork you down kind of comp. So I don't think that either of them are just innately better at the surface. I think that both of them are incredibly good at, but they're going to be looking to play mostly the post-Jest Hallis area in a little bit different of ways.
Yeah, both of them have those Death Knights, so they have similar incentives to pull big amounts of trash onto bosses. But Ethical, with access to that Rogue and the Demon Hunter, those are 2 things that are extremely, extremely good at the cannon section and at manipulating the trash in the rest of the dungeon. So Ethical is going to need to use those to make up the time advantage that they're losing to the Hunter and the Warrior on Perplexed side, which just do more raw damage.
Dude, notably that Hunter, or that Warrior versus Demon Hunter matchup, That Demon Hunter does very little single target and AoE damage.
Yeah, they can go a little bit for offensive corruption if they want to try and do more damage, but Skylark here, in these 21 keys, you're kind of obligated to play at least some versatile. It looks like Skylark is actually full versatile with even an Avoidant in there and an Azoth tank trinket. This is full-on defense turtle Demon Hunter. Does have the Spirit Bomb.
But He's playing Spirit Bomb. Okay, so he's played Spirit Bomb during the regular split of matches, so the Spirit Bomb doesn't surprise me as much. In addition to that, he also is still playing that Strength of the Warden Major. Doesn't surprise me all too terribly
That
much.
seems important for threat against the. If you're playing with a Death Knight, I think you need that as the Demon Hunter.
I absolutely agree. I mean, Divine is probably also... Yeah, Divine's also playing Strength of the Warden. I think just generally, if you're playing with the Death Knight, you have to have it, right?
Yeah, I mean, for Prot Warriors, the combination of Strength of the Warden and Miraculous Fang is something they just want to run anyways for damage.
True.
Whereas for the Demon Hunter, it's usually a loss to be playing the Strength Major.
All right, so this is the difference in comps that I was talking about. Perplex ends up killing Sand Queen 20% ahead of that of Ethical. They are also 5% enemy forces count ahead. So
okay, but Perplex has to kill these parasites now. Ethical was able to pull them onto the boss by using the rogue's extremely long arms to attack through the wall. So there's a little bit of advantage being made back up there. You're right, though, that Perplex is definitely ahead. Oh, they pulled a Thug through the floor somehow. That is a Toldegor special.
There's a Croc too, but it doesn't really matter because they're just going to run all the way through here. They're going to meld off combat from all those mobs that they had, and I would look to see a very similar thing here coming out from Ethical.
Yeah, Ethical are going to do the sap, and they will be pulling that Thug and just melding later, I believe. There's an option there for the rogue to like pull to the side and vanish later. That's something you'll see in live key settings, but here with access to the quintuple shadow meld, that ends up generally just being better. And it looks like Perplex is actually going to be doing a trash pull in this area, whereas Ethical opening the cages and also doing a trash pull in this area. Okay, opening the cages is something you get access to much more easily with that rogue. Much faster time on casting that. You can see Perplex is doing it as well as Amok there over doing it with the scrolls, but that is a much longer cast time. All of them actually going to each one.
Oh, I actually really like this from Perplex. So if you're going to do a pull down in this area, you may as well just open up the cages so you can get your buffs. We saw Goosey Bad run a rogue in this dungeon earlier on, and they forewent making a pull in this area and forewent getting those buffs. So they just plowed on all the way through. I'm not sure if either strategy is better or worse, but there definitely is a difference between the two. So right now, look at the difference in enemy forces count. Perplex is at 37, while Ethical is at 29. Do you think that's going to really
fully buffed? Well, so here's the thing, right? Ethical's comp allows them to pull more with the cannons, is the theory.
Yeah.
So if they can successfully execute that first cannon pull with 20% more trash or whatever, then they didn't lose anything here. It's not going to take them any more time to kill that much trash because it all just dies to the cannons. But if that doesn't work out for them, then yeah, they're in massive, massive trouble.
Absolutely. Perplexed is taking up the Blood of the Corruptor up towards that Jess Hallis area. I suspect that they're about to get ready to engage Jess Hallis through the wall, probably Zamak with Chi Burst or something like that.
That's usually the way that teams do this. Yeah, you can see Zamak going over there, fires that Chi Burst through the wall, and overcomes Jess Hallis. And they're actually pulling this in with some trash right at the start.
Okay, so since they are Alliance, they have pulled on top of these Sea Speakers. That means that Watery Dome cast is significantly more... it's more important that they do get a kick on that, and Divine is just going to need to be able to fully tank out those Salt Blasts. Also, something that you just noticed there is a Shine ends up popping his turtle. Swag also ends up using his immunity. They end up just full tanking those...
The flashing daggers.
What is it? The flashing daggers. I was about to call it flechettes, but that's not the correct name for it. The flashing daggers. Honestly, pretty sick play coming out of Perplex there to be able to phase Jess Hallis.
Yeah, very cool. I was surprised to see them fight him over there, but they decided, you know what, we'll just have, we'll have Wolf Disco tank that, and everybody who has an immunity immune it, and, we'll be fine. And they were fine. So, a great way to make it so that you don't have to worry about those casters pathing over here if you try to pull them to the line of sight spot. Ethical, on the other hand, have yet to phase Jess Hallis, but they are doing a similarly large pull here at the start with those casters. Ooh, unfortunately, that is going to be a cast going through for the Watery Dome. They are playing Alliance, so they don't have access to that Arcane Torrent ratio. It's going to have to be individual purges from Skylark on the priority targets.
Or Ere. Ere does have that Spirit Beast out. You can actually see it. You can get an individual purge.
That's
from
true, yeah.
The Spirit Beast pet, yeah. I don't know, maybe they just let the Watery Dome go through with the double purge, but this seems suspect sometimes, right?
It's kind of weird.
It is incredibly strange, I will admit. All right, so now look at Perplexed. So Bobby is starting to get pretty low here, just by virtue of Wolf Disco doing an insane amount of damage to all targets at once. Do you think that they're going to kill Bobby as well, just to be able to get out of combat quicker, or do you think it's just or do you think it's purely a byproduct of?
So it depends on what their next strategy is. If they're just going to pop sky steps and run through, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you're in combat or not. That just affects whether or not you're on the pre-pot CD, and so it's probably not worth killing Bobby.
Okay, Bobby's definitely not going to die here.
If your goal is to actually go into Ny'alotha next, I think then, yeah, if Bobby is like sub 50%, it's actually faster to just kill him than wait for him to drop combat. But yeah, you can see they don't care about being in combat here. They're just going to run right through, and they will deal with the consequences of missing out on one extra potion throughout the dungeon.
Yeah, so the call is definitely just do not combat potion Jess Hallis under any circumstances. Just really make sure that if you're even going to potion him once, make sure it's a pre-pot. Because if you combat potion there, you're going to just get left behind.
Yeah, interestingly, that potion interaction is going to be changing in Shadowlands. I don't know if you saw this, but they're changing it so that combat potions versus non-combat it's no longer going to be relevant. But for right now, that is still a mechanic that we have in the game, and that is it definitely makes it a very, very unfortunate event if you accidentally use a potion in combat when you weren't supposed to, because you just kind of know that you're going to be in trouble whenever the time comes that you were supposed to use a potion.
Yeah, that change will definitely be interesting to see how it's going to be used. All right, so Ethical is downing Jess Hallis here. Perplexed has already set up their pull near the cannon area. You do see that binding shot coming out, rooting all of those mobs.
That is beautiful. Beautiful combination of Ring of Peace, binding shot, and everything. And that is just a great looking cannon section from Perplexed. Everything dying. I guess there's a little bit of stuff in the back there that didn't quite go down. Is that one mob? Okay, not perfect, but pretty close.
Look at the trash differential. I mean, so Perplexed, whenever they start their cannon pull, they were at 52% trash count. Ethical was at 47. So they're really not going to be able to make up as much from the cannons as we would have initially thought, right?
Yeah, Ethical should be able to get enough count, but they're just going to reach the same point that Perplexed did here. They're not going to. I mean, there's no way to get ahead, right? You're at this point in the dungeon where Perplexed is. It's all the same pulls, no matter which team you are, pretty much.
So technically, you could have came up to this area with 30% enemy forces count and pulled like the whole entire area to be able to finish off your enemy forces. But I wonder how much Ethical is going to grab here, because at this point they need to be able to skip one full pull over Perplexed to be able to catch back up in terms of time and basically give value to this Vengeance Demon Hunter that we've been talking about.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're really going to be able to do that here. That they're just going to be pulling, a moderately sized cannon pull. Obviously, it's still a very scary thing to fight, but out come the Sigil of Silence, then there'll be a Sigil of Chains, followed by a Sigil of Misery, and a boatload of cannon shots.
Nice leg sweep.
Great move
that
there.
leg sweep was sick.
Oh, the Sigil of Misery comes out. Beautiful timing on that as well. And this is going to be 4 cannon shots, I think, to kill almost everything. Ooh, one Marine barely lives there, but I think they have an extra shot even in that cannon. So great play from Ethical so far. They are now moving to catch up here. They're going to do the next cannon section. They're grabbing a bunch of enemies. Ooh, Skylark getting dropped low. Does have that Last Resort available, though, if something were to go horribly wrong.
So let's do a couple things here about Ethical strat. One, they killed Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos. Perplex is electing to kill Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes. So that'll be the difference in the obelisk. 2, Skylark actually saved a Sigil of Chains there, and now it comes a Sigil of Chains here for Ethical. You do see Arrow popping in that cannon.
There's that Last Resort from Skylark.
Popping. Yeah,
that's where it's for, though.
Totally fine. Yeah, totally fine to be used here.
And they just need to kill all this stuff rapidly before too many explosives overwhelm them. They've done a pretty good job here. So yeah, they're actually not far behind here. It looked like they were an obelisk behind, but they actually had earned that obelisk earlier. So yeah, they're going to be fighting a different 2 awakened enemies with the last boss. They're going to be fighting Urgroth and Malthier rather than Samrak and Malthier, which is what Perplexed will be fighting.
15% enemy forces count behind now. So this is exactly what we were talking about in terms of how Ethical needed to be able to do their cannons to catch up quickly. I felt like their cannon play was what we have come to expect out of this team, and that is ultimately how they are continuing to stay in this match. Perplexed, though, definitely in the lead.
Yeah, Perplexed in the lead by 10%
way better boss damage
Knight
comp,
Captain
too.
Valerie's health. Well, it is so
Rogue
it's
versus
good
Hunter.
boss damage. Yes. I don't know, Hunters are kind of a liability on that last boss fight, though. There's a lot going on that is kind of negative for them, whereas Rogues are pretty effective at cleaving there, and they are very good defensively on that last fight as well. That could make that fight a lot easier for Ethical to deal with, so... I'm not sure who I like here. Look at this. Ethical is actually catching up as well.
Ethical's starting to catch up.
Yeah, so there's 5% magic damage granted by Skylark, but Skylark getting massively out DPS by Divine. Looks like it might just be a case of shape. blasting Wolf Disco out of the water here on this single target on this boss. May have had some more cooldowns available for it.
It's hard to say. Like there's always okay. So every offensive CD is very well calculated here. Wolf Disco may have just used all of his offensive CDs on the Obelisk, on the Urgroth, because it was going to be something more of like a filler mob, and they didn't believe that the damage on Valeri is to be very important. Perplex is starting to get a little bit of a damage lead here.
Yeah, Hunters are back
with
to their
just
assets.
slightly. Look at this. Slight better barrel management means higher melee uptime on Valeri. Ethical having to run around the room kind of frantically getting out of that barrel. Perplex starting to open up a lead because of their barrel movements and making sure that they were able to always have 100% uptime on that boss.
And they're now moving on to the final cannon section of the dungeon. If they can do this quickly, they will definitely be in position to have a we win for sure if we can do the last boss cleanly. Their fate is in their own hands here. If they do this all right, they should be able to win. But this is a technical portion of the dungeon, and the last boss fight is also a difficult one. This is, I think, the boss fight we see with the fewest awakened enemies possible to fight at the same time in the MDI, right? 2 only ever. That is far less than we see out of most other bosses.
So the reason for that is because the Heartstopper Venom that is natively on Overseer Korgus, he restricts your movement so heavily that you really can't fight.
Yeah, if you think
more
about
than
it,
like Blood of the Corruptor is like not happening.
Mm-hmm. Blood of the Corruptor, but even Samrek and Urgroth also have movement related abilities. It's really only Malthair that's kind of free on this fight, or not free, but doesn't have added difficulty due to Heartstopper Venom.
Perplexed here has pulled Overseer Korgus. We do know that they have Samrek, Beckoner of Chaos, and Void Weaver Malthair. Honestly, very scared to ever fight Samrek, Beckoner of Chaos on this fight, so I'm looking to see how Perplexed is going to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, look at all of this damage going out.
And here comes Ethical, man. Ethical's about to pull this boss here in just a second.
Yeah, so Ethical behind on boss health by quite a bit. Samrek has fallen for Perplexed. Ooh, Divine almost has as well, so if they're Hunters. But yeah, Ethical...
the double? Oh, no.
Ethical popped that Bloodlust, and they are now going in as well. If they hard-focus Korgus, they might be able to make up, but if you hard-focus Korgus, you're going to die to the Awakened enemies, so it's such a difficult spot to be in for Ethical, and of course, their delay is such that they don't know exactly how far behind they are going into the last boss. You have those extra interrupts in the form of a melee kick instead of a range kick, and a Sigil of Silence, which does work as a one-time interrupt.
Yes. However, the Sigil of Silence is
Divine dies for Perplexed! They get him up. They have that Death Knight, so that is an instant cast
the Wolf
battle
Disco res, yeah.
Yeah.
Coming in clutch.
That is good. That is 5 seconds, though, on the clock for Perplexed. That could be relevant here at the end of this fight.
They're absolutely more than 5 seconds ahead, but if there are any other deaths that come out, I would be extremely concerned.
Oh, Swag gets stunned.
Is Swag gonna get hit by the cannon? Oh,
no, he's fine. His stun is expired. He's fine at that. Oh my goodness, a shine.
A shine?
A shine at 15%. Getting blasted
here comes the
with
Exil.
heals by Zamak. Ooh. Oh, things are getting terrifying over on the right-hand side of the screen here on Perplexed. Look at their health bars move.
Oh, look at the
that
cannon. Oh.
That is an unfortunate aim of that cannon. Swag again sub 20%. Does manage to survive, but this is taking everything that they have to survive this boss fight. Just a little bit longer and they'll be able to kill it. But it is on a knife's edge here. Zamak, I imagine, quite low on mana at this point as well.
So a big deal with Overseer Korgus is the ability to be able to tank Deadeye shots. Hunters can actually feign death the Deadeye shot if the buff is below 15 seconds and not cause a double, but Perplex has had a lot of doubles here. They're going to be able to down Overseer Korgus, but holy moly, that was scary.
Whew. Close first game. Does go to Perplex, though.
Oh my goodness, I was on the edge of my seat with some of those deaths at the very end, but Perplexed does end up taking the win on that one, and oh my goodness, what a nightmare from like a healer perspective, getting all of those doubles. And I gotta applaud Zmock for, making the most of his way of the crane, making sure that he's able to get as much damage in that window as possible. But one of the big weaknesses to way the crane is, without question, the proximity issue that you run into, that it'll start healing somebody who's 90% over somebody who is at 10% just because the person at 90 is closer right there. And that's why you started seeing some of those hunters just drop so insanely low because they just weren't standing on top of them. But hey, GG's nonetheless, and that's what we want to be seeing out of a team that's supposed to be standing up to the best in the world, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, Perplexed this is what you want to see from this team. I remember I was talking to a couple of the different teams. We were playing one of those new games that came out a couple months ago, right after the Cups were finished. And this was right after the final North American Cup, where Complexity Limits secured the 3 seed. And it turns out almost all of the top end teams from North America pretty much had the same idea about the European region, that it didn't really matter if you got the 3rd or 4th seed, because you were still playing one of 2 teams who pretty much looked unbeatable. Yep. And this is the Perplexed that looked unbeatable. The team that played this toe to go, outside of that one uncharacteristic death from Divine Field, this was a great match in general.
It was great. And, Ethical was just hanging in there throughout the entirety of that one, Dratnos, trying to make sure that they could stay competitive and capitalize on any little, stumble that Perplex was going to have.
Yeah, Ethical did not look bad in there either. Their run was clean. They had no deaths going in there. They just had a slightly lower damage comp, right? And that slightly lower damage comp required them, if they wanted to actually win against a clean run from Perplexed, they would need to have found a way to use that composition to pull the dungeon in fewer pulls. And they didn't actually have a route that did that. They didn't have a route that, did enough extra with the cannons to delete sizable amounts of time from the dungeon. They didn't do that pull with the cage opening area, but they spent that same time because they had to go and open the cages. So it effectively counted as a pull as far as I'm concerned. And so,
I really like the Perplexed divide and conquer strategy of all of you guys grab a buff randomly, and they all have the blacksmithing keys, and they're all just grabbing a buff to be able to get the little bit of added damage gain just fairly quickly.
Yeah, and let's start breaking down some of the more of those differences in routing and how the composition also changed that, Zyro.
I mean, the story of this dungeon really kind of came down to the Vengeance Demon Hunter pick. While it did make this outside section incredibly quick, and we can see both of those cannon pulls here in this replay, I'm not sure if the overall damage they bring, in addition to having that rogue on their team, it was the right play for them. Because even though they did execute the dungeon overall relatively clean, it just wasn't, it didn't seem like it was enough. It seems like if they could have made Warrior play, it would have been better for them in general.
Yeah, and it's so tough when we're looking at some of these performances. When you look at it right here, it's just, tiny micro differences that makes a 30, 40 second difference in routes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But thank you so much for that. Sorry, go ahead, Travis.
Yes. I think you need to play more offensively with a Vengeance Demon Hunter to keep up here. Like I think that the N'Zoth tank trinket and all of the corruption being versatile, I think you have to at least change one of those things into something more offensive, because it's just so far behind the Protection Warrior otherwise.
Well, also the Lash of the Void trait is weird too.
Lash of the Void is great.
Lash of the Void is it's good for threat, but Twilight Dev is better damage.
That's true.
So I'm not really sure whether he needed the threat or why that was the choice he went with, but it's just question marks, I feel like.
I think if they go for Rogue, they absolutely need to be doing a bigger beach pull. Be able to get more cannon on the beach, because the Rogue is able to kill as many explosives as you want to pull. Basically, Arrow can solo 30 mobs worth of explosives if he really wants to. So I think you should be looking to get a little bit more trash percentage on that beach, and maybe, I don't know. I don't even know where you'd skip a pull. Maybe that floor below Jess, you end up skipping some trash there. I feel like that's the only great place to be able to skip anything. But they need to be able to do the dungeon in one pull fewer if they're going to take what is effectively known as a more safe strategy.
Sure. And as we start looking ahead, there's not really going to be a lot of safe strategies for Ataldazar. And let's talk about these stats, Zyro. Doesn't look great on paper, but this is also not the ethical that we know that they could never win in Atal. They can absolutely win in Atal.
Well, it's crazy because their 0% win rate in Atal is because they always played Golden Guardians.
Yeah,
who were just a better team in general in Atal. So it's
I
not
love that 0 average deaths, 0% win rate.
They played perfectly and they couldn't win against a better team. So, I mean, what can you do? Now, of course, Perplexed did play a overall perfectly clean run, except for that one little issue with the final boss, which happened too many times. So we know that if they are able to put it together, they have a blazing fast time here. But it's all going to be about whether or not you can pull it off. And knowing that they did make that mistake earlier in the tournament, which is what put them in this lower bracket, they're going to have nerves of steel in order to pull off the strategy here.
They will, and they, can't be afraid of Razan as well here, Dratnos. Early pull, it's going to set the tone for the rest of the match.
Yeah, we've seen that strategy of snapping your tank to Razan be both very rewarding and very punishing if it goes wrong. So that is absolutely what we're going to be looking at here. Peak lives claimed 6. That is something that could definitely be repeated here if the snap goes even slightly wrong. It is a huge amount of pressure on a 5-second, portion of the dungeon when that snap happens. If that does work out, though, then it is a huge amount of count all taken care of right at the start of the dungeon. So it really turbocharges the start of the run for both teams.
Atoll is definitely one of those dungeons.
It's just like breakfast, Tettles. It's a great start to your day.
Exactly, and Atoll is one of those dungeons where, like breakfast, it's either a 10-minute dungeon, but one mistake and it goes horribly wrong, and now you have a bad day for the rest of your day because your breakfast was not good.
Yes, much like breakfast.
I don't eat breakfast.
You should eat breakfast, Tettles. It's the most important meal of the day, all right? And this might be
propaganda.
the most important match of both of our teams, MDI lives right now as we're getting started. Ethical is down 1 against Perplexed and facing elimination as Atoll Dazar gets going.
Alrighty, so we have both teams running it down mid. Divine and Skylark both grabbing a significant amount of mobs. Here they are going to be snapped to Razan with all those mobs. The binding shot gets instantly procced on both sides, making sure that those Sards and the Sky Screamers are not going to be moving. All of the Sards get immediately blown up by both of the DKs as they drop their death and decay. And Razan his health is also plummeting very quickly.
Oh my goodness, look at those damage numbers from both teams. That is completely ridiculous. Great job by both teams of surviving here. Oh my gosh, though, Perplex has pulled some more. Perplex has pulled the mid pack with this. Ethical does not look like they've done that, but Perplexed, yeah, you can see those dinosaurs in here. This is a massive pull here that is going to reward them with a huge amount of extra count if they can survive, but that is a lot of extra abilities to keep going on for such a long time into this boss fight as well.
So we've seen different strategies which involve pulling the mid pack and which involve not pulling the mid pack, and leaving that mid pack up normally gives your healer less room to be able to kite in a solid direction. So if Ethical is going to commit to leaving the mid pack up for the whole entire duration of the dungeon, we're going to need to see how Chompy is going to path once he is kiting those awakened mobs around.
Yeah, you can fight the mid pack later. That's what we've seen like Complexity Limit do, right? Where you snap it with some swords and stuff in the middle of the dungeon. So that is another option for how to deal with that trash. But yeah, Ethical gonna finish Razan first, clean up these last 2 Sky Screamers. They will be substantially behind in terms of count, though, against where Perplexed is at, given that mid pull just gave them so much extra count there. That is a 9% differential in exchange for a 10-second timing difference. So I think I like Perplexed side of things, although really in Atoll Dazar, this dungeon is just so quick that 10 seconds can be a really huge deal as well.
Yeah, and 9% enemy forces count. Also, is that going to equate to 1 additional pull?
Look at this though. Perplex has found a way to they just got here just as fast as Ethical. They somehow they started this pull at just the exact same time, whereas Ethical needed to sit around a little while. Ethical though, I think may have 2 Colossi in here. I'm not quite sure.
Yes. Ethical definitely has 2 Colossus in here. Look at where Arrow is standing. So there's typically your ranged DPS will end up standing in snap spots to make sure that the Juggernauts are not leaping out of melee. Arrow has found a unique snap spot. Shape is going down. Arrow started to drop. Oh, this is so bad for Ethical.
They are in massive trouble. Arrow goes down as well.
Their problems are bigger than this Colossus right here.
And those Colossi are quite large. Oh no, they're going on a rampage, Tuttles.
Run, Chompy!
Chompy is in grave danger, and one of those Colossi is extremely angry with him. He does manage to juke it, though, doing a spin move and getting out of there, but Skylark, unfortunately, has perished to the other one. It does go down eventually, but Chompy is forced to kite here, and this is a huge time loss on the side of Ethical. And that was a bigger pull that they were obligated to do because they didn't have that extra count that Perplexed had from doing the mid-pack with Razan. So, it kind of looks like one team is not doing a risky strategy, but really it's just a question of where you put your risk in the dungeon, right? If you want the same speed route, you need to take basically the same amount of risk. And it's just a question of which pulls you put that risk in. And for Ethical, where they assigned theirs, it did not quite work out for them.
Even still, they didn't have a full team wipe, and this Colossus ended up going down. So they're still within striking distance because, like we were talking about in the pre-match show, while this dungeon, if it's ran perfectly, is a 10-minute dungeon, if you have one mistake, then you're set back such a significant period of time if you have a monumental or colossal mistake. Ethical's mistake while it did contain Colossus, it was not colossal.
Yeah, it's going to cost them. So it's going to cost them those 25 seconds on the deathometer, and I think it's also going to cost them something like 45 seconds of boss here. So somewhere in the 1 minute range, I think, has been lost by Ethical.
Oh, Eri.
More with Eri going down. They do have battle res available. Somehow they managed to save that from that Colossus pull, so they're going to be able to get him back up. Still, though, this is looking sloppy from Ethical. However, Perplex has been much farther ahead than this in an Assault Bazaar that I can remember from yesterday, and they were able to still lose that game. So, it's not over till it's over. Ethical definitely in a position now where if the entire game goes perfectly for Perplexed, Ethical is going to lose, but Ethical is very much able to keep themselves within striking range of one mistake here from Perplexed, and that is what they need to make sure they do.
Assault Bazaar obelisk kiting is just kind of a gamble, too, from what we saw from Perplexed yesterday. And I hope that they have gone back into this dungeon, gone back into their lab, and devised a strategy to be able to make their kiting more consistent.
Yeah, it's so hard because it's the kind of thing where you can get it to work 50 times in practice, and then you just get to the tournament day and you mess it up 3 times in a row. You're just like, I don't really know what was different, but something didn't quite work out about it.
Perplexed, 100% trash count. And according to our stats at the top of the screen, the deathometer is a technical term. Probably.
Yep, that's a feature we're working on. We'll have that in the UI soon, the deathometer. Actually, I guess we have that. It is just the death tracker there. All right, Perplexed.
Does it give probability too?
Perplexed is having an incident here. They are going to be having
could be worse.
A little addition to their own deathometer here. That is Divine going down as during the skip here. Not quite going to work out for them. His Shadow Meld or something just didn't quite go through. They're going to be pulling Volcall, but that was slightly, something like a 20-second loss, I would say.
I think that death on Divine is okay relative to where they are in the dungeon compared to Ethical. While obviously not ideal, they're still in a position to be able to win as long as they don't have like a wipe or a full reset on a boss. We've seen weirder things occur in the MDI before, but at this point, it would take basically a full team wipe and a reset of a boss for Ethical to be able to catch back up in Perplexed. Because it's a 10-minute dungeon.
Yeah, so Ethical has their 100% count as well. They'll be pulling Volcall about 1 minute after Perplexed does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. They're not in range to catch up by faster, DPS or anything. Oh, unfortunate Skylark getting stunned while trying to do this run. And oh no, he's gonna perish as well. Ooh, the skip's not looking great for either team here through this section.
Yeah, Skylark doing his Divine Field impression on that run, unfortunately.
That's just the level of respect that these competitors have for each other, is they really try and mirror every action that their counterparts make.
I keep talking, I'm dying.
Alright, we have Perplexed. Almost finished up here with Volcall. Volcall, of course, a boss that does actually do some damage to itself. Not as much as it used to. It was patched going into, I think, Season 3 to no longer just, entirely murder itself in a high key setting, but still, it is doing some damage to itself. That is something that makes it a little bit easier, this part. They need to be a little bit careful of where they finish this fight, because when this fight ends, that gate immediately goes down, and there are, of course, some angry reanimated honor guards outside that they do not want to get in combat with.
Yeah, but they are going to just mount up and be pulling them to be able to group meld here in a second anyway, so...
oh, they're not even mounting together. Just firing off the old sky step through.
Fear.
Great job there. We saw the stealth on those 2 stalkers, but Divine managed to do a good job of not actually getting stunned by them. Had that happened, then I think we may have again been looking at a dead tank for Perplexed. They've started that RP now, and the rest of the group, all on those mounts. Divine uses the meld and then eats the food, and they're now going to be getting through.
So this is exactly what we saw from Perplexed yesterday, where they were in the driver position. They were getting ready to gear up to pull Yasma. They need to really make sure, and Zamak needs to really make sure that he's able to maintain threat on all these awakened mobs and make sure that his kiting is immaculate. Being able to maintain threat against, double DK on Yasma can be kind of daunting, but Zamak needs to make sure he does it to be able to solidify this match. So here you got the Soul Rend coming out. Zamak is going to para this first Soul Rend to add that ends up spawning onto him. He can also heal himself right here to be able to generate some more healing threat. You see, currently he is at 40k HPS, 30k DPS, so he should have ample threat on all these awakened enemies.
Yeah, it's something where the people who are inside the boss arena as well need to make sure they do as good a job as possible of not taking any extra damage, right? Because if you take extra damage, you're going to need to do extra healing to yourself, and that extra healing to yourself can cause the threat problems that we saw yesterday. You actually said something interesting here on pull as well from Perplexed. The anti-magic shells were popped right on pull. They have this talent actually selected that makes their anti-magic shell at 11 seconds instead of 6, and that is allowing them, I imagine, to get an extra anti-magic shell in this fight to be effective. What was the thing you noticed?
Zamok's kiting route was also a little bit different from what we saw yesterday. He was making sure that he was really keeping Urgroth on a tight leash. Like, most of the time you'll see Urgroth be within 30, 40, 50 yards of the player, but he was really trying to cut it close to make sure Urgroth doesn't just snap back to the group.
Yeah, he was doing a little bit of like a snake pattern. You have to be so careful. This is the part in the path where Urgroth gets the farthest from him, and so he's needing to just make sure that he doesn't get too far away, because you get too far away and Urgroth can snap to you and then end you, as he usually does to tanks. But Zamok looks like he's doing okay with this kite so far. Going to be coming up the other end here. Yasma at 27% as well, so almost done there. Hera coming out on that Sky Screamer, 23%. They just have to last a little bit longer, and they'll be able to get through here.
Here comes their second bloodlust of the instance, too. Yasma dropping sub 10%. This is going to be it. Perplex is going to be able to take this match and the series 2-0.
There it is, the last bits of HP winding down for Yasma as Perplexed perfect their kiting route. They make the critical adjustments that they need to, and they're going to be moving on throughout the lower bracket, sending Ethical out of the tournament there. Zyro, they massively improved what they were doing throughout that series, just dungeon by dungeon.
And you got to think they feel great after that one, right? Like, yeah. I would have been like crazy nervous for that match, especially knowing that we screwed it up that horribly the first time around. These guys, I mean, they put together pretty much a perfect 2 games here, and they're looking great going into our final day tomorrow.
That's right. It just, again, goes to what we were talking about before, Dranos, the absolute power of every single team throughout this bracket, having such great lower rounds throughout all of today, really.
Yeah, I mean, Ethical's runs in both Atal'Dazar and Toldagor were great. They weren't even just good runs; they were great runs. Those were kind of the kind of runs that would have easily gotten teams into the finals of MDI Cups. Many of the ones that we had in the past, but you know, they're up against Perplexed, and Perplexed is on this. They're on this tear. Aside from yesterday, Perplexed is looking so strong.
Yeah, it just bodes well for the next couple of games that we have, as we do see Perplexed, of course, going to be moving on. And let's start talking about how they got to that point as well, Zyros, because this dungeon, it goes really quickly.
I mean, unfortunately for this game, it was just more of the same for Ethical from earlier in the tournament. Just terrible mistakes here. Skylark gets absolutely clapped, like actually clapped. That's their melee ability, and goes down. And he actually died a second twice. I mean, those things they don't bolster essentially, but it's essentially the same thing. They gain a huge damage buff and size buff whenever other things die around them, and that just is what happened to him there. Of course, the death on Priestess Alunza didn't help much, and it's great to see. It's great to see Perplexed finally put the demons to bed, so to say, here with that kite. Being able to pull it off once gives them the confidence moving into our final day to hopefully play their best.
Yeah, I really like that adjustment as well, Zamok, where Zamok ran backwards, got the speed taunt onto Urgroth the Breaker so that it would catch up a little bit more to him before he ended up going down into Razan's pit. That was a great move there, and obscenely risky as well, because of how close that he was to the rest of, you know, the Fellowship of Nyalotha just all coming and swarming at him at once. So great plays there, and we do get to look at our final 4 teams as we look at our bracket right now. We've got Wunderbar and Golden Guardians, no surprise, in our upper finals, while Deplete from Beyond and Perplex are squaring off in the lower semis to see who gets to face off in the lower finals to get a chance at that grand finals and that $150,000 for first place. And I gotta ask, Tettles, what do you think was a favorite matchup that we had so far throughout the tournament?
Favorite matchup so far was probably that Ethical versus Perplex match.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of super tight matches where both teams having very clean runs. And even though the Ethical Perplex match was only a 2-game series, I still felt I felt like it was very well executed on both fronts.
That's true. And it's always, you see, oh, wow, they 2-0'd him, they swept him. But it really goes to show that it's closer than it appears in a lot of these cases. And, we saw it in many cases as well, Zyro, with that complexity limit deplete from beyond matchup as well. Just so crazy how close some of those could be.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that can be said from the matches we've had this MDI finals so far, it's that the two regions, both the Western and Eastern regions, are incredibly close in how strong their top end teams are. And I'm interested to see how Golden Guardians compete with our 3 remaining European teams left moving on tomorrow. And if you look at the pedigree that our remaining 4 teams have, it's pretty daunting, right? We have our BlizzCon champions, Wunderbar. We have our MDI Spring Finals champions from last year, Golden Guardians. We have our first ever Global Finals champions, or some of them anyways. I'm perplexed. Got Divine Field in there, as well as a couple others. And then Deplete from Beyond. Those are people that have been in the MDI for forever and taken cup wins as well. Jay's been around for forever. So these teams that we have left, every single one of them has some claim to being the best team here.
Without question.
You know what I'm sad about?
Is it going to be the North American teams all getting eliminated? Because
that's what I'm sad about, dude. Yeah, I wanted to continue this narrative of North American being greater than the European realm so I could continue to trash talk Nagura. It seems like that is no longer the case. So we are real sad.
Real sad. Yeah, as we saw, all of the North American teams, or 3 of the 4 North American teams yesterday, just winning out their games and moving on to the upper bracket. Now, there's only one North American team left as Golden Guardians is holding down the fort to square off against Wunderbar early tomorrow, followed by our lower semis with Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed, with our lower finals and grand finals to follow. So absolutely going to be a jam-packed day, and Zyro couldn't agree more. Every single team here has a claim to being able to take it all. And you guys okay down there?
We're fine, yeah.
Going at
Trent, what do you have to say for yourself?
We're like the kids in the backseat, and you guys are just turning back around, and you're just like, what is going on back there?
I will pull this car over.
I thought I was driving.
Oh.
Zyro?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, be sure to tune in tomorrow for day 3, our final day, our championship Sunday at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern. I think it's 1900 CEST because I'm great with time zones. Let's just ask Tettles. Tettles, did you do your homework on time zones? Yes? You sure?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Tettles has confirmed it. Thank you so much for joining us for day number 2. We can't wait to get started with our final day. So be sure to tune in once again, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. Hit the subscribe button at the bottom and ring the bell so you know when we go live next. Have an excellent night, guys. We'll see you all tomorrow.